advantage to compete on the world stage. Let's get infrastructure done, and let's do it boldly and aggressively to build up and invest in our own country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. America's southern border is
consent to the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. For the fourth time since 2010, the City of El Paso is honored to be named an All-America City for our resiliency, response to tragedy, and vaccination efforts against COVID-19 this year. The National Civic League awards the All-America City Award to communities where residents, organizations, and government work together to address challenges and improve quality of life. When President Biden announced his goal to vaccinate 70% of our nation, El Paso not only met the goal a month early, but we've surpassed it and currently lead the country by 10%. The All-America City Award reaffirms our resiliency and outstanding civic accomplishments in the face of the tragic August 3rd domestic terror attack and the devastating COVID-19 pandemic, as well as our continued goodwill toward migrants seeking refuge at our nation's front door. El Pasoans are no strangers to challenges, and our strength is tested over and over. And each time we grow stronger because we are and always will be El Paso strong. It is an honor to represent this extraordinary community here today, and I congratulate the City of El Paso. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address an incredibly important national security issue. We all know that Wuhan, China, where the COVID-19 virus originated, is the home to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The WIV is China's only cellular level 4 biosafety superlaboratory that researches human infectious diseases. This lab is in very close proximity to the wet market that is reputed to be the origin of COVID-19. Last year, Senator Tom Cotton was thoroughly dismissed for questioning the true origins of this virus, citing the Chinese Communist Party's duplicity and dishonesty from the very beginning. We all know that the Chinese Communist Party lied to the world about the severity of COVID-19, how it is transmitted, and the dangers associated. There needs to be a thorough and serious investigation into the origins of COVID-19, what the Chinese Communist Party knew and when, and what the World Health Organization knew and when. Uncovering the true origins of COVID-19 will be incredibly helpful in helping us to prepare for the next pandemic, which I think is something we can all agree on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it was recently announced that the European Union is lifting travel restrictions to allow Americans to visit once again. Over a year, under the crush of a devastating global pandemic, highly effective vaccines have made this game-changing moment possible. Still, our border between the United States and Canada remains closed, leaving people unable to access their property and keeping loved ones separated for over 15 heartbreaking months. This move by the EU would allow my Buffalo neighbors to take a 9-hour flight to Paris, France, but they can't take a 90-minute drive to Paris, Ontario. The administration has set a goal of returning to pre-pandemic sense of normalcy by July 4th. For many living along the northern border, normalcy includes the ability to cross, to check on their property, and to see their family again. It's time to open the U.S.-Canadian border. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to join with my other Republican colleagues to visit the southwest border. This was not a gesture, as the Vice President has referred to these visits. It was instead a learning opportunity. The conditions we saw and the stories we heard conveyed a situation far worse than we had previously imagined. We learned that border encounters are at a 20-year high. We spoke directly to Border Patrol and law enforcement officers who told us that they are so overwhelmed with the care of migrants that they are unable to execute essential core roles of their job. We learned how drug cartels are taking advantage of the overwhelmed system and saw the routes they use to smuggle drugs and people across the border. What we witnessed could only be defined as a crisis. This is why I encourage all of my colleagues and the Vice President to set aside political gamesmanship, visit the border, and see the crisis firsthand. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a pioneering institution in the field of early childhood education located in my district, Project Enlightenment. Project Enlightenment provides extraordinary services to families and children, and I was privileged to visit with them last week. In the late 60s, insightful staff from the Raleigh City Schools, Wake County Mental Health, and Dorothea Dix Child Psychiatry recognized that strengthening a child's social and emotional development in the early years would have long-term benefits. They were right, and the American Families Plan recognizes this fact. Project Enlightenment has offered prevention and early intervention services to young children by providing services to the primary caregivers in their lives. Over the years, they have helped people all over the state of North Carolina and all over the country. I'm grateful for the attentive staff that includes a variety of professionals. Because of their commitment to our children, they truly make our county and state a better place. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chose the photo. I could have picked a formal team photo, but I thought this captured the joy of the moment I'm bringing to the nation's attention. Today, I rise to honor the Wingate University Bulldogs and Coach Jeff Gregory for a spectacular victory in the Division II College World Series. When Bulldogs fans filled the bleachers at the USA Baseball National Training Complex in Cary last Saturday, they witnessed history. Playing in their first ever College World Series final, the Wingate Bulldogs defeated Central Missouri, the number 2 ranked team in the nation, 5-3. In reaching the championship, Wingate joined the ranks of only 2 other North Carolina Division II schools, and despite losing their opening game, the Bulldogs won 4 straight to become the first team in 16 years to overcome an opening round loss to win it all. Bulldogs, through your tenacity and persistence, you have won an incredible victory. I am proud today and always to represent Wingate University. Congratulations, Bulldogs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
On June 11th, 2021, Western Pennsylvania lost Officer Jared Withrow of the Mount Lebanon Police, who passed away after a heroic battle with cancer. Officer Withrow had a long and distinguished career in law enforcement, but one moment stood out. In October 2018, he responded to the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, where a mass murderer attacked a peaceful religious gathering with an assault rifle and killed 11 members of our community. It's hard for most of us to understand the bravery and the raw physical courage that it takes to run toward gunfire rather than away from it. But that was the kind of person that Officer Withrow was. It was who he trained himself to be. And we thank him and honor him for his courage. On behalf of the people of Western Pennsylvania and on behalf of our national government, I wish to extend our condolences to Officer Withrow's wife, Lisa, and his sons, James, Braden, and Ben, and all of his family. I'm proud to remember Jared Withrow today in our nation's capital, and hopeful that our service here will be worthy of all those Americans like him who every day put their community and their country first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request the House unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my friend, Sheriff Kim Cole of Mason County in Michigan. He was named Michigan's Sheriff's Association Sheriff of the Year this past week. This award recognizes a sheriff who has made outstanding contributions to law enforcement and the criminal justice profession, demonstrates exceptional service to their community, and has contributed to the betterment of the Michigan Sheriff's Association. Kim Cole was first elected sheriff in 2012 and is currently serving in his third term. He started at the Mason County Sheriff's Office as a reserve deputy and then was hired by the Mason County Sheriff's Office as a full-time deputy in 1985. He was then promoted to sergeant in 1993. What's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that Cole's great-great-grandfather, Henry Cole, served as one of Mason County's first sheriffs. Now, Kim will be the first one to tell you that you're only as good as the people you surround yourself with, and he is extremely proud of all of those who he serves with. Kim leads with integrity, courage, fortitude, and compassion, and has a passion to serve his community. Well, Kim Cole, I want to say thank you. Mason County is a better place to work, live, and raise a family because of you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the significant struggles facing working families across America, struggles that have been exposed and exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. That's why, through the American Rescue Plan, we took action to expand the child tax credit, helping to uplift families and reduce poverty. In my community, more than 40,000 households will receive an average benefit of nearly $3,000 that will begin being dispersed in just a few short weeks. This is projected to lift 8,200 children out of poverty in my district alone. When we talk about transformative investment to support working families, this is exactly what we mean. And that's why we need to make the expanded child tax credit permanent to put kids and parents on the path to success. Because when we ease the financial burden on families, they have the security and flexibility to contribute to the workforce, strengthen our economy, and set our children up for a stable and successful future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of efforts to build back our care economy. I recently toured a place called Lifescape in Rockford, Illinois, where I met a woman named Miss Selma. Miss Selma lives with her daughter and her granddaughter, and she has 3 generations under one roof, 3 generations where she was the major caretaker for many years. But about a decade ago, she had a stroke. And so now her daughter has to take care of her, but she has to go to work also. So it's places like Lifescape that help families get back to work so they can make sure that their loved ones are cared for while they also make a living. The global pandemic put a spotlight on the need to invest in our care economy in places like Lifescape. Because of the CARES Act, Lifescape expanded their home meal delivery service by 800 meals every single day and allowed for the care of people like Miss Selma. And as we continue to negotiate an infrastructure package, we need to invest in our care economy in order to get our national economy back in place. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3434, the Territories Health Equity Act of 2021. This bill will address the existing inequalities the territories face under Medicaid, Medicare, and other federal health programs. Importantly, regarding Medicaid, it would provide us with the equitable share of federal funding for Medicaid beyond the upcoming fiscal cliff, when much of the existing funding for the territories is scheduled to expire at the end of September 2021. In the midst of global pandemic, with more federal attention on how healthcare funding disparities have had a deleterious impact on the finances of local governments and hospitals throughout the country, we believe this is an opportune time to press for equity in the Medicaid and Medicare. The inequities in federal funding provided to the territories for Medicaid and Medicare have put access to affordable health care out of the reach of too many in the Virgin Islands and the other territories, making our hospitals' emergency rooms the primary health care provider for 1/3 of our population without health insurance, which contributes to unmanageable costs. Please support H.R. 3434. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to invest in an inclusive care economy to help our families recover from the devastating effects of this pandemic. As the price of child care and elder care increases, many mothers and women in my district had to leave the workforce. In a country like ours, this is totally unacceptable. Mothers are the backbone of our society and the pillar of my district. This is why during our week of action last week, I visited a child care center run by a constituent in Deer Park, servicing children with special needs, and I also visited an elder care center in Pasadena in my district. I witnessed firsthand the life-saving, life-changing benefits of an inclusive care economy for our children and our seniors. Investing in an inclusive care economy could benefit my district and communities of color who lack resources to overcome the impacts of this pandemic. Let's invest in our most vulnerable with the American Families Plan. We can recover, si se puede, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
House Joint Resolution 27, joint resolution providing for the appointment of Barbara Barrett as a citizen regent of the Board of Regents of the Smithsonian Institution.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, I call up H.R. 1187, the Corporate Governance Improvement and Investor Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 37, H.R. 1187. A bill to provide for disclosure of additional material information about public companies and establish a sustainable finance advisory committee and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of the substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-5 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Hasenga, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1187 and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1187, the Corporate Governance Improvement and Investor Protection Act. H.R. 1187 is a package of bills designed to strengthen investor protections and require companies to provide environmental, social, and governance disclosures, known as ESG. And I thank my colleague, Representative Juan Vargas, for his leadership on this package. This bill provides investors with critical information on ESG matters by requiring public companies to disclose key information to shareholders regarding corporate political spending, worker pay, CEO compensation, climate risk, and country-by-country tax reporting, and provides issuers with clear, consistent standards to disclose this information. This is key information that investors have been demanding in order to make the best decisions on the short and long-term viability of the companies they are investing in. It is surprising that to this day, there are no explicit ESG requirements, and investors are left to piece together the story of a company's material risk with insufficient information. This is unacceptable. So I'm pleased that this package of bills will improve investor protections by holding public companies accountable and providing greater transparency. This package includes a number of bills authored by several hard-working members of the Financial Services Committee Specifically, Representative Juan Vargas, Representative Bill Foster, Representative Nydia Velasquez, Representative Sean Caston, and Representative Sidney Axney. Specifically, Mr. Vargas's bill, the ESG Disclosure Simplification Act, requires public companies to disclose certain ESG information to shareholders, as well as the impact of the ESG policies on their strategies. Mr. Foster's bill, the Shareholder Political Transparency Act, requires public companies to submit quarterly reports to the SEC on any and all political expenditures, including dark money. Ms. Velasquez's bill, the Greater Accountability in Pay Act, sheds light on pay disparities, helping to close the gender and racial pay gap. Ms. Axney's bill, the Disclosure of Tax Havens and Offshoring Act, requires disclosures that discourage companies' use of tax havens and encourages repatriation of taxes to the United States. Mr. Caston's bill, the Climate Risk Disclosure Act, requires disclosures that encourages companies to plan for the impact of climate change on their company. Each of these bills passed the Financial Services Committee with unanimous Democratic support. I would like to thank all of these members for their work on these bills, their contributions to the legislative package, and their leadership on these important reforms to protect investors and hold corporations accountable. This package is the right thing to do for investors and our markets. It's past time that Congress make ESG requirements explicit. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1187 and am opposed to the bill. With that, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my Democrat colleagues once again are seeking to hijack our securities laws to push left-wing political and social agendas, despite dressing it up as investor protection once again. Make no mistake, this bill will increase costs on publicly owned companies, discourage private companies from going public, and frankly, could encourage not only private companies to stay private, but even have and entice public companies to go back to being private companies. This is going to result in fewer investment opportunities for everyday American investors, also known as our constituents, who are saving for retirement, a college education, or simply looking to just build a better life. In short, this bill will increase the number of government-directed, mandatory disclosure requirements on publicly traded companies, which will increase compliance costs on companies and divert company resources that could have been used to create more jobs. Now, to be fair, this is a job creation bill. However, the only jobs created by this bill will be for special tranche of attorneys and corporate compliance coordinators and the occasional scientist. Not exactly what people and economists would call productive types of jobs. Under this bill, public companies would be required to disclose environmental, social, and governance issues, as well as, quote-unquote, climate risk. These metrics would be set by the Securities and Exchange Commission, not Congress. Descriptions of any expenditure for political activities and donations to political candidates or trade organizations by executives, these are duplicative of existing requirements, for example. The ratio between the pay raise percentage of the company's executives and the pay raise percentage of the company's median employee. This is in some ways duplicative of the mandatory CEO pay ratio disclosure that Democrats put in the Dodd-Frank Act, which itself is an essentially useless metric. And country-by-country tax and financial reports from multinational enterprises. This will upend the current country-by-country tax reporting rules overseen by the IRS. Let's be clear. My friends across the aisle are using the federal securities laws to implement their partisan wish list of social policy priorities. They're doing it through mandatory disclosure regimes that, at best, tangentially related to actual investment decisions. To be clear, if information presents a material investment risk to a publicly traded company, the company is, wait for this, already required to disclose it. That information is out there for those companies that have material risk. Materiality has been and continues to be the touchstone of our public company disclosure regime for more than 8 decades and has actually even been affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court. It has held the test of time, and we simply cannot just discard it to appeal to the Democrats' progressive agenda. Our capital markets are the best in the world, in no small part because materiality is the basis of our disclosure regime here in the United States. Yet, my Democrat friends apparently want to throw it all away for the sake of appealing to left-wing, quote-unquote, stakeholders. Additionally, H.R. 1187 will greatly expand the SEC's jurisdiction by requiring the SEC to promulgate disclosures on environmental, climate change, political spending, tax reporting, and foreign policy issues, among others. This is not the sweet spot for the SEC. It does not have the experience in any of these issues and is not the appropriate entity for determining these metrics or industry standards, nor is the Securities and Exchange Commission the appropriate entity to review and enforce such disclosures. The SEC knows how to regulate materiality. That's their expertise. They're not climatologists or climate scientists. They're not elected election law experts, and they most certainly do not know international tax law. That is the purview of the EPA, NOAA, the FEC, and the IRS. Furthermore, smaller public companies will bear the burden of additional compliance costs. This bill fails to account for the impact it will have on smaller businesses and companies, especially those who are looking to go public, or maybe I should say, were looking to go public. They certainly do not have the infrastructure or resources to spend on fixed costs of compliance like this. H.R. 1187 will result in fewer investment opportunities for American investors. It will discourage private companies from going public and encourage public companies to go private to avoid these burdensome new, non-material, and useless disclosure requirements. Sadly, this will hurt the everyday investors, our constituents, that the Democrats claim they want to help. In other words, this bill stands to harm everyone saving for retirement, a college education, or just looking to build a better life. This is just a bad bill, and I urge a no vote on H.R. 1187, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, our leader on this legislation, Mr. Vargas, who is the real sponsor of the legislation.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the Corporate Governance Improvement and Investor Protection Act. I particularly want to thank Madam Chair for your support of the environmental, social, and governance metrics. Your efforts have been heroic, and we appreciate it very, very much. When we talk about investors, we're not only talking about large, wealthy institutions. We're talking about teachers. We're talking about people that are working hard for their money. We're also talking about non-professional investors who have found in the stock market a way to build their savings towards, for example, home ownership, college tuition, and retirement. When we talk about investors, we're also talking about pension funds that hold many hardworking Americans' retirement savings. When a company engages in practices that put its business at risk, it also risks the funds these investors have entrusted with it. That is why the SEC requires public companies to disclose material information, meaning information that a reasonable investor needs in order to make a voting decision or decide whether to continue investing in that company. Mandated and standard disclosures of environmental, social, and governance, or ESG metrics, would provide improved insight into long-term business performance and areas of potential future risk. These metrics are material to investors and central to their protection. Together, I and my colleagues have worked to write such legislation that would ensure such protection. My bill, the first in the package, requires the SEC to mandate standard ESG disclosures. And my colleagues' bills require reporting on specific ESG metrics, and investors have been advocating for many years. I applaud Representatives Foster, Velasquez, Caston, and Axney for their legislation. Additionally, I want to thank Chair Gensler for his advocacy that investors' voices are central to materiality. I have to say, climate change is real, and we have to take it seriously. It's not a member of this House or the other House taking a snowball and throwing it and say, see, there is no climate change. Climate change is real. Look what happened in Texas this summer. They were begging for energy because they were not prepared because of climate change. They were melting snow in their bathtubs so they could flush their toilets. If you take a look at what's happening out in the West today, drought, the unfortunate reality that we face the risk of catastrophic fires, all of this is climate change, and it's about time that we take this very, very seriously as a country. Some companies already do this. They already disclose the ESG metrics. That's why it's important to have an equal playing field where all companies disclose. So again, I want to thank Madam Chair for your heroic efforts here. I want to thank my colleagues. And I urge my colleagues on the other side, take climate change for real. Accept that it's happening. It's real and it's catastrophic, and we must take it seriously. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from California's Waters reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, a leader in this issue, Mr. Hill, for 4 minutes.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Huzanga, for the time on the floor today. And I'd say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, we're not debating climate change here, Mr. Speaker. We're debating the proper way to financially disclose risks on financial statements of companies who may or may not experience impact from climate change. So no one's over here denying about climate. We're here talking about what's the right way to do this, and H.R. 1187 is not the right way to do climate disclosure on behalf of taxpayers and shareholders and employees of public companies. I've spent the better part of 4 decades in leadership in both public and private companies, and I've been engaged throughout those years in calling for quality corporate governance practices. I can say with absolute authority that mandating these disclosures as outlined in H.R. 1187 is not only not necessary, but will be expensive and lead to increased litigation costs. As my colleagues have already said, the information is already to be disclosed if it meets the materiality standard. The idea of materiality has been refined over many decades, and it what makes our capital markets the envy of the world. As Justice Marshall stated in a Supreme Court opinion from 1976, some information is of such dubious significance that insistence on its disclosure may accomplish more harm than good. If the standard of materiality is unnecessarily low, management's fear of exposing itself to substantial liability may cause it to simply conduct busy work for shareholders in an avalanche of trivial information as a result that's hardly conducive of informed decision-making. We articulated this letter in a letter to the SEC that my colleagues and I sent regarding their plans for financial disclosure. In that letter, signed by 22 of my Republican colleagues in the House, we outline our concerns about the SEC going far afield of its statutory mission to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. We also warn that the nature and scope of climate change disclosure rightfully depends on a particular company's business line and their carbon footprint. One-size-fits-all uniform mandates would be deeply misguided for an issue as complex as the impact of the climate over many, many years on individual businesses. This rings more true here at Congress. Congress does not know what's best for a public company. These decisions are best left up to the board that has already a fiduciary obligation to its shareholders to manage this kind of issue. Our publicly traded companies are responsive to shareholder engagement. Over the last 2 decades, they've dramatically improved their governance practices by increasing diverse independent directors and increasing their board's attention to the business judgment rule and fiduciary duty of care. Look at Procter & Gamble as just one U.S. iconic company. In 2000, their annual proxy statement was 56 pages. Today, it's 111 pages. Like the vast majority of public companies in the S&P 500, P&G has significant disclosures of ESG initiatives, their political contributions, and their sales around the world. Let's not make it more difficult for public companies. As policymakers, we should be promoting policies that bolster investment options for Americans, not limit them. This bill limits that. I encourage my colleagues to vote against the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my legislation, the Climate Risk Disclosure Act, H.R. 1187. I'd like us all to imagine for a moment that you had all of your wealth tied up in a single company and you knew that that company was on track to lose nearly 20% of their value thanks to a known and avoidable threat. You called the CEO and the CEO responded by saying, "We've got it taken care of, but I'm not going to explain how." That is the reality that the climate crisis is creating for our global economy. Swiss Re recently found that global GDP will reduce by 4% if we meet the Paris climate goals. If we stay on business as usual case, 18%. Domestically, the CFTC has come to roughly the same conclusion, estimating that for every 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature, we can expect a 1.2% reduction in annual GDP growth. That is material, my friends. It is a big deal. Those economic losses are due to the wildfires, droughts, blackouts, and superstorms that have already caused $500 billion of damages in the past 4 years. And investors understand this. The fossil fuel industry has spent 10 years slashing prices, and you know what? They're still losing market share to lower cost renewables and efficiency. ExxonMobil didn't write down $20 billion because they're woke. They wrote down $20 billion because the free market is beating them. Investors want to know how to reallocate their capital in response to that risk. They want to know how to allocate it to more productive uses. That's why there were over 140 climate-related shareholder proposals at U.S. companies during the 2020 proxy season. But we in this body have not done our job to protect those investors. Let us be very clear. When we talk about investor protection, every company in the world would like to have asymmetry of information. Our job is to make sure that if you love free markets as much as I do, as much as those of us on this side of the aisle do, then you have to make sure that they have full transparency of information. Right now, public companies have no obligation to disclose their exposure to climate-related risks, nor is there a consistent format for those disclosures. This bill would fix that. It directs the SEC to issue a rule requiring every public company to disclose its direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions, the total amount of fossil fuel-related assets it owns or manages, how its valuation would be affected if climate change continues at its current pace, or if policymakers successfully restrict greenhouse gas emissions to meet the Paris goals, and its risk management strategies related to the physical and transitional risks of the climate crisis. I want to reassure my friend
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I want to reassure my friend from Arkansas, the bill does direct the SEC to tailor those disclosure requirements to different industries to make sure that the burden is borne most heavily by those companies with the greatest contribution to that risk. When it comes to making this transition, markets are some of the most powerful tools we have, but efficient markets depend on transparent information. It is on us to provide that efficiency, to unleash the power of our entrepreneurs and our capitalists to create jobs and economic growth and to leave a better planet than the one we inherited. Only if we act. This is a win for capitalism, it's a win for consumers, and a win for the planet that we will pass on to our grandchildren. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to recognize a gentleman from Kentucky who has been an outstanding voice on these particular issues, and I yield 4 minutes to him currently.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Michigan. And I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1187. With all due respect to my good friends from California and Illinois, we've enjoyed a robust discussion and debate on this, what I would argue is a very important topic. The statutory mission, Mr. Speaker, of the Securities and Exchange Commission is to protect investors, maintain fair and orderly and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. Its mission, though, is not to reduce carbon emissions. Its mission is not to solve climate change. Now, those may be laudable public policy objectives, but they are best handled by the Congress or other federal agencies. This is simply not the job of the SEC. This bill is unfortunately the next episode in the Democrats' saga to weaponize financial regulation to achieve partisan social and environmental goals. Congressional Democrats in the Biden administration know that they cannot pass the Green New Deal and other extreme far-left policy priorities through a Democrat-majority Congress. And so they're corrupting an independent federal financial regulator to do their bidding. The majority claims that this bill is an effort to improve corporate governance, when in reality it is a thinly veiled attempt to open a back door to achieve their socialist wish list and cut off financing to legal but politically unfashionable industries that they despise. And the result will be higher energy costs for the American people, a regressive energy tax on the people in this country who can at least afford it. As always, the Democrats think that the government knows best and is better equipped than the private market to meet demand. They give no consideration to the impacts of significant cost increases, the bill's effect on retail investors, or the actual utility of the information they are requesting and its materiality for informing investment decisions. My friend from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, made this point, but the seminal Supreme Court case that defines the materiality standard was TSC Industries versus Northway. And in that majority opinion, Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote, and it stands repeating, if the standard of materiality is unnecessarily low, not only may the corporation and its management be subjected to liability for insignificant omissions or misstatements, but also management's fear of exposing itself to substantial liability, which may cause it to simply bury shareholders in an avalanche of trivial information, a result that is hardly conducive to informed decision-making. So this is not about investor protection. This is about weaponizing federal securities law to discriminate against law-abiding American energy companies. This is an effort to pick winners and the losers in the marketplace by the government. It's an effort for central planning of our economy. It's not about markets. This is about market distortion by the federal government. In committee, I tried to make a common-sense change to ensure the bill covers only material information so that investors aren't buried by that avalanche. The majority rejected my amendment, and this shows they are more interested in naming and shaming companies than providing useful information to investors. And Mr. Speaker, and my last point is this. The job of the SEC is to protect investors, but this bill would compromise investor returns by elevating non-pecuniary factors above and ahead of financial performance. How do we know this? Because fees for ESG funds are 43% higher than non-ESG funds, and many low-ranked ESG stocks not only outperform top-ranked ESG stocks, they outperform the market overall. We must not harm American investors. We must not harm American retirement savers by subordinating investor returns to promote non-pecuniary policy objectives like social justice, diversity quotas, and lower carbon emissions. Financial regulation should not be a tool for social change. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields, bounces time. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for putting together such an important set of corporate governance reforms, one that absolutely supports investors in this country, like our teachers who are involved in institutional investment for their safety and a dignified retirement. This package will absolutely give everyone more information about how companies are investing for the long term, and that includes my bill, the Disclosure of Tax Havens and Offshoring Act. Last year, 55 profitable U.S. corporations paid no federal corporate income taxes. Let me repeat that. 55 profitable U.S. corporations paid no corporate income taxes. I can tell you that's not what happened on Main Street back in my district in Iowa. They paid their taxes, and many more paid far below the statutory rate of 21%. It's not hard to see why this happens. In 2018, U.S. multinationals booked hundreds of billions of dollars of tax havens where they basically paid no taxes, including $100 billion alone in Bermuda. This costs the U.S. more than $50 billion per year in taxes. And beyond the damage that that does, which is extensive, it hurts all of the businesses who are doing the right thing, those that are on Main Street in all of our communities, including many small businesses across this country who don't have a subsidiary in Barbados just to avoid taxes. That's why last weekend, 7 of the world's largest economies agreed to end the race to the bottom and require a global minimum tax rate of 15% for our corporations. That's going to have a big impact on the corporations who've been using tax havens. But the investors and the public don't know which corporations are using these loopholes and where they're booking their profits. My bill will fix that by requiring disclosure of very basic information about a company's operations on country-by-country basis, including revenue, profit, taxes paid, and number of employees they have. This would take information large multinational corporations already have and give us much-needed transparency into the international tax avoidance strategies companies use if they're shipping jobs overseas. It gives us the information that we need, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert the following letters under the general leave provisions. June 14th letter from National Association of Manufacturers, a June 15th letter from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the June 16th letter from the American Securities Association, all in opposition to this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to recognize a new member to this House chamber, an outstanding member, Mr. Donalds from Florida, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hazanga. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. To full disclosure, I actually do not sit on the Financial Services Committee, but my career has actually been in financial services. I spent the last 17 years of my life working in banking, insurance, and financial services. So I understand the importance of protecting investors and ensuring fairness in the market, which is the mission, part of the mission of the SEC. In fact, it was so important to me that during my time in the Florida legislature, I introduced legislation that was designed to protect vulnerable investors, and that legislation has actually become law in the state of Florida. H.R. 1187 is inconsistent with the mission of the SEC. It does not protect investors. It is not fair or efficient. It is the exact opposite. It is nothing more than a government-run litmus test that politicizes the SEC and contradicts the very important mission of the SEC. Mandating public companies to disclose details that are not financially relevant or material is an abuse of power. Not to mention, we see companies who are willing to disclose this information on their own, and they're taking steps to address some of the issues that, my friends on the other side of the aisle might want to mandate. Just the other day, Ralph Lauren came out and they said that they were going to publicly disclose this information. It's good for them to do if they choose to do so. But this puts companies in a position to compete for capital based off of virtue signaling rather than the metrics that are relevant in capital markets. I asked my friends on the other side of the aisle, how does this move the needle for everyday Americans? Does disclosing diversity quotas and carbon emissions impacts, does that promote efficiency in the market? I know it does not, and it also doesn't promote capital formation in these markets. This mandate only promotes what we've seen from this Congress and the administration, an out-of-touch and misguided political agenda. This is nothing more than liberal fascism, yet another way to push a social agenda in our capital markets. This bill will essentially create good companies and bad companies and have their future be based off the opinions of the mob and not their business success. Just last year, we saw a company like Goya Foods come under fire for its affiliation. Come under fire for its affiliation, its president's affiliation with the Republican Party. The attempt to cancel Goya Foods failed, but it exposed the underbelly of the left's attempt to coerce companies into bending the knee to the extremists in the court of public opinion. In short, Mr. Speaker, this is a bad bill. It does not promote efficient markets, it destroys them. And it sets our financial markets into a place where we should not go in the United States of America. With that, I yield back. And thank you for the additional time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues, Mr. Vargas and Chairwoman Waters, for leading on these important issues. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill and my amendment that we'll be considering later today. My colleague from Florida just accused us of being out of touch. I wonder if he remembers that 2 weeks ago, the nation was out of gas. We were out of gas because of a successful cyber attack on Colonial Pipelines. And it is a daily thing. JBS Foods, ferry services, Metropolitan Transit Authority, the list goes on and on and on and on. So we were out of gas, not out of touch. And my amendment is simple. It just requires a straightforward, relatively moderate disclosure of corporations. Do you have a board member that understands cybersecurity? And if you don't, tell us how you're thinking about it. Tell us what your plan is. I'm hearing a lot about pecuniary interest. Let's ask Colonial Pipelines about whether there was a pecuniary interest in not having what happened to them happen. If you care about addressing this problem, we're giving companies a choice. Either tell us where your expertise lies or how you're going to deal with it. If you care about it, vote in favor of this amendment. Vote in favor of this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman,
An additional minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to submit for the record as well an article from the Wall Street Journal dated from 2018. California public employees vote against pension fund activism. And with that, I would like to recognize fine member.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 3 minutes, and thank him for his work on the Financial Services Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Huizenga. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1187. This legislation is just the latest attempt by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to implement a far-left social agenda, this time through our securities laws. Contrary to the principles-based disclosure standard that is typical of most material risk disclosures, President Biden and the Democrat-led Securities and Exchange Commission have advocated for a separate, standardized set of disclosure requirements related to climate risk and environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, concerns. This legislation would impose disclosure mandates that focus on costly, one-size-fits-all metrics rather than material, decision-useful information for investors. During the markup process, several of my colleagues submitted common-sense amendments that would have added an important materiality standard. These amendments would have required disclosure of ESG, climate change, or compensation metrics where there is a substantial likelihood that a reasonable shareholder would consider such a disclosure important with respect to making an investment decision. However, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to support including this simple standard. By adding these additional disclosure requirements to the already substantial list of mandatory disclosures for public companies, H.R. 1187 would also increase the cost of compliance for public companies, thereby discouraging private companies from going public. Further, I think it is important to point out that this legislation misses an opportunity to address China and its daily human rights atrocities. If we were serious about disclosures, not just a political agenda, we would be looking at security and democracy threats like those that the Chinese Communist Party and their state-owned enterprises pose. Bottom line, this legislation would add even more costly and confusing disclosure requirements, hurting everyday investors and discouraging initial public offerings, all while failing to include important national security protections. I urge a no vote on the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this legislation and my amendment with Representatives Frankel, Nadler, Spear, and Blunt-Rochester, which would require public companies to report on workplace harassment settlements in their SEC filings. The amendment is pulled from the Empower Act, a bipartisan bill I am proud to co-lead alongside Congresswoman Frankel and my Republican and Democratic colleagues. For too long, many employers have tolerated and even encouraged a culture of secrecy surrounding workplace harassment, writing settlements off as a cost of doing business. This amendment would shine a light on major employers that fail to protect their employees, improve transparency for shareholders, and encourage companies to ensure a safe, healthy, and productive workplace. This is an important bipartisan policy, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to the remaining time on each side?
Gentleman from Michigan has 11 and a half minutes. The gentlewoman from California has 16 and a half minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1187. This legislation would impose unnecessary and expensive compliance costs on publicly traded companies. Publicly traded companies are already subject to extensive disclosure regarding various risk factors under federal law. These existing disclosures must already reflect material climate change information, such as compliance with greenhouse gas emissions and carbon offsets. I'm concerned this bill would do little to provide information on how climate change would affect a particular investment, but would instead be used by activist shareholders with no real duty to a company or its shareholders to impose progressive political views on that company. The burden of these costs would fall largely on smaller public companies with fewer resources. The burden of these costs would again, I think, put this entire issue off in a different direction than where it should be. I urge a no vote on the bill. I would only benefit large incumbent corporations, while others may avoid going public altogether, limiting their growth. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record letters from California Public Employees, Retirement System, Public Citizen, the North American Securities Administrators Association, and Principles for Responsible Investment.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until the gentleman from Michigan yields back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a point of information for the chair, we have one more speaker, and then I would be prepared to close. Thank you.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, once again, the bill we've been considering today is puzzling for Republicans, as it probably is for a large number of my Democratic friends as well. On the one hand, the far left seeks to blame so much of what is bad in the world on large public companies. But then they turn around and claim that these same companies will see the light if they embrace extreme left-wing policies, if they disclose more of their activities in obscure SEC reports. Mind you, these are perfectly legal activities, too. But no serious member of the House can believe the world works like this. The far left wants to claim they're heroes, using the Securities and Exchange Commission to fight the scourges of our time, from foreign dictatorships to environmental degradation. But in reality, they're weaponizing financial regulation, and their support for this bill comes in the form of empty political rhetoric masquerading as sound corporate governance. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about politicizing securities regulation. Far from this fantasy land live the majority of House members who understand that there are actual urgent problems we can solve only if we work together to address them. Perhaps the gravest of these problems is represented by the goals of the Chinese Communist Party, which is perpetrating the great crime of our age against the Uyghurs and other minorities in China. Beijing is also working to stamp out the vibrant democratic culture in Hong Kong, hoping all the while that Congress will look the other way. If we are truly concerned by public companies who may be working with bad actors, particularly bad actors responsible for China's worst human rights abuses, then bearing their name on the SEC's website will achieve absolutely nothing. We need to ensure that they're referred to the Treasury Department so that we can impose sanctions. And that's what my motion to recommit will do. Under this MTR, instead of reporting on malign Chinese companies to the SEC, an agency that has long acknowledged its lack of expertise and, frankly, its lack of capability and interest in pursuing foreign policy goals, we will instead make sure that entities in corporate supply chains are flagged for the Treasury when public companies have reason to believe they're involved in atrocities in Xinjiang, from mass surveillance to forced labor and other violations of basic human rights. Companies will also be able to sound the alarm on entities complicit in China's assault on Hong Kong's freedoms, allowing OFAC at the Treasury to determine whether it can impose new sanctions. We must cut off offenders from the global economy until China changes course. We must rely on appeals to their bottom line, not their conscience. That is the power of U.S. sanctions. Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Financial Services to consider my amendment to H.R. 1187. My amendment doesn't pretend we can fight genocide and authoritarianism and mass detentions and mass surveillance and other human rights violations with meaningless rhetoric on corporate transparency, none of which keeps China's leaders up at night. There are over 1 million Uyghurs detained in China and over 100 facilities covering millions of square feet suspected as sites of forced labor. It is an insult to Beijing's victims to claim that disclosure, tweaks from the SEC, will stop this. Securities regulation will not stop this. Mr. Speaker, we can either pass half measures that we know won't work and then wring our hands later when the problem remains unresolved, or we can articulate what we want to target and take real action. The former is beneath the dignity of this House. Measly disclosures in securities filings, transforming 10-Ks from 100 pages to thousands of pages. That's not going to solve the problem. The former is beneath the dignity of the House. The latter is embodied in my amendment. Sanctions, OFAC, using the power of the U.S. Department of Treasury. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert my amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Without objection, gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan is ready to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure we're clear, not only with my colleagues, but to those that may be listening and watching today. Our side of the aisle has a couple of problems with this legislation today. First and foremost is the structure. Next is the content. And then third, we have to question motivation. What's the problem with the structure? Well, my friend from Connecticut talked about an issue that we have a lot of agreement on. And I say to him, amen, hallelujah. Let's talk about cybersecurity. Let's talk about how corporations are going to be held responsible for that. However, my colleague from Iowa is talking about corporate tax law and country-by-country tax reporting. Now, that might be a good issue, but it's the wrong committee. And I wonder to myself if Chairman Dingell, who chaired the Ways and Means Committee for a few decades, and my colleague from Michigan, would have allowed this committee mission creep. Actually, I don't wonder. I know exactly what he would have said. Hell no, this is in my committee. This issue is in the wrong committee, and financial services is not the right, proper place to be doing that. So let's look at the content of these bills. Well, we're not debating climate. We're not debating these social issues that need to be addressed. We are debating who is responsible for enforcing these. We're not debating the failures and flaws of humans. We're questioning whether we should have, who should be the enforcer of these regulations, and if they are equipped to do so. Now, not that long ago, before defunding the police was a popular item to discuss, the SEC was commonly called on all sides the cop on the beat. They were the cops on the beat who were the enforcers. They were the ones who were coming along and saying, we are going to make sure that there is no fraud as we protect investors. We're going to make sure that we have efficient markets. We're going to make sure that we are building capital. Well, here's the problem. They're not prepared and equipped to do so. And don't take my word for it. Let's look at President Obama's head of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Mary Jo White, who said, quote, when disclosure gets to be too much or strays from its core purposes, it can lead to, quote, information overload, a phenomenon which is ever-increasing amounts of disclosure make it difficult for investors to focus on the information that is material and most relevant to their decision-making as investors in our financial markets. To safeguard the benefits of this signature mandate, the SEC needs to maintain the ability to exercise its own independent judgment and expertise when deciding whether and how best to impose new disclosure requirements, close quote. She also said at one point that the Securities and Exchange Commission was not prepared to do enforcement on areas that they had no expertise. She was referring to conflict minerals. That was also part of the Dodd-Frank Act. So we've got a number of issues that are in this content. So earlier, my colleague, the chair from California, submitted a letter from CalPERS in support of this. Well, earlier, just prior to that, I had submitted an article from the Wall Street Journal where CalPERS had actually had a massive regime change. This is in 2018. Regarding this pension fund activism. And Mr. Perez, at the time, who was elected as president of CalPERS, said, quote, CalPERS has been used more as a political action committee than a retirement fund. I think the public agency employees are just sick of the shenanigans, close quote. Well, Hester Peirce, a commissioner with the Securities and Exchange Commission, recently observed, quote, when a pension fund manager is making the decisions to pursue her moral goals, referring to the person who Mr. Perez had beaten in that election, at the risk of financial return, the manager is putting other people's retirements at risk, close quote. And the danger is real. In 2016, a consultant found that the CalPERS fund beneficiaries missed up to $3 billion in investment gains from 2001 to 2014. The reason? A divestiture from tobacco holdings for political purposes. So I wonder if this might be why some of the motivation for those on the other side is that they want to cover themselves. They want to make sure that they're not open to the liability of retirees or others with a fiduciary being held responsible for bad decision-making when they use these amorphous, non-defined issues to make political statements rather than investment choices. So, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, what we have here is a problem, not just of the issues, but of the enforcement. And I believe that if we are asking the quote-unquote cop on the beat, the Securities and Exchange Commission, to do a job that is up to the streets and maintenance department, no one could expect that they're prepared for that. How can we expect that they are going to be able to do this? So with that, and including my opening statement where we looked at the disincentive to make sure that there are more investment opportunities for everyday investors, our constituents, I must remain opposed to H.R. 1187. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have left?
16.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker, this bill provides urgently needed investor protections by requiring the Securities and Exchange Commission to adopt clear, consistent standards for ESG metrics. Without the information required in this bill, investors are left with inconsistent information across companies and ultimately Unable to fully assess their investment decisions, investors deserve to know the risks they are exposed to with relation to climate change, political expenditures, and other important factors. We must make this right and take action to bring accountability to public companies. Some or all of the provisions of this package have been supported by Public Citizen, AFL-CIO, SEIU, the California Public Employees Retirement System, Americans for Financial Reform, the Council of Institutional Investors, United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, Americans for Tax Fairness, North American Securities Administrators Association, FACT, Coalition, Oxfam, America, Ceres, and Sierra Club, among others. And so, for years, investors and market participants have been demanding more and better disclosures regarding ESG matters, which research shows can have significant impacts on the short and long-term values of companies. For example, a report issued by the BlackRock Investment Institute found that companies that score high on ESG measures are better able to adapt to environmental and societal changes, use resources more efficiently, and have more productive employees, and tend to face lower risk of reputational damage and regulatory action. Matters related to climate risk, the ways companies invest their workers and further diversity, spend their cash on political expenditures, their global human rights records, their tax avoidance strategies, and how they invest in crucial corporate infrastructure such as cybersecurity are all significant and material factors in companies' short and long-term viability. Investors, who are the true owners of our nation's public companies, recognize the importance of this information to their decision-making and have been demanding this information for years. For example, in 2018, a coalition of public pension funds, asset managers, and others representing over $5 trillion in assets petitioned the SEC for rulemaking on mandatory ESG disclosures. Over 2,300 investment managers, asset managers, and service providers representing over $80 trillion in assets under management have become signatories to the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, which commit to incorporating ESG factors into their investment decisions. A group of 35 institutional investors representing over $6.6 trillion in assets formed the Human Capital Management Coalition and has petitioned the SEC to adopt rules to require issuers to disclose information related to their human capital management policies, practices, and performance. When the SEC solicited comments on political spending disclosures in 2011, it received over 1 million comments, by far, more comments than any other SEC rulemaking petition, and the vast majority of which were overwhelmingly favorable. And yet, SEC's efforts were stymied because Senate Minority Leader has personally insisted on statutorily prohibiting the SEC from even studying the issue. However, we are currently without clear, consistent standards for this information to be disclosed. Investors will continue to be left in the dark. It is time we give investors and markets the information they have been demanding for so long. And let me be absolutely clear about who we're fighting for. The other side has taken up the issue as it tends to want to protect these big public corporations from disclosures. It is for the American workers, the retirees who work their whole lives to save for retirement, for the public pension funds investing on behalf of our nation's teachers and our firefighters and other frontliners. We are fighting to ensure they have been given the tools they need to protect what they have worked so hard for, to achieve the American dream. And so I would urge all of my colleagues who are concerned about not only the retail investors, but concerned about the institutional investors who are responsible for these teachers and these firefighters and these others that I have alluded to, and their ability to feel safe and comfortable that decisions are being made that are in the best interest of the people who are invested in them. And so I would ask for an aye vote on this very, very comprehensive and serious legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in House Report 117-59 not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 4 of House Resolution 473 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Financial Services or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in House Report 117-59, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 117-59. But for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. This amendment is designed to highlight the impact that increased taxes have on companies and their workforce. Like many members of this body, I owned my own business prior to being elected to Congress. I know firsthand what it takes to make a payroll, expand your business, keep the lights on. Running a business takes the owner's blood, sweat, and tears to succeed, but it also requires capital. Heavier taxes can have significant impacts on a company's operation, certainly a company's access to capital, and their overall fiscal health. If we are to follow the premise of this bill that investors need the federal government to mandate the disclosure of immaterial information, then the impact of tax hikes must be included. That's why I'm offering this amendment. This amendment would require publicly traded companies that pay federal taxes to disclose the effects of any future U.S. corporate tax increases. Specifically, the company must calculate and disclose the difference between the amount in taxes it would have paid under laws in effect on 1 June 2021 and the actual amount paid after the taxes were increased. Additionally, the company must acknowledge in writing which president signed the higher taxes into law. Finally, the company must specify the decreased amount of capital that it now has to pay its workforce, reinvest in the company, or return capital to shareholders. So I do want to be clear. I am opposed to Congress forcing disclosure of immaterial information as H.R. 1187 would require. But if Congress is going to require companies to disclose other immaterial information, then it is only appropriate for Congress to require the disclosure of the effects of higher taxes. Requiring disclosures of certain tax-related information will not provide the whole picture, but without also looking at the impact of tax hikes. If we're forcing disclosure of all this tax-related information that we've heard the Democrats propose, then why shouldn't investors know exactly and plainly how a president's tax increase bill impacts the bottom line of the companies, those same companies in which they've invested their life savings? As our economy continues to recover from the pandemic, the public deserves to know how these policies, good and bad, would impact economic growth and their livelihoods. Since congressional Democrats are insistent in using this legislation to push their agenda on social changes and climate change, then I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, as it will tell investors a more complete story. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from California?
To claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30 minutes. 5 minutes, excuse me.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I strongly oppose Mr. Burgess's amendment. This amendment is interesting to me because Republicans have, without fail, consistently cited materiality standard both here on the House floor and in the Financial Services Committee as a basis to oppose very important disclosures. Republicans have argued over and over again that we do not need to enact any new disclosures because companies are already required to disclose any and all material information. But with this amendment, it seems their purported commitment to materiality has gone out the window so that they can bring attention to their massive tax cuts for the rich. In 2018, when the United States government should have been focused on growing the real economy for American workers, the former president pushed forward the largest tax giveaway to our country's largest corporations and executives in history. This government handout provided corporations and executives with $2 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways, saddling the United States government with debt. Make no mistake, these tax cuts did not go primarily to workers, but instead they went overwhelmingly to the top 1%. The year after the Trump tax cuts were implemented, public companies spent nearly $1 trillion in stock buybacks rather than investing in research and development, increasing worker wages, or shoring up their bottom lines to make sure they could weather times of crisis. According to the Center on Budget Policies and Priorities, Trump's tax plan gave the top 400 highest income taxpayers an additional $15 million per year. Compare this to the $2.8 million the average college graduate will earn in their lifetime. This amendment absolutely and completely ignores the harm done to hardworking Americans and focuses on alleged harm to the large corporations. This amendment suggests our nation's largest companies should not be paying their fair share while American workers are forced to pay for Republicans' corporate handouts. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of my time. Look, I'm not enthusiastic about Congress forcing disclosure of immaterial information, but if we're going to do it, then at the very least, we should be honest, and to the extent tax increases are going to harm the company's ability to invest in its workers and invest in itself, we should disclose that as well. Look, there was a time where corporate inversions were a big problem in this country. You haven't heard of corporate inversions since December of 2017, and the reason was because the Tax Cut and Jobs Act made it unnecessary for companies to take their dollars and their jobs overseas, so now those dollars and those jobs stay for American workers. after the passage of the American Tax Cut and Jobs Act, actual revenues to the Treasury rose. And had it not been for the imposition of the pandemic, those tax cuts would have been paid for because the Congressional Budget Office assigned a very anemic rate of growth to their projections when they cited the CBO score prior to that bill's passage. This is an important concept. If we are going to level immaterial information into a company's disclosures, let's disclose what happens when Congress applies additional tax rates to those companies as well. It's the right thing to do. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. It's the only thing that can make the underlying bill perhaps make a little more sense, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until the gentleman from Texas yields back.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
You have more. They have more. Hmm? Are you yielding back? Oh, thank you very much.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Burgess's amendment is a gimmick intended to distract from the important goals of this package. It insinuates that corporations should not be paying their fair share while hardworking taxpayers foot the bill. So I urge my colleagues to join me in rejecting Mr. Burgess's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is...
I don't agree with you. I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and the nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
What did she say?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 4 of House Resolution 473, I offer amendments en bloc.
Block.
Number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the amendments en bloc and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this en bloc package of Democratic amendments to H.R. 1187, the Corporate Governance Improvement and Investor Protection Act. These amendments include critical provisions offered by my colleagues, Representative Himes, Representative Axney, Representative Phillips, Representative Waxton, Representative Frankel, and Representative Meeks. These provisions strengthen H.R. 1187 by requiring public companies to disclose key information related to cybersecurity, corporate board diversity, human rights abuses, human capital management, and the ways companies are investing in and protecting their workforce. Investors, the true owners of public companies, need this information because of the significant effects they can have on the bottom lines and operations of the companies they are investing their hard-earned money in. Investors need this information to hold companies accountable. So I urge my colleagues to support these important measures, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
Madam Chair, I'm opposed to this amendment as an en bloc.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, let's be honest. If the original bill wasn't bad enough, Democrats' en bloc amendment completes the picture. With this amendment, Democrats are packaging even more non-investment relevant social priorities that only serve to feed protesters and dissidents with information to be used for naming and shaming companies. I had mentioned earlier that some of the bills in this package, we have some potential and possibility of working with each other. There are others that don't belong in our committee. Then there are other bills that don't make sense if we really truly are trying to protect investors from fraud and trying to build capital in our country, which is the directive of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Well, let's look at some of the specific information companies would be required to disclose under these amendments and how it benefits everyday investors. Take the Workforce and Human Capital Management Disclosure Amendment, for example. How exactly is a company supposed to measure and disclose in a comprehensible and comparable manner, quote, employee engagement and, quote, alignment with business strategy? Additionally, how does disclosing the company's policies relating to, quote, freedom of association and work-life balance initiatives, and, quote, help everyday investors evaluate the risks of investing in that company? My friends on the other side have been pretty adamantly opposed to Robinhood, but those that are looking to use Robinhood might actually like that work-life balance. That's kind of a millennial type of language that's being used in here. This amendment might as well require companies to disclose their policy on dogs in the office and whether their canine coworkers are purebreds or mixed breed types of rescue dogs. I mean, this doesn't have relevance and materiality to investors. It's also worth highlighting an amendment that requires American companies to disclose whether the company or an affiliate of the company directly or indirectly engaged with the entity or the affiliate of an entity regarding the importation of not only goods from Xinjiang, the Uyghur Autonomous Region, but also goods that have materials originally sourced from the XUAR. Well, this is a redo from last Congress, and now that Democrats have one-party control, their motives are clear. The bill requires companies to know if its affiliates are indirectly engaged with affiliates of certain companies. Put it simply, American companies would be required to disclose unknowable information and face securities fraud charges for any misstatements or omissions. Now, let's not have any doubt. This side of the aisle has been highlighting the Uyghur situation for a very long time, through bills, through amendments, through sanctions and advocating those, and holding China and the CCCP responsible. But again, under this legislation, they will violate the law for trying to disclose unknowable information. So why would a company want to go public under that regime? And how does disclosing such indecipherable information help everyday investors make more informed investment decisions? Now, just to make sure my Democrat friends don't twist my words, like I said, I very much care about the Chinese Communist Party's human rights abuses. We need to be focused on that. And I think many of the underlying concerns that motivate this legislation and amendment are important. But the public company disclosure regime is simply the wrong vehicle for addressing those concerns. The SEC's mission is to, 1, protect investors from fraud, 2, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and 3, facilitate capital formation. These packages of bills do not do that, and nothing in the SEC's mission looks remotely like enforcing foreign policy goals or labor law. Mary Jo White had pointed that out regarding the conflict minerals portion of the Dodd-Frank law. Once again, Democrats are more than comfortable with shoving the SEC into subject matter areas where they have zero expertise rather than getting the policy right. There are real downsides to this approach my colleagues are taking. Mandatory disclosure increases compliance costs. The more complicated and technical the information required to be reported in disclosures, the more specialized the attorneys and compliance experts a company needs to adhere to a law. And if I need to spell that out for you, that is money that companies cannot spend on its workforce, investing in their business and in equipment and in their wages, or returning money to everyday investors who have invested in those companies. Moreover, just to be clear, because my Democrat friends keep talking about how badly investors want this information, under the disclosure requirements in these amendments, everyday investors aren't the ones who benefit. Social activists, as well as compliance professionals, that is lawyers and accountants, are the ones who will reap the biggest reward under these amendments. We are helping the elite workforce with the bill and these amendments. Instead of helping investors participate in our capital markets and helping American workers, these amendments will leave everyday investors buried in disclosures that are at most tangentially related to investment. Meanwhile, smaller public companies with shoestring compliance budgets will have to delay raising wages for workers in order to reallocate that capital to hiring more lawyers. At its core, this amendment just heightens the key problem with the original bill. The additional disclosures will disincentivize private companies from going public, which will inhibit everyday investors, our constituents, from participating in our capital markets and will limit their choices of public companies to invest in. So let's not eliminate access and opportunities for everyday investors, especially when rich investors will still have access to investing in companies that have gone private or stayed private in response to these amendments. I think that's one of the things, Madam Speaker, that is getting lost in this. Those that have will continue to have those options. Those that are trying to build a future are going to get frozen out once again. And so for that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves that the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Chairwoman. In the last century, businesses have become much less reliant on physical assets and more reliant on their workers. In fact, virtually every business that I talk to says that the people are their most important asset. And yet we have minimal information about the employees and what we're doing to invest in our workers. So my amendment would address that by giving us more information from public companies about workforce training, pay, benefits, health and safety, and turnover and promotion rates. By the way, these are sets of data that are already being collected by most public companies. The pandemic, though, has only driven home how important it is for companies to make sure that their workers stay safe and healthy for their company's success. It's obvious that companies with workers that are more engaged and invested will do better, which is why investors want this information. My amendment would encourage better corporate practices by giving investors and the public information they want about which companies are truly investing in their workers. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the chair, I don't know how many more speakers they may have.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Back yet. I was making an inquiry. So if the chair has additional speakers, I would like to continue to reserve.
Madam Speaker, I do have additional speakers.
Okay. With that, I would reserve my time, Madam
Gentleman from
Speaker.
Michigan reserves.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized. And yields to the gentleman from New York.
Thank you.
Who's recognized.
Yes, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
I thank Chairwoman Waters for yielding and thank her for her leadership on the Financial Services Committee. And today I urge bipartisan support for H.R. 1187, including the passage of my amendment, the Improving Corporate Governance Through Diversity Act. As we continue these conversations around equity and closing the racial wealth gap, this amendment is a key component because it will empower investors with better data to drive diversity efforts in corporate America. And this is precisely because investors recognize that profit performance and inclusive governance are logically intertwined. That is why my amendment, and I want to thank Representative Chairwoman Maloney and Representative Torres for working with me on this. It seeks to enhance the SEC's current diversity disclosure regime by requiring public companies to disclose race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and veteran status on the boards and the C-suites. The economy, the American economy, cannot reach its full potential without fully redressing persistent barriers that have kept whole communities from being able to build
Gentleman's
wealth
time
and
has
share
expired.
and
I yield to the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. As you said, the American economy cannot reach its full potential without fully redressing persistent barriers that have kept whole communities from being able to build wealth and share in opportunities of prosperity. And I yield back, and I thank the chair again.
Gentlewoman from California reserves.
And I'll yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel. Right?
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will continue to reserve.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman
And now
from
yield
California.
1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Waters, for your leadership on this important issue here. And I want to highlight some language in this John Bonk amendment that is very important to the working women of this country. The provision requires publicly traded companies to disclose the number and monetary amounts of settlements and judgments in connection with workplace harassment claims. It's not only going to improve transparency and accountability to public companies, but it's going to provide incentives for them to foster respectful, safe workplaces free from harassment and to make sure there are consequences when workplace abuse occurs. Because here's the thing, up to 80% of women have experienced some form of workplace harassment, and there are serious implications that often result: physical and mental health problems, career interruptions, lower earnings, and enduring the kind of harassment at work can even discourage women from advancing their careers, which only it makes the gender gap wage worse. All persons must have safe workplaces to reach their full potential, and investors should know more about the workplaces they're putting their money behind. Transparency should add motivation to employers to keep their employees safe. And that's good for everyone. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I inquire as to whether the majority, the chair, has additional speakers, or is she prepared to close?
We have no additional speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker,
from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I will close at this time and yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, this was claimed earlier by one of the authors, is that that investors wanted this information, I believe was the quote. Well, I ask the question, if investors want this information as claimed, then they can bring a vote to the shareholders to require these disclosures. And evidence, Madam Speaker, would dictate and show that precious few of these types of issues have actually been brought to shareholder meetings where they are voted on. And in the rare times that they have, even fewer have actually been approved. So no, investors don't look at this information, they don't want this information, and they don't view it as material to the investment decisions that they are making. So you have to ask the question, then who is requiring or requesting this information? And I suspect it's more about appeasing social activists. It's not about the workers, and it's certainly not about the investors. This is about making sure that the virtue signaling that is required in today's corporate world, may I add, for large corporations, because there's plenty of small and medium-sized, even publicly traded companies that are bucking this, But for these large corporations who have massive, massive compliance departments, who have chock full of attorneys, chock full of CPAs and others that are going to work through this, and they're going to go hire their friends in the consulting world to make sure that they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's, that's who it's really about. And sadly, unfortunately, who ultimately ends up losing in that equation is the worker and the investor, our constituents. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields. Gentlelady from California reserves. Is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to join me in standing up for our nation's investors and workers to vote yes for these Democratic amendments. I do believe that Mr. Huizenga correctly described who they're working for. He just talked about how big these corporations are and how much they have to manage. And of course, prior to him, Mr. Burgess talked about, yes, the tax breaks and that they received. However, they should receive more tax breaks, and that they're worried about these corporations and their ability to comply, despite the fact they have all of the accountants they need, they have all of the personnel they need, they have all of the management they need, they have everything that they need to be in compliance. We're simply saying it is time for them to disclose information that the investors have been asking and begging for. And of course, they often refer to the retail investors, but the institutional investors must be included in this decision because they are the ones that are in control of the teachers and the firefighters and the workers on the front lines and all of that money that they're investing for them, and they've got to protect them. And the way that you protect them is making sure that the investors understand how to make good decisions based on information. If the big corporations, with all that they have to be able to operate, do not give them this information, do not have this information, do not share this information, they're at a great disadvantage. And so I would simply ask my colleagues to understand whose side we're on. We're on the side of the retail investors and the institutional investors who are handling all of the money of our frontline workers who are investing for their retirements. I would ask for an aye vote on this unblock amendments. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Turn to House Resolution 473. The previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair,
Madam
the
Chair,
noes have
I
it.
ask for a recorded vote. Madam Chair.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
With that request. We don't need a recorded vote on this. Thank you.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The en bloc amendments are not agreed to. Without objection, the motion.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Chair.
Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
To ask for a recorded vote. We're going to get this right in a minute.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
A recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Yeah, a little bit. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 117-59. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will,
unanimous consent it be considered as read.
the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the chairman. As I noted earlier in our debate today, I stand in opposition to the legislation in block offered by the majority, and that's why I'm offering an amendment that replaces the entire underlying bill with a study to be conducted by the Securities and Exchange Commission. The amendment would require the SEC to summarize and describe any inconsistencies in the methodologies related to environmental social governance metrics before they mandate any type of disclosure from public companies. My amendment will provide us with much needed information on the differences between the 5 or 6 standard setters, among many others, currently in the market. They all have different approaches and ways to measure climate and other ESG risks. This causes confusion, Mr. Speaker, and turmoil, both for the public companies trying to determine these metrics and issue their financials, and for investors trying to understand what's been disclosed. As we've discussed during the general debate, H.R. 1187 is a compilation of 5 different bills. During this amendment debate, I want to focus particularly on the bills offered by my friend, Mr. Vargas of California, Mr. Caston of Illinois. When we marked these bills up in Financial Services Committee, I pointed out that even though Democrats believe these bills are in alignment, as they both address the need for climate-related disclosure, they are in tension with one another. For example, Congressman Vargas's bill suggests that a disclosure system is sufficient by providing an annual report describing the long-term ESG strategy and ESG-related metrics, which presumably would include climate risk. On the other hand, Congressman Caston says that a disclosure should report the same metrics, but additionally needs to disclose the social and human impact of a company's actions, analyze how the company's reputation might be affected by climate, detail the board's oversight, and has a long list of statutory additions. The Democrats often say that we need to mandate measuring climate risk because this is science. But Deloitte & Touche reported that science has not agreed on the methodology for measuring climate risks. And even when companies try to measure these risks, the information isn't measured consistently, timely, and in a relevant way, increasing uncertainty. So with that, Mr. Speaker, let me reserve some time and yield to my friend on the other side.
The gentleman reserves. Who claims time in opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose the amendment offered by Mr. Hill. This amendment would gut the entirety of H.R. 1187. Bizarrely, this amendment offered by my colleague has an odd focus on climate change, suggesting that we need more study before the financial risk of climate change. Let me be very clear. Climate change is real. We cannot alter the Earth's orbit or the moon's orbit or click our heels 3 times and wish for climate change to magically disappear. In fact, the impacts of climate change are already apparent and are affecting global financial markets. Unfortunately, studies show that market prices currently fail to factor in the risk of climate change to the tune of trillions of dollars. Mr. Hill's amendment would also allow companies to continue to engage in legally risky tax avoidance schemes to funnel limitless amounts of corporate dark money into politics and to enrich CEOs while worker wages remain stagnant. This is precisely the information that investors want to know about, the companies that they own. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're not in Kansas anymore since we're using Wizard of Oz analogies, Madam Chair. To put a finer point on it, we're not debating climate. We're debating the right way to disclose financial risks for climate, from climate. To put a fine point on it, a report released by the Governance and Accountability Institute features a breakdown of all the Standard & Poor's 500 publicly traded companies that are currently disclosing climate risk and what standard setter they are using. The outcome shows that 51% use one company, 14% use another, and 5% use another. Vastly different outcomes. And in fact, the bill proposed by the majority dictates which one of those should be used, and it happens to be the one that only 5% of companies are currently using. So there are 5 or 6 of these different standard setters out there, and it's important for the Commission to figure out which one of these makes the most sense before we mandate in a rulemaking. Bogging down these companies with additional unclear, unwieldy disclosures just to prove a political point is not just unfair, it's expensive. It leads to increased litigation risk and hurts long-term capital formation. This is not how we should be operating as policymakers, and precisely why I'm offering this amendment to get the work done right up front before it turns into another government mandate. My amendment is simply good governance. It will replace the bill with a study of all disclosure frameworks related to the environment, social, and governance metrics, as well as those particularly related to climate that any public company may use when making disclosures to our investors, whether voluntarily or pursuant to a statute. And it would analyze the differences and conflicting factors between the reporting frameworks. This information is what we need in Congress, and we should be able to review it before drafting, let alone voting on legislation that will lead to a mandated new disclosure framework. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is simply good governance. It will replace the bill with a study, and I believe that's the right way to go. And I urge my colleagues to support this, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until the gentleman from Arkansas.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Hill's amendment would completely gut H.R. 1187 and would prevent investors from accessing critical environmental, social, and governance information that they need to make the best investment decisions possible and hold the companies they own accountable. I urge my colleagues to vote no on Mr. Hill's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. All time is expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, my amendment to this bill is very simple. It would ensure that this important legislation does not place undue burden on small businesses. In so many areas throughout my district, our Main Street businesses are just now finally getting back on their feet. They have faced unprecedented challenges during this past pandemic year. In fact, one small business owner in Auburn almost didn't apply for any federal financial assistance because she was so overwhelmed by the potential paperwork. Now, even before the pandemic, small businesses were bogged down with paperwork and administrative burdens, things that can be easily handled by a large corporation, but that really are too much of a burden and can put a Main Street shop out of business. When we implement this legislation, we should also understand what effect it will have on small businesses and make it as easy as possible for them to disclose this important information. That's why my amendment requires the Sustainable Finance Advisory Commission to study issues small businesses may face when complying with the requirements of this bill and order recommendations to ease regulatory burdens for these businesses. As we move forward in creating transparency for large corporations, it's important that we do so without creating burdens that could really hamper the recovery of small businesses. This is a common sense amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support its adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
That's all right, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. From the coast, we all look the same in the middle of the country. But I do claim time in opposition to this amendment, although I am not opposed.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the goals of this amendment, and I applaud my colleague from Washington. And we should be concerned about the effects of this bill and ESG reporting on small businesses. And I would say that this is a step in the right direction. However, I don't believe this amendment actually goes far enough. The ranking member of the full committee submitted an amendment to the Rules Committee that would have exempted small businesses from the onerous and unnecessary requirements of this bill. And sadly, that amendment was not made in order. I think that may have achieved the same goal in a certainly much more clear manner for the author. This bill will be particularly burdensome on small businesses that don't have the resources to pay all the expenses associated with complying with these disclosures, such as lawyers, accountants, and other ESG consultants. And I know the chair had mentioned that somehow my statements earlier and the statements of my colleagues were supportive of large business and their support of this. It's actually the exact opposite. I could really care less what the Fortune 50 think about this. I'm concerned about that bottom 50. I'm worried about those up-and-coming companies that are going to have those precious resources sucked into more compliance that, again, does not have relevance or materiality to investors, nor is it actually requested by investors. But this bill is a prime example of Wall Street versus Main Street, and I commend my colleague for fighting for Main Street with this amendment. And that being said, I am prepared to accept this amendment because I hope it will help small businesses. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues for his commendation on the amendment, and I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California, Chairwoman of the House Committee on Financial Services.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment offered by Representative Schreier that requires the SEC to work with the Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation and the Office of the Investor advocate to study the issues smaller public companies may face in reporting ESG disclosures and to make recommendations for the SEC to consider. Disclosures of ESG-related matters are critical to investors and markets, and it is imperative that public companies provide investors, the true owners of these companies, with this important information. However, it is just as important for us to ensure that public companies of all sizes are able to comply with these disclosure requirements. To address this, my colleague, Representative Schreier, has introduced an amendment that requires the SEC to work with the Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation and the Investor Advocate to study the issues that smaller public companies face in disclosing ESG matters and to make recommendations for the SEC to tailor these disclosure requirements to assist smaller public companies. Ms. Shire's amendment, along with Mr. Vargas' provision in H.R. 1187, will help smaller public companies by ensuring that the SEC is factoring in the unique issues that smaller public companies face, while also creating clear, consistent regulatory standards that reduce regulatory uncertainty, all while providing investors and markets with this critical information. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The only time remaining.
Does my colleague want to comment? I yield to my colleague.
Thank you. I appreciate that recognition. But yes, we continue to support your amendment and happy to accept it. And yield back to the
gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that is a common sense amendment to support our local small businesses. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair.
Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentlelady from California.
Gentlelady from California requests a recorded vote.
Vote is requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered, but pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are suspended. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in House Report 117-59. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment. This amendment proposes a technical...
First, the gentlelady has an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands.
Pursuant to House Resolution 473, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask to consume as much time as to use as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment proposes a technical change in Title V of this bill, the Disclosure of Tax Havens and Offshoring Act. To simply clarify, the tax jurisdictions includes either a country or a jurisdiction that is not a country but has fiscal autonomy. My concern, as the bill presently states, is that certain words used in that part of the bill will be highly problematic to U.S. territories, including my district, and our efforts to address very important tax policy issues that have arisen in the last few years. My amendment seeks to correct the bill's definition of a tax jurisdiction by by removing its words explicitly analyzing U.S. territories without the United States. While these specific words separating the territories from the rest of the United States would be removed, the rest of the language would be left as it currently exists in the bill. A tax jurisdiction would mean either a country or a jurisdiction that is not a country but that has fiscal autonomy. My concern with the language presently to explicitly distinguish U.S. territories from the sovereign United States in such a way. First, it would be inconsistent with the current structure of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, which this bill seeks to amend. Under that law, each of the U.S. territories are defined and treated as states. Secondly, it would be contrary to the position that the United States has taken in its deliberations with the European Union and the OECD. In response to blacklisting of U.S. territories in 2017 and 2018, a letter from the Secretary of Treasury to the Council of the European Union addressing this issue reads that, quote, "The United States disagrees with the Council's decision to consider U.S. territories separately from the United States. It would be more difficult for the United States to make this argument if legislation is adopted by Congress, lending credence to the argument that U.S. territories should be treated as tax jurisdictions without the United States as a whole. Importantly, treating the U.S. territories as separate tax jurisdictions distinct from the sovereign United States would also be inconsistent with efforts by the U.S. territories and making relief from tax increases intended for foreign tax jurisdictions that were unfairly imposed on U.S. territories by the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Lastly, I have concerns about the language at issue categorizing U.S. territories as fiscally autonomous. They are, in fact, legally possessions of the United States under the tax code to this day. One of the U.S. territories is currently in a state of bankruptcy. The U.S. Virgin Islands has no control over its income taxes and cannot sever itself from the mirror code tax system of the United States and has extensive and long-standing written agreements in place with the IRS requiring exchange of tax information. Thus, all I've requested with this technical amendment is that the bill language be slightly adjusted to remove words explicitly referencing U.S. territories as tax jurisdiction distinct from the sovereign United States. I believe this would be more fair to the sponsor of this measure because it would in no way impede the effort of its policy. The meaning of tax jurisdiction would remain as either a country or, quote, a jurisdiction that is not a country but has fiscal autonomy. At this time, I would yield time to the chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee.
How much time?
1 minute.
1 minute. The gentlelady from California is recognized for a minute.
Thank you. I understand that my friend and colleague, Ms. Plaskett, has raised some concerns about the treatment of territories in this bill, and I want to assure her that the staff has done everything possible in the bill text to ensure that territories are included in this bill and not treated disparately. The language in this bill is consistent with IRS regulations promulgated under Obama administration regarding country-by-country tax reporting, which were carefully written to ensure territories were not excluded. I want to make clear that nothing in this bill should be intended to suggest that territories are tax havens. In fact, I have worked with my colleague, Mr. San Nicolas, on this bill text, and we believe that the enhanced disclosures in this bill, which will include territories, should help encourage investment in the territories and hold corporations accountable for lack of investment in territories. And so I want to assure Ms. Plaskett that I take your concerns seriously, and I intend to work with you to make sure that what you are identifying as, perhaps incorrectly being defined as tax havens is an issue that I will deal with. And so I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. In closing, since I have the assurances from both the chairwoman and the committee that they will continue to work with us to ensure that U.S. territories are not treated as tax havens, but that we are, in fact, individuals that intend and continue to intend through our governments to pay our taxes to the Internal Revenue System and continue to be treated equitably as part of the United States. At this time, I withdraw my amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, Further consideration of H.R. 1187 is postponed. The Chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 49, an act to designate the National Pulse Memorial located at 1912 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806, and for other purposes.
Let him settle for. Where's this guy from? Does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 479 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 20, House Resolution 479. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 475, to amend Title V, United States Code to designate Juneteenth National Independence Day as a legal public holiday. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 479, providing for consideration of Senate 475, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, and 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to consider an important and timely bill, S-475, which parallels H.R. 1320, introduced by our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas. This bill would make Juneteenth a federal holiday. We are happy and not a little surprised to see that the Senate was able to quickly pass this bill with unanimous consent. It's not every day that one sees the Senate move more quickly than the House, and it's my hope that today the House of Representatives will be able to act with similar swiftness. Juneteenth, a portmanteau of June 19th, celebrates a seminal moment in Black American history, and it's well past time that our country recognizes the importance of this day by making it a federal holiday. While the Emancipation Proclamation outlawed slavery in the South, and the Civil War effectively ended with the surrender of the Confederacy in April 1865 at Appomattox, slavery did not immediately end throughout the United States. During the Civil War, many slaveholders migrated to Texas to avoid conflict and continued to hold Black Americans in bondage after the formal end of the Civil War.
On June 19, 1865, Union troops finally arrived in Galveston Bay, Texas, to ensure that slaves were freed, a full 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed by President Lincoln. Emancipation Proclamation was signed by President Lincoln. On that date, Major General Gordon Granger issued General Order No. 3, which announced that in accordance with the Emancipation Proclamation, all slaves are free. In the years following, Black Texans began to celebrate Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, Jubilee Day, and Juneteenth Independence Day. Over time, they developed time-honored traditions for celebration, including parades, cookouts, family reunions, prayer gatherings, historical and cultural readings, and musical performances. As Texans emigrated to other parts of the United States, those traditions came with them and became enshrined in Black communities across our country. Today, Juneteenth is celebrated by communities throughout the United States. 48 states and the District of Columbia recognize Juneteenth. It's time for the federal government to do the same. My own district in southeastern Pennsylvania takes great pride in its Juneteenth celebrations, from parades and flag raisings and picnics to musical performances and community gatherings. Our community will celebrate at dozens of events throughout the district this weekend. On a planning call this week for one of our local celebrations, a resident from the Eastwick neighborhood in southwest Philadelphia proclaimed, "Juneteenth is the holy grail of celebrations for the community because it represents America's true day of freedom." Upon hearing the news that this bill would come up for passage today, one of my staffers said, "As an African-American woman raising 5 beautiful children, it would mean so much to me to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. It allows people to reflect on what my ancestors had to deal with. It gives the history of how they fought and continued to fight as they pass the torch on to the next generation." And another community member just shared, "I hope this provides an accessible, teachable moment so people across the country can talk with their neighbors about why we need this holiday and how it helps to erase the erasure of Black contributions to our history and their humanity." I know that this move to make Juneteenth a federal holiday will mean so much to members of the Black community in my district, and I'm so excited to have the great honor of returning home to celebrate this weekend after we pass this bill. Juneteenth, like many of our other federal celebrations, serves as a day of remembrance, reflection, and a celebration of emancipation and freedom. And so as we consider the rule today and as we approach this year's Juneteenth celebrations, I ask my colleagues in this chamber to think and reflect on our nation's complicated history, the events that led us to where we are, and what we need to do to reckon with our past and continue to work towards creating a more equitable and inclusive society. America has historically failed to fully address the horrors of the abuse wrought upon enslaved people during the early years of our country, and to this day, we live with the long-term effects and consequences of slavery in America. Racism, both interpersonal and institutional, continues to plague our country, and despite monumental efforts from the Civil War to the Civil Rights Movement and beyond to get our nation to live up to the ideals proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence, Black Americans still face disparate treatment and disparate outcomes across our society, from housing and healthcare to education in the workplace. To move forward with the work of dismantling institutional racism that continues to disenfranchise Black Americans, it's essential that we start by looking critically at how we got here. If we all truly commit ourselves to striving toward a more perfect union, where all people are not only legally equal, but actually have a fair shot at achieving the American dream, we must recognize our current failings and take the necessary steps to end racial discrimination, the racial wealth gap, racial injustices in our social, economic, environmental, and judicial institutions. Now, some may feel that making Juneteenth a federal holiday is a purely symbolic act, but symbols hold power. Holidays hold power. While millions of Americans already celebrate Juneteenth and use the day to reflect on our collective past and future, this is an important step to formally commemorate a crucial part of our culture and history that for too long has been canceled. I look forward to working with my colleagues on other meaningful steps we can take to honor the legacy of enslaved people who contributed so much to our history and to address the lasting impacts of this cruel chapter in our history that still persists today. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania? Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I would yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rule before us today provides for consideration of S-475, a bipartisan bill establishing a national holiday on June 19th, known as Juneteenth National Independence Day. The June 19th date marks the date that Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of slavery and the Civil War. I'm honored to stand here with my colleague from Pennsylvania, as the Battle of Gettysburg, of course, took place in Pennsylvania, involving the largest number of Civil War casualties and marked the turning point of the war. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Keystone State played a crucial part in the Civil War. My state provided over 350,000 soldiers and sailors, more than any other state, any other northern state, except New York. Pennsylvania also served as a vital resource for military equipment and food for the Union armies. And as I already mentioned, the Commonwealth was the site of the war's largest battle, that of Gettysburg. So it probably comes as no surprise that Pennsylvania already recognizes Juneteenth. In fact, since 1980, 47 states, including, as I said, my home state of Pennsylvania, as well as the District of Columbia, have issued legislation recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday or a day of observance. Designating June 19th as a national holiday would increase awareness of education on Juneteenth. It would celebrate Black history and culture, and it would recognize the Americans who fought and died to end slavery. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to now recognize my distinguished colleague, the chairwoman of the subcommittee on crime in the House Judiciary Committee. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee is a tremendous advocate and leader in the fight for racial equity and an inspiration to many of her colleagues, including myself. Coming from the great state of Texas, she is all too familiar with the history and importance of Juneteenth for African Americans and for all Americans to recognize and reconcile our history. In Congress's past, Representative Jackson Lee has led the charge to recognize Juneteenth as a national holiday by introducing legislation to federally recognize this historic day. In the 117th Congress, she again introduced House Bill 1320, which I understand formed the basis for the Senate bill. And through the tireless work of her and her Senate colleagues, we now have the privilege of voting on this historic legislation. I again applaud the tremendous work of the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas. And with that, I yield 5 minutes.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
How humbled I am to be on the floor of the House with fellow Americans who can speak eloquently about the history that is so deeply seated in my history and the history of so many Americans. How honored I am, Congresswoman Scanlon, that you come from the great state of Pennsylvania that has a storied history. For some of us, we remember Gettysburg, but there are many other aspects of which I've had the privilege of visiting. And I always say to America, learn America. It's a beautiful place, but it is a historic place. To my friend from Pennsylvania, the manager and Rules Committee member, how honored I am to have you, a fellow Pennsylvanian in terms of the majority's manager, be on the floor today. You know full well the fight of the Union soldiers, and I'm sure that you have in your constituency or in the state descendants of those fights. I can stand here today to say that this, as I said, with Senator Markey, Senator Cornyn, Senator Smith, and my colleague of long-suffering Danny Davis, who began this journey with me, the act or the thought of racial divide crushes to the floor on this bright and sunny day as we bring from the Senate the legislation that I offered, H.R. 1320, in the form of S. 475, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, companion legislation to H.R. 1320 in the House. The House was the leader, although I'm always glad to embrace the dynamic leadership of the Senate. We have over 160 more coming sponsors, bipartisan sponsors. My good friend and colleague from Texas, Randy Weber, actually represents Galveston, and I want to share his name on the floor. But I introduced this to make Juneteenth a federal holiday to commemorate the end of chattel slavery, America's original sin, and to bring about celebration, crushing racial divide down to a point of unity to this earth. It is because of the perseverance, the strength of our mutual communities, African Americans, that struggle for equality. Now, it would be remiss if I did not at least appoint that slavery was real. These are the brutal backs upon which the whip went over and over and over again. Not only men, women, children possibly, as history recounts. The history is limited because it is slave narratives that I might very humbly and respectfully say those stories are in broken English. But I remember one where a woman slave said to a husband that had been either taken away or had been a freed slave to another plantation. She said, "Husband, come back. Come back. They're about to sell me and your children to different places." That is what this moment in time in history represented for us. But look where we are today. Look where we are. In the midst of what people have described as racial divide, we have now come to a place where we acknowledge the 47 states that have done a celebratory, unified, and multicultural celebration of Juneteenth. Let me tell you why just for a moment. Juneteenth is as significant to African Americans as it will be to Americans, because we too are Americans. And it means freedom. Juneteenth, June 19th, 1865, General Granger found himself on the shores of Galveston. Senator Cornyn and myself will be in Galveston this very Juneteenth. How coincidental. Can you imagine how short I am? I will be standing maybe taller than Senator Cornyn. Forgive me for that, because it will be such an elevation of joy. But we will be there for a historic celebration. But Juneteenth came in June of 1865, and shortly thereafter, in the next few months, the 13th Amendment declared slavery unconstitutional in the United States. I think it is important to read these words. These are the words of General Granger, coming all the way from Washington, D.C., of General Order Number 3. You know, we like legislation, but I will tell you, can you imagine all of the slaves who were not free? 2 extra years, they gathered around. They knew something was happening. Oh, there was no telegram, or there was no cyber, there was no email or tweets. Here it is. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the
Gentlelady's
executive
time has
order
expired.
of the United States,
I yield the gentlelady from Texas another minute.
Gentlelady is
Thank you.
recognized for another minute.
I thank you for your kindness. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This invokes an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection therefore existing between them becomes that of employer and hired labor. It is a day of freedom. I want to thank the Rules Committee, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole. I want to thank you for your commitment to bring this to. I want to thank Majority Leader Hoyer, Speaker Pelosi. I want to thank the Whip, Mr. Clyburn, the Chairman, Mr. Jeffries, and all of the leadership on both sides of the aisle that have brought us to this point. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask if my colleague from Pennsylvania has any additional speakers.
No.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my good friend and colleague from Texas, Sheila Jackson Lee, for the kind words of my home state of Pennsylvania and for recognizing the descendants of those who fought to end slavery, especially those in Pennsylvania. And additionally, I'd like to commend her on working on the House companion for, from what I'm understanding, years and years. So this is certainly it says volumes about the work you put into this bill. So I'd like to just thank you. Mr. Speaker, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, but it took 2.5 years for slaves in Texas to learn of their freedom. S 475 will finally designate June 19th as a national holiday and highlight the important history and contribution of Black Americans and those who fought and died to end slavery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I want to echo the remarks of my distinguished colleague Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, in mentioning Pennsylvania's history in this moment. I want to highlight Philadelphia's role in our nation's abolitionist movement, the Quakers, Lucretia Mott, who embraced that movement and pushed this country forward. The role of our residents in fighting and winning the Civil War and in being the birthplace of American ideals at Independence Hall. I hope that in passing this rule in the underlying bill, we'll take a collective step forward in achieving those goals, that all Americans are equal under the law, treated fairly in our schools, our workplaces, our courts, and our public institutions. Symbols hold power, holidays hold power. While millions of Americans already celebrate Juneteenth and use the day to reflect on our collective past and future, this is an important step to formally commemorate a crucial part of our culture and history. Mr. Speaker, I urge again that all my colleagues vote for the rule in the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back. All time has expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Kind of an anticlimax.
From the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote yes on HRES 479.
So there were yes votes as well. Speech states as they enter yes.
Right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRS 479. And as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on HRS 479.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on HRES 479.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H-Res 479.
So we've got somebody seeking recognition. Purposes, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw pursuant of H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on the rule for S-475.
Purposes, gentleman from Arizona, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Representative Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Barragan will vote aye on H.R. 479.
For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnes will vote aye on H-Res 479.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 479.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 479.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H-Res 479. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 479. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will
says Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on the rule. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 479.
To H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a no on the rule bill, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H-Res 479.
Harper Hall, see you tomorrow.
For what recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 479. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to
The lady from Massachusetts seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on the Burgess Amendment. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates from Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the Burgess Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the... Now, let me make it correct. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu votes no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Barragan will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote no on the Burgess Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the Burgess Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote no on the Burgess Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on the Burgess Amendment.
Texas. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 218. Without it, the amendment is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendment en blanc 1, printed in House Report 117-59, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en blanc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments number 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
The question is on the amendments en blanc offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeSaulier, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting no on the Waters en bloc amendments. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes to the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan, pursuant to HRA, I inform the House that Representative Barragan will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
Does what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote no on the Walters en bloc amendments.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates from Florida pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the Waters en bloc amendments.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Ms. Lawson vote yes on the Waters Amendment. Thank you.
No. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motions en bloc, on the amendments en bloc. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
State seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 211. The amendments on block are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 4, printed in House Report 117-59, offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates pursuant to H Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote nay on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designate for Mr. Troy Nels pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting yea on the Hill Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote nay on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8,
I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
You got it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the Hill Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the Hill Amendment. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Barragan will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on the Hill Amendment.
Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Hill Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
From Texas, seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yes on the Hill Amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote no on the Hill Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the Hill Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote no on the Hill Amendment.
All members. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 225. Without objection, the amendment is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 8, printed in the House Report 117-59, offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 117-59, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the Schreier amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier
pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
This is the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
Texas, right? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Troy Nels pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting yay on the Schreier Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yay on the Schreier Amendment. The member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yay on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that we vote yes on this amendment. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu votes aye on the Schreier Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas,
pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on the Schreier amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Barragan will vote aye on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gaetz pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gaetz will vote no on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on the Schreier amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Schreier Amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 380 and the nays are 47. The amendment is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amendment. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for disclosure of additional material information about public companies and establish a sustainable finance advisory committee and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Barr of Kentucky moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1187 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes, those have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote no on the motion to recommit.
I would have, thank you. Purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to reconsider.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the designated member on account of Ms. Kay Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a yay on the motion to recommit. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Barragan will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Troy Nels pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose of the gentleman from Arizona, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gaetz from Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gaetz will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu votes no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Hoyer will vote no on the motion to recommit. On this vote, the yeas are 207 and the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Ayes for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnas will vote aye on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
The gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1187. As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 1187. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, inform the House Representative Barragan will vote aye on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As member designated by Mr. Troy Nels pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on H.R. 1187. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu votes aye on H.R. 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawson votes yes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote no on passage of HR 1187. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HR 1187. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on HR 1187.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gaetz from Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gaetz will vote no on the passage of HR 1187.
Well, I got plenty of proxies.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H.R. 1187. As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1187. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 1187.
Vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 214. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman is recognized. Just the objection. Good. A motion to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 1187 is laid on the table. Purposes of the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, seek recognition.
Madam, I have a bill at the desk. Madam Speaker, I have a bill at the desk Bill S-475, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, and ask for immediate consideration. Right here.
The House will come to order. Legislative business having begun, the House will come to order. We ask members to take their conversations off the floor. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 475, an act to amend Title V, United States Code, to designate Juneteenth National Independence Day as a legal public holiday.
Pursuant to House Resolution 479, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on S-475.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Today, I rise in strong support of S-475, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act. I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, for introducing the House companion bill, H.R. 1320, which has over 170 co-sponsors. This bill would establish Juneteenth, which is celebrated on June 19th, as a federal holiday. Our federal holidays are purposefully few in number and recognize the most important milestones in our country's history. I cannot think of a more important milestone to commemorate than the end of slavery in the United States. At the end of the Civil War in 1865, hundreds of thousands of people remained enslaved despite the Emancipation Proclamation being issued nearly 2 years earlier. On June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger traveled to Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order No. 3, which declared that all slaves are free. That's when 250,000 enslaved individuals in Texas finally learned that they were free. The celebration that they held in Galveston on that day is the basis for the Juneteenth celebrations today. Juneteenth is considered the longest-running African-American holiday, marking the end of slavery in the United States, and it has been celebrated across the nation for over 150 years. First known as Jubilee Day, Juneteenth is marked by food, music, fellowship. These celebrations honor freedom, recognize life, and uplift the complex history and the beautiful culture of the African American community. 47 states and the District of Columbia have made Juneteenth a public holiday, including my own state of New York. While millions of Americans have celebrated this important day for generations, the federal government has failed in its responsibility to recognize its significance. Today, we can change that. It is often said that those who do not remember their past are doomed to repeat it. If we want to confront the sins of slavery and move forward towards a more equitable, fair, and free society, it is incumbent upon us to recognize not only our past evils, but the moments of triumph over those evils. Making Juneteenth a federal holiday is a crucial step in remembering our past, and it will undoubtedly help us build a better future. I want to thank Senator Ed Markey for his longtime leadership on this bill. As a result of his hard work, yesterday the Senate unanimously passed S-475 to make Juneteenth an official federal holiday. Democrats and Republicans passed it unanimously. Senator Cornyn, a conservative Republican from Texas, stated, and I quote, "The freedom of all Americans, and Texas celebrates every Juneteenth, should be celebrated all across the nation. The passage of this bill represents a big step in our nation's journey towards equality," end quote. In this time of increasing partisanship, the senator's strong support speaks to the importance and urgency of this bill. And I also want to thank again my good friend Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who has been advocating for Juneteenth to be a federal holiday for over 12 years. This bill would not be possible without her steadfast support and hard work. It is now our responsibility to swiftly pass this bill and finally enshrine this important celebration in national law. As we strive toward a more perfect union, it is critical that we acknowledge the national significance of Juneteenth. This day not only honors the past and celebrates the present, but it offers an opportunity to reflect upon ways to create an even more just society. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this vitally important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Juneteenth is an important day, and remembering and celebrating the emancipation of African Americans in the United States is certainly worthy of commemoration. All Americans should celebrate our fights for freedom. It's a fitting tribute, first celebrated in the state of Texas, to commemorate the day in 1865 when President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was recognized in that state. I do plan to vote in favor of this bill that passed unanimously in the Senate yesterday. However, I would be remiss if I did not discuss the procedure leading up to consideration of this legislation. Just a few mere hours ago, the Committee on Oversight and Reform, which has jurisdiction over federal holidays and the federal workforce, learned that this legislation would be taken up today. Our committee's job is to ensure the efficient and effective operation of the executive branch agencies. Unfortunately, we have not had ample time to consider the effects of granting the entire federal workforce another day off work. And we do not know what effect, if any, this bill will have on federal programs and missions that our government delivers to the American taxpayer each day. For instance, due to the rush process, we do not yet have an estimate from the Congressional Budget Office of how much this bill will cost. I know my friends on the other side of the aisle have never really been concerned about the cost of a government program, but the people on this side of the aisle and the American taxpayers have a concern about the cost of legislation that we pass on the floor of the House of Representatives. According to 2014 analysis by President Obama's Office of Management and Budget, it cost federal taxpayers $660 million in payroll and holiday premium costs when federal employees were given an extra holiday on the day after Christmas that year by executive order. Because we are not following regular order, which would have included a legislative hearing and committee markup, we do not fully understand the impacts of this new federal holiday and the true costs of lost productivity. Nevertheless, I thank my colleagues for the time to speak on this historical legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished Speaker of the House, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, for 1 minute.
Distinguished Speaker of the House is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the recognition. I commend our distinguished chair of the core committee in the Congress for bringing this important legislation to the floor within 24 hours of it passing the Senate. It's a pretty exciting, historic day, and I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your sponsorship of this legislation for such a time. Madam Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues in the spirit of joy and pride as the Congress passes this legislation to declare Juneteenth a national holiday. With this step, Congress is ensuring that one of the most momentous events in our history, which has been celebrated by millions, particularly Black Americans, for 150 years now, is officially recognized, that it is enshrined in our history books, and it takes its place of honor in our nation. Juneteenth is a beautiful and proud celebration of freedom for Black Americans. It marks the day 2 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, when Major General Gordon Granger and Union soldiers delivered the news of liberation in Galveston, Texas, not far from the district you represent, Madam Speaker. That day, General Granger conveyed the declaration that all are free, with an absolute equality of rights and rights of property. And I know that Texas' special place in our nation's history is cherished by its delegation, especially, as I mentioned you, Madam Speaker, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, representing Houston. Thank you for being the author of the legislation, the House companion of S-475. Thank you to the Congressional Black Caucus, your distinguished chair, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio, to the Texas delegation and all members who have worked for this official recognition over many years, including Representative Danny Davis. Thank you also to Oversight Committee Chair Carolyn Maloney. Thank you, Madam Chair. We salute Senators Ed Markey and John Cornyn leading in the Senate and congratulate them on yesterday's passage of S-475 without objection. And let me salute the activists and leaders who carried this fight to this day, including the late Dr. Ronald Myers. For decades until his passing, Doc Myers led the campaign to make Juneteenth a national day of observance. Over the past century and a half, Juneteenth has evolved into a day not only of celebration, but of reflection. This day reminds us of a history much stained by brutality and injustice, and it reminds us of our responsibility to build a future of progress for all, honoring the ideal of equality that is America's heritage and America's hope. I feel very honored to be here with the Black Caucus, as I mentioned already, to speak on behalf of this legislation. I thank them for making this day possible. I also had the honor of traveling with them to Ghana a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, at the end of July, as we observed the 400th anniversary of the first slaves coming to America. John Lewis was with us on that trip to go to the door of no return, which is now the door of return as it urges people to come back. 400 and almost 2 years ago, the first slaves were pushed from Africa into dungeons, which were deadly, onto slave ships with their death ships to come across the ocean to a place where they would be enslaved for hundreds of years. It challenges the conscience of the world, and certainly to America, to even think about what happened to people in our country over that period of time. But to be there with the Black Caucus was a very, very special honor, and to see the connection between that door of no return in Ghana and the connection to our members of Congress on the floor of this House today, serving with such dignity and pride. We know that the fight against racism and toward equality has far to go. But it's a fight that continues with a renewed sense of urgency all the time, now sparked by the murder of George Floyd and so many others. We salute Congresswoman Karen Bass as she continues negotiations on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which now must become law. As we fight for its passage, the Democratic House remains committed to real effective action to advance justice, fairness, and opportunity for all. That is the purpose of our Black Caucus in this Congress. The Black Caucus is the conscience of the House of Representatives. And with that, I urge a bipartisan vote on this important legislation and thank all members who have led this effort, which strengthens America. I hope we can have, again, a strong bipartisan vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from lady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, today the House moves to establish June 19th as the Juneteenth National Independence Day, a national holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. June 19th marks the day Union troops arrived in my district in Galveston, Texas. I wasn't alive back then. Let me get that out there. In the heart of what is now the 14th Congressional District of Texas, the Gulf Coast of Texas. Those troops arrived to announce and enforce the Emancipation Proclamation. On that day, General Gordon Granger delivered the news of President Abraham Lincoln's proclamation, which had abolished slavery more than 2 years before on January the 1st, 1863. That was his intent. It was the law, and it should have been done, but we had a ways to go, didn't we, to abolish slavery? We really did. The abolition of slavery was a key milestone toward fulfilling our founders' promise, underwritten by the self-evident truths of natural law that all humans are created equal and should enjoy the same protections under the law. Ingrained in Texas culture, my great Texas, this special day has already been recognized. The chairwoman eloquently spoke about in 47 of the 50 states here in the United States, and it's long overdue to be recognized as a federal holiday. I've been working on it myself several years with my friend Sheila Jackson Lee and John Cornyn and others. This year's celebration should be rooted in the works of repair we have done and still need to do and will continue to do, Lord willing, as a country that has endured periods of racial tension which have tried to divide our people. Let it not be so. As Abraham notably quoted the Bible, he said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." Our country can and should, and Lord, I will say will, unite beyond the divisions that we have faced, and this is a long way toward that. The forces that try to divide our nation will not prevail as we stand firm in our identity as Americans. We are a people refined through the trials of fire and made stronger and stronger than ever. Juneteenth reminds us of the freedom so bravely defended by many, many Americans, and it encourages us to remain steadfast in the good fight against division, and it also reminds us we have a ways to go. A house divided cannot stand. That is absolutely true. But a house that is united is unshakable. Mr. Speaker, this is a step toward that unification. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I now, with joy, recognize the gentlelady from Texas, the author of the companion to the Senate bill, Representative Jackson Lee, for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, the author of the bill, is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman from New York for her courtesies. Mr. Speaker, it has been a long journey. It has not been yesterday, the day before, or last month, or a few years before. One could argue that it's been 12 years in this floor of the House. So many people have been involved. Danny Davis, my colleague in the United States Senate, Senator Cornyn, Senator Markey, Barbara Rose Collins some 25 years ago with a resolution, and others unnamed. Organizations across the nation and some international. It's been a long journey. It has not been an easy journey. And when we stand here today, we should be reminded of the fact that there were people who continued to experience the whips of a whip for 2 more years, even as Abraham Lincoln stood in the shining sun in the aftermath of Gettysburg to unite the Union and proclaim the slaves free in 1863. Just a few years ago, I had the privilege, the teary privilege, of being midnight in the National Archives looking at that document. And then, of course, it took 2 years for General Granger to get to Texas. But in that 2 years, we realized that tragedy continued and brutality continued, even into the 20th century. But today, I salute the miraculous coming together today of the miraculous coming together today of the House leadership, the Speaker, the Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, Chairman Jeffries, and others that brought this to the floor through a rule, Chairman McGovern, then a debate, then, of course, here we are today. It's a long journey, but here we are. So I am grateful, as I said earlier, that racial divide has fallen out of the sky and we are crushing it to the earth for this day, for the Juneteenth holiday. H.R. 1320 was a bipartisan bill with over 166 sponsors, and as well now S475. We're delighted to note that the President will sign this bill. When the words of General Granger were said, the people of Texas and other places are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the executive, all slaves are free. And then in the same year, the 13th Amendment was passed. This bill and this day is about freedom. At Gettysburg, that is what President Lincoln said in 1863, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom. Why can't we continue in this pathway as we push the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, as we come together on the Voting Rights Act, as we realize that there is another path for America to take, that my freedom is your freedom, and your freedom is my freedom. Yes, slaves suffered continuously. Even in the 20th century, they were hung. But yet we have a time today, miraculously, to be able to debate and vote on the floor of the House. Diverse persons can stand and join this. And so I want to offer to my colleagues, be reminded that this has been a long journey. There have been mountains and valleys, but we stand here today free to vote for the Juneteenth Independence National Day, a federal holiday for America. Freedom is now. I yield
Thank you,
back.
Ms. Jackson-Lee. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the holiday and in objection to the means by which the Democrats have brought this to the floor. It's just wrong that this holiday, which should be recognized, the arguments against it are vacuous. A CBO score is not real because it doesn't recognize the productivity of Americans during a holiday week in anticipation of the holiday and increased productivity after the holiday, and it doesn't recognize the positive impact of the economy by those that celebrate the holiday and the money they spend. So the CBO score is not an argument. We support the holiday, but why would the Democrats want to politicize this by co-opting the name of our sacred holiday of Independence Day? Why would it not be named the Juneteenth National Emancipation Day? Why would we want to inject conflict about this? I don't understand this body and the way it moves forward, contrary to the best interests of the American people. We all support the holiday. I'm voting in support of the bill, but the objection, and my Democrat friends know this, the objection would be to the naming of the bill. And where would that have been confronted? In committee. But this bill was not brought through committee, was it? It was brought directly to the floor for a vote. A trap set by my Democratic colleagues for conservatives on this side of the aisle that they knew would object to the naming of this bill. and the co-opting of our Independence Day, and they did not bring it through committee where we could have this conversation legitimately and for the historical record. Everyone on Oversight Committee, we have jurisdiction over national holidays. We would have wanted to speak on this. We would have wanted to offer amendments. Did that happen? No. Were our amendments accepted? No, because this was brought directly to the floor. That's what's wrong about this body. That's what's wrong about this bizarre realm of Washington, D.C. And despite that, we're going to support the bill, and I'm going to support the bill because I support the holiday and I support the black communities, my black brothers and sisters, Americans all. They've been celebrating this holiday for 100 years. What's wrong with that? It's recognized by most states in the Union. This legislation just brings the federal government more in alignment with the sovereign states, which as a constitutionalist I certainly support. But I object for the historical record, since there was no committee activity. I object on the floor this day to the process that Democrats used to bring this bill to the floor and the name by which it is entitled. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I recognize the gentleman from Maryland and a member of the Oversight Committee, Representative Mfume, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act and to recognize and honor a day that symbolizes freedom for all African ancestred Americans. My thanks to my colleague, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, for taking the lead on this important legislation and for doing the hard work to put the imprimatur of the United States Congress on this day, a day that means so much to so many. As an original co-sponsor of the legislation, I'm proud to say that once again we are at the doorstep of history, and to finally acknowledge that history in a new light. Juneteenth is a reminder that we must continue to move forward in honor and in recognition of ourselves, our families, our neighbors, and the nameless and faceless generations of African Americans that we will never know. Their plight and this history is all captured in the words of the poet Langston Hughes when he wrote, "I too sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to the kitchen to eat when company comes, but I laugh and I eat well and I grow strong. Tomorrow I will be at the table when the company comes, and nobody will dare send me to the kitchen then, for they will see how beautiful I am and be ashamed, for I too am America." Madam Speaker, I urge passage of this National Juneteenth Independence Act and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas, a fellow Texan, is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. I thank Madam Speaker, and I applaud the work by the Speaker, my colleague from Texas, on her work on this important recognition. And the gentlelady, the Speaker, knows that we've discussed on the floor some of the concerns that I have that I share with my colleague from Louisiana. I wish, because I do believe that there'll be some division that comes out of embracing this so quickly rather than running it through committee, by embracing a name that is going to be seen as conflicting with or correlated with or something with our July 4th national independence recognition. And I understand, and it's been referred to as Independence Day over the years, and I understand that. I understand why. I think for purposes of recognition by the United States government, it would be my preference, and I would offer an amendment if such things were ever done on the floor of this body. It's not, which is a sad state of affairs for the people's house. We literally never amend anything on the floor of this body. I would offer an amendment embracing the recognition of this important day, June 19th, 1865, and what that meant for the actual end to slavery. And obviously, we then passed the 13th Amendment, I believe, later that year in December. That's from memory. That's right. And I think it would be important, and I believe, and it's been often referred to in our history as Jubilee Day, as Emancipation Day, as Freedom Day. I would be amenable to any of those names. I don't believe that the title National Independence Day, I think, works. And I would prefer that we just have a debate on that. I wish we'd have done that in committee. So I agree with the gentleman from Louisiana that it would have been preferred that we have that ability to do that, and that we should remember why regular order matters. As I told the speaker, the gentlelady, earlier, I would prefer that we have this be unanimous, and I'm afraid it's not going to be unanimous. I mean, it'll go past, and it'll pass overwhelmingly. And it's good that we will pass it and that this day will be commemorated, as it should, as we've been commemorating in Texas for a long time. But it would be my strong preference, and I just wish this body, I wish we could get back to a time where we could just sit down and work together when we have these minor differences, because I believe if we did, we really would probably pass this unanimously. There might be one or two who'd vote no because of the 660 million or whatever people would say, but we recognize the importance of the day, and I would just implore my colleagues going forward that on all of these issues, particularly where there's so much agreement, that we would find a way to come together to be able to hash out some of these differences so there could be a more unanimous belief and buy into what we're doing. But with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina and Democratic Whip, Representative James Clyburn, for 5 minutes.
Distinguished Democratic Whip, Mr. Clyburn is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the lady for yielding me this time. Thank you very much. I do have some prepared remarks here, which I don't tell my staff that I'm not going to use them. I want to speak just a little bit about what I just heard and what I think some of our challenges are in this great country of ours. And it is a great country. Does not need to be made great again. Our problem is making this greatness accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. And I think one of the ways that we do that is to recognize that we have a shared history in this country, but it's a history that is spotted with a lot of inequities, inequalities, and a lot of things that we ought to be about the business of working to try and level off the so-called playing field. And one of those, I think, is really about the ability to communicate. When we talk about Juneteenth, I often equate the history of Juneteenth with our country's inability to communicate. Because after the Emancipation Proclamation signed by Abraham Lincoln in 1862 to be effective January 1, 1863, freeing all the slaves in the former the Union states, former slave states not under Union control. Now, when that happened, there was a big meeting down on the banks of a river in Beaufort County, South Carolina, near Port Royal. 4,000 slaves came to listen to General Saxton read the Emancipation Proclamation. On that day, they were freed. However, it was June 19th, 1865, 2.5 years later, before it was communicated to those who were enslaved in Texas. The failure to communicate kept them in slavery for another 2.5 years. the failure to communicate is what seems to keep us from coming together as one people today. If we learn the lessons of history, as George Santayana once said to us, when we learn the lessons of history, we are bound to repeat them if we don't. So I would hope that as we turn this piece of legislation into law and create a national holiday for Juneteenth, I hope we'll keep a couple of things in mind. It's not lost on me that this building that we all meet in was built by slaves. And one of the little-known facts was a man named Philip Reed, who was enslaved in Charleston, South Carolina, and who came after being bought to Washington, D.C., worked in the foundry. And the statue on top of this building, Lady Liberty. When the foundry made the statue of Lady Liberty, they couldn't get it up on top of the building. All of those learned people who had been free all of their lives could not figure out how to get that statue on top of this building. Philip Reed, enslaved, figured it out. And he showed them how to get that statue on top of this building. He was able to communicate some lessons that only he could teach, though he was unlearned. In fact, it was against the law to even teach him to read. And his name was Reed, spelt a little differently, but it's his name. Now, I would hope that we would pass this law. I suspect we won't do what the Senate did and did it unanimously, though I think it will be a tremendous demonstration of unity for every one of us to vote to pass this law recognizing June 19th as a national holiday. Madam Speaker, I reluctantly yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The bill before us rightly commemorates June 19, 1865, the day Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, announcing the end of the Civil War and the formal end of slavery. It is effectively Freedom Day for the last enslaved Americans. Of course, that was only in law. In practice, America failed to secure the blessings of liberty for those formerly enslaved Americans. Instead, when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the assassin effectively muted Reconstruction. Leaders like Pennsylvania Congressman Thaddeus Stevens rightly called for a much more aggressive Reconstruction, but he failed to persuade his colleagues. The long struggle in defense of freedom is part of America's history. At our founding in the Declaration of Independence, our founders eloquently stated that all people are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Winning the Revolution offered the potential for leaders like John Adams to rightly persuade their colleagues to end slavery, but they failed. Their failure set the stage for the Civil War, and the failure to complete Reconstruction meant 100 years of Jim Crow and separate but equal that continued into my dad's lifetime. America's failure to rightly recognize our painful and often unjust history have meant ongoing division, open wounds that continue to fester. So today, let us not fail to persuade our colleagues. Let us recognize this holiday. It should, however, be known as Freedom Day or simply Juneteenth, not National Independence Day, which recognizes the Declaration, not freedom, but the Declaration of Independence. I hope we can correct that in the future, but let's not allow perfect to become the enemy of this good bill. I urge its passage, and I yield.
Back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Gentlewoman from Michigan and a member of the Oversight Committee, Representative Tlaib, for 2 minutes.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful colleague, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, for this amazing, incredible effort, and for me to be here and to actually witness this is an honor. The passage of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act is long overdue recognition for generations of pain and suffering of our Black communities. This comes at an important time, Madam Chair. Across the country, we are seeing efforts to eliminate the teaching of our country's history, like the injustices of slavery, from being taught in our own schools. This national holiday will serve a powerful reminder that we cannot run from our past, that we must educate future generations of all of our history, no matter how many want to delete it or to whitewash it. It is important to note, Madam Chair, that this is just a minor step, far from really truly addressing the ills of our country. We must go further. Colleagues, we must go further. We must pass the From For the People Act to H.R. 40, which is the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. We must do more. We need to transform the lives of our Black neighbors in a bold and meaningful way, and it will truly save lives. It will truly address why we need to take a moment and address this in a way that becomes a national holiday. We must, again, take action to actually deliver for our Black neighbors. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I yield.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support creating a day to celebrate the abolition of slavery, a dark portion of our nation's history. However, naming this day National Independence Day will create confusion and push Americans to pick one of those 2 days as their Independence Day based on their racial identity. Why can't we name this Emancipation Day and come together as Americans and celebrate that day together as Americans, Black and white, all colors, all races, all ethnicities, and then come together on Independence Day, which celebrates the creation of our country, throwing off an oppressive government. Come together as Black and white and all races and celebrate that day too. Why ask Americans to pick one of the 2 Independence Days to celebrate? I think it's wrong to do that. I think this day is misnamed. I do support creating a holiday and recognizing that wonderful day, that wonderful time when we got rid of slavery in this country. But let's celebrate both of those days, Independence Day and the day that we celebrate emancipation and ridding our country of slavery. Let's celebrate those 2 days together as one nation under God, indivisible. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, a member of the Oversight Committee, Representative Danny Davis, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Illinois, distinguished gentleman Danny Davis, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the recognition of Juneteenth as a national holiday to celebrate the ending of the most horrific period, the most horrific policy and practices this nation has ever known, slavery. I heard one of my colleagues suggest a moment ago that perhaps the cost of Juneteenth is not known. I guarantee you that whatever the cost, it will not come close to the cost of slavery. Juneteenth is a recognition that darkness can come to light, that there is a celebration as my forefathers and mothers struggled to endure the horror they experienced. And so celebrating Juneteenth as a national holiday is simply an idea whose time has come. I'm proud to vote for this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves his time. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan and a member of the Oversight Committee, Representative Brenda Lawrence, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
From Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Speaker. I rise here today in strong support of Juneteenth National Independence Day. I want my colleague on the other side, and I want to say my white colleague on the other side, getting your independence from being enslaved in a country is different from a country getting independence to rule themselves. It is not a day that you can loop together. That is inappropriate. It's a day for reflection, commemorating the end of slavery. It's also a recognition that we have so much work to do to rid this country of systemic racism, discrimination, and hate. Let's talk about it. The George Floyd Justice and Policing, H.R. 4, John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We still have much work to do. Juneteenth, what we're doing today, should empower us to fight even harder every single day for criminal justice reform, for racial equality, and for economic empowerment of Black people in America. We are still today living through the blatant racism and slavery that denied us education, denied us the opportunity for economic development, empowerment for ourselves, denied us the right to have a job and own property. It is still today an issue in America. We have a responsibility to teach every generation of Black and white Americans the pride of a people who have survived, endured, and succeeded in these United States of America despite slavery. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation because Black history is American history. We cannot hold our head and try to ignore the sins of this country, but we can together come together and celebrate a time when we made the right decision. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, a cardinal on the Appropriations Committee, Representative Barbara Lee, for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the chairwoman for yielding. Thanks to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for her persistent, consistent leadership on so many issues, especially getting this bill to the floor today. As another daughter of Texas, I am deeply connected to the history of Juneteenth. My grandfather, William Calhoun Paris, who helped raise me, was born in Galveston, Texas, just 10 years after General Granger announced that enslaved Africans were free from the brutal, barbaric legal institution of slavery. My ancestors, my great-grandmother, they were enslaved in and around Galveston, Texas. Like myself, so many in the African-American community, we've celebrated Juneteenth as our Liberation Day. To us, it represents the day that enslaved Africans were recognized as free men, women, and children. Yet the end of slavery did not stop with the brutal treatment of African Americans in the United States. The persistence of racial disparities in housing, income, education, the wealth gap, and other areas of injustice as African Americans really
are experiencing today. They're a direct result of the racism embedded in our institutions from our founding. And so it's not purely symbolic to make Juneteenth a holiday. It's an important step towards the country reckoning with the truth of its legacy of slavery of the past as manifested today. And let me just, may I have another 30 seconds?
Yes, so granted.
Very quick. It's manifested in the racial injustices which all of us must work together to end. And so, yes, it is so important that we have the truth told of this legacy of slavery so that we can move forward and work together to end these racial injustices. And I'm reminded of Dr. Maya Angelou and what she once wrote. She said, "I am the dream and the hope of the slave, and I rise, and still I rise." And I just want to thank you, our speaker today, for bringing this forward, and thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, the gentlewoman reserves from New York, the gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the distinguished gentlewoman from Ohio and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative Joyce Beatty, for 1 minute.
The distinguished gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Madam Speaker, we cannot change the future if we can't acknowledge the past. Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated, commemorated ending of slavery in the United States. Emancipation did not free all slaves, only those in the Confederate States. Independence is freedom for all people. I rise today in strong support of S-475, a top priority of the Congressional Black Caucus, to enshrine Juneteenth as a legal public holiday and a bill with tremendous historic implications for our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, member of the Congressional Black Caucus, for your work. Thank you, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, for speaking truth to power on this floor. And lastly, as the chair of the powerful Congressional Black Caucus, I stand here leading our 58 members, saying to you, we are the conscience of the Congress. And today I asked all of my members to join us. Let us unite and pass this bill. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from New York reserved, gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, gentlewoman from New York.
I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, a former civil rights attorney, judge, and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative G.K. Butterfield, for 1 minute.
Distinguished gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation to emancipate 4 million slaves residing in the 11 southern states that were combatants against the Union. The proclamation was significant, but not totally effective. It did not include slaves who resided in the states that were not in rebellion. Lincoln was of the opinion he could only use his authority against the states who were rebelling. In addition, there was doubt about the legal efficacy of the proclamation since Congress had not participated. And there were legal questions of whether the proclamation would expire following Lincoln's presidency. And very importantly, states would not free slaves without federal intervention. Juneteenth is significant because it marks the day when federal troops arrived in Galveston to take control of the state and ensure that all enslaved people are free. These federal troops arrived 2.5 years after the signing of the proclamation. By passing this legislation, Madam Speaker, every American can now better understand the African American struggle for freedom and full citizenship. Every American can now participate in recognizing the end to slavery in America. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation.
I think the gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from
Reserve.
Kentucky. Reserves. Gentlewoman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains?
Gentleman from Kentucky has 15 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from New York has 6 minutes remaining.
I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York and member of the Appropriations Committee, Representative Adriana Espaillat, for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I enthusiastically support this Juneteenth National Independence Day Act. I'm glad that Congress is finally taking action to formally memorialize Juneteenth as a federal holiday just a year after my home state of New York took this step. Juneteenth is a reminder of a sad chapter in our history, but one that we overcame. And this holiday will be a reminder that our freedom is not guaranteed, but rather something that we must always fight for. While this new holiday it is an important step, in the backdrop, there are numerous efforts underway to limit the teaching of uncomfortable parts of our history. And there is the insidious plan to restrict the most important of our rights, the right to vote. Let this new holiday be not just a reminder, but also a call to action that we must continue to work to secure our rights and freedoms. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia and Chair of the Agricultural Committee, Representative David Scott.
Distinguished gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. To some of my Republican friends, let me just say to you, if our African American slave ancestors were here today, they would say to you, Ted, you know, them that's got should get, and them that's not should lose. Because the Bible says, and it still is news, your mama may have and your papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own. God bless the child who can say, I'm free. 200 years in the deep slavery South, but God put hope in our hearts and a song in our mouth. All we're asking is for you to express the feeling and the depths of the African American people today who need you, all of us, white and black members of Congress, to stand together and vote yes.
Gentleman is yielded. How much?
6 additional.
Gentleman has 30. Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
And vote yes. And by doing so, you will say, not, this is my country. You will say in one united voice, this is our country, black and white. This is our country, the greatest country. And we thank God Almighty for this blessing. Please, let us do as the Senate, vote unanimously for passage.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
And the chair reminds all members to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for recognizing me for this moment. You know, Juneteenth is a day for me of commemoration, not of celebration. Because it reminds us of something that was delayed in happening. It also reminds me of what we don't have today, and that is full access to justice, freedom, and equality. All of these are often in short supply as it relates to the Black community, and it is still delayed. And so as we take this time to acknowledge Juneteenth and to recognize Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, something I definitely support, I pray that we do not lose track of the fact that we have so much more work to do to ensure that we have the fairness, the equality, the opportunity, whether it's voting, working, or just living healthily in the United States of America. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from
Madam
Kentucky.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Mark V.C.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a Texan, this is obviously a very important day for me. And I'm going to tell you what Juneteenth symbolizes for me. Juneteenth symbolizes 100 years of oppression that we faced after June 19th, 1865, after General Granger made his announcement in Galveston, Texas. It symbolizes Barbara Jordan coming to the United States House of Representatives, the first Black woman from the South, 100 years after June 19th, 1865. It symbolizes 3 teenagers that died handcuffed by law enforcement in a boat in Mejia, Texas, at a Juneteenth gathering after they were arrested to celebrate this day with their family. In 1981, over 100 years after June 19th, 1865, it symbolizes Opal Lee from Fort Worth, Texas, long known as the mother of Juneteenth in Fort Worth and now known nationally for her endeavors to help make today possible. Someone mentioned George Floyd policing bill earlier, and I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, things aren't perfect. That police officer that handcuffed those teenagers and put them in that boat, he just retired a couple of years ago from law enforcement. George Floyd fixes that. So while we celebrate what's about to become with the Juneteenth holiday today, we know that we have a long way to go. But hallelujah, 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 June 19th, 1865, finally being enshrined in our national
Gentleman's
heritage.
time has expired. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, the chair of the Financial Services Committee, Representative Maxine Waters.
For how much time?
1 minute.
Distinguished gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson Lee. You know, I rushed to the floor to be a part of absolutely indicating my support for this important legislation, the Juneteenth National Independence Day. I'm so pleased that we take this step today to honor the day and the month that the information of the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation reached enslaved people in Texas. It took more than 2 years before the news reached them. Juneteenth is a state holiday in the state of Texas. It was authored by my friend, Al Edwards, who is since deceased. I wish he was alive today to witness this debate that is taking place on the floor of the Congress of the United States that will lead to the passage of the legislation that will make Juneteenth a national holiday. I was a little bit concerned when I heard some of the members be opposed to the way that the bill is titled. They didn't like the word independence that's in there because these are patriots and they want to protect Independence Day and not have it mistaken in any way. But where were these patriots when the Capitol was being violated? Where were these patriots when the noose was hung in plain view for everybody to see, where slaves and people of color had been lost their lives because they were hung, et cetera, et cetera? I want you to know that patriotism should be demonstrated all of the time. If you cannot demonstrate your patriotism when your capital is invaded, when the insurrection took place, then I question your patriotism. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve, and I have no further speakers, and I yield to the gentleman for his closing remarks.
Gentlewoman from New York is reserved, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my House colleagues in recognizing the significance of Juneteenth as a national holiday. This is significant legislation. The vast majority of states already recognize the day as a holiday or observance, and establishing a federal holiday mostly impacts the federal workforce. I therefore support moving forward to designate this new federal holiday. It is a day worthy of all American support. I want to congratulate those who have worked so hard to make this happen, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
In closing, I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who had the honor of presiding in Speaker's chair over this important historic legislation on which she worked for over a decade. Her bill, 1320, to establish Juneteenth Independence Day, has well over 166 co-sponsors and bipartisan support. I likewise want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for their hard leadership on this and for their leadership on so many other important issues to our nation. Juneteenth is celebrated across our nation. It marks the end of a very dark chapter in our nation's history and celebrates the promise of a more hopeful and inclusive tomorrow. I am elated that this bill is before the House. I urge passage of S. 475. I urge bipartisan and hope this vote is unanimous and victorious. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 479, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading. The question is on the...
An act to amend Title V. An act to amend Title V United States Code to designate Juneteenth National Independence Day as a legal public holiday.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Ayes have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. The clerk. You know my statement goes behind where I spoke. Okay, thank you. I think I need to vote on this. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on S. 475.
Purposes of the gentlewoman from Virginia rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on S. 475.
What purposes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Alyssa Slotkin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Alyssa Slotkin will, from Michigan's 8th will vote yes on S. 475.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on S. 475.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S. 475.
Purposes gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on S. 475.
purposes does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S. 475.
Versus gentleman from Arizona rise.
As a member designated by Representative Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Barragan will vote aye on S. 475.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roy Ball Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roy Ball Allard will vote yes on S. 475.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates from Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on S. 475.
Purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on S. 475.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yes on Senate Bill 475. Sorry.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on S-475.
Gentleman from Connecticut rise? What purposes does the gentleman from Connecticut rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on S-475.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on S-475.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
Really? Hi, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on S-475.
What purposes, gentleman from Maryland, rise?
Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on Senate 475.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Troy Nels pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Congressman Nels will be voting aye on Senate 475. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H-Res 8, I'm informed the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on S-475. As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on S-475.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on S-475.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S-475.
Purposes, gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano,
pursuant to House Resolution 8. I inform this House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on S-475.
This is a gentleman from New Jersey rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on S-475. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on S-475. And as the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on S-475.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on S-475. And as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on S-475.
I always wait. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on S. 475. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on S. 475.
For what purposes, gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote aye on S. 475, the National Juneteenth Independence Day Act.
Make sure you. Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger, the great state of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S-475. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Have all. On this vote, the yeas are 415 and the nays are 14. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a giant of the judiciary, a member of the greatest generation, an independent advocate for the least, the lost, and the left behind. Yesterday, the Eastern District of New York, the residents of Great Neck, his family, and all justice-seeking people lost a giant intellect and champion. Judge Jack B. Weinstein was 99 years old. Judge Weinstein served as a Navy lieutenant during World War II. After the war, Weinstein graduated from Columbia Law School on the GI Bill and went to work for the NAACP. Clerk for the Court of Appeals, teach at Columbia, serve as the Nassau County Attorney, and in 1967, President Johnson appointed him to the federal bench. My father, also a World War II veteran and member of the state judiciary, always pushed me to seek out and learn from this brilliant jurist when I clerked in the same courthouse. Judge Weinstein encouraged me throughout my career. Judge Weinstein created the concept of a special master in complex mass tort cases. He protested mandatory sentencing guidelines that he believed betrayed the concept that punishment should fit the crime, especially in drug cases. Time does not permit me to properly extol his intellect, compassion, and impact, But on behalf of the people of the 3rd Congressional District of New York, I offer my condolences to his family and hope they will take comfort that his life will never be forgotten. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Georgia, rise.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Mary Lott Walker of Blackshear, Georgia, who passed away on May 12th at the age of 85. Mary loved the city of Blackshear, her state of Georgia, and her country, the United States of America, devoutly. After graduating from Georgia State College for Women, Mary began her influential career in public education. Mary was also involved in politics, becoming the first woman in Blackshear to serve as mayor pro tem. Through her work in Georgian education, politics, and historical preservation, Mary inspired young people to achieve greatness. Above all, she devoted more than 67 years of membership and leadership to the Blackshear Presbyterian Church. Mary's profound community impacts will be felt for generations to come. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and all who knew her during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, even before COVID-19 hit, the care economy was at the heart of our communities. Care workers keep our kids safe, our families healthy, and our businesses open. Last week, I met with a group of childcare providers in San Diego, extraordinary women who do this work because they have a passion for helping kids. They love their jobs and they love the kids they care for. But that doesn't mean they should have to accept low wages and job insecurity. When the pandemic hit, thousands of child care centers across the country closed, including more than 500 in San Diego County, leading to devastating job loss in an industry that is 95% women. The American Rescue Plan included $39 billion in grants to help parents afford child care and funding to help providers stay open and pay workers, but now we need to go further. The American Families Plan will create universal pre-K, make child care affordable to all, and pay care workers a living wage. Mr. Speaker, let's make sure that we care for the amazing workers who care for our future. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Flag Day and celebrate the United States Army's 246th birthday that we observed on Monday of this week. Every year, just a few days after Memorial Day, on June 14th, our country celebrates Flag Day and the Army's birthday. Flag Day is a celebration of our stars and stripes, which the Second Continental Congress designated as a symbol of our nation on June 14th, 1777. While our flag has changed over the years to celebrate our growing country, it remains a glorious symbol of hope for our brave servicemen and women who salute it, defend it, and serve it, and in some cases die for it to protect our freedom and liberty. Since the founding, our flag has flown from sea to shining sea and around the world. Old Glory remains one of the most powerful symbols on earth. June 14th is also the U.S. Army's birthday. Without our Army 246 years ago, we would not be the great nation that we are today. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, our great nation celebrated our Army and our flag, both of which symbolize America being the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise to extend if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
We are not normal. We are not over the pandemic. We are not over coronavirus and COVID-19. Many people in our country, over a majority in my state of Tennessee, have not been immunized. They have not had the vaccine. I urge everyone to get vaccinated. When I was a young child, 5 years old, I got polio. 4 months before I got polio, my father gave this polio vaccine to second graders in a test in Tennessee. He gave it to my brother in the second grade. He took some vaccine home to give to me. but decided it was outside of his call and didn't do it. I got polio. It's affected me every day of my life since, and it affected my father as well. I urge everybody to get the vaccine, not to regret it, and to keep your children, your family, your neighbors safe and free from illness. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
It's not often when you can stand on the floor of the House and use the terminology, "I feel full" or "filled." It is a terminology that many of us are familiar with in the religious communities of our Black American tradition. But after a journey of 10 years, I just want to take this moment for thanking all of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, who showed America that there is unity in the understanding of our history. That history of slavery is the original sin and should never be ignored. But now we have a national independence holiday for Juneteenth. Let us come together. Thank you to Senator Markey, Senator Cornyn. Senator Smith was with us as well. My friend Danny Davis, as well, Doug Matthews, the Moody family, and of course, Reverend Thomas and many others from the Galveston area, Opal Lee, and the father of Juneteenth, the late Representative Al Edwards. Opal Lee still lives. She brought 1.6 million petitions to the United States Congress in the dead of summer. And so, on behalf of all who have waited for this, I thank them. And to the Congressional Black Caucus, Joyce Beatty is the chair. We stand here as the conscience of the Congress, thanking them with all my colleagues. Again, we say, our message is our power. We are here to serve, and there's more to come in changing lives for justice, equality, and freedom. That is what happened today. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
It's in support of America's small local farmers, and I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Economic Research Service, small family farms account for 90% of all U.S. farms. These farms are vital to local communities and economies, and they provide fresh produce for their local farmers markets, farm-to-school programs, soup kitchens, and a host of other local consumer activity. Sales attributed to these farmers can total up to $12 billion annually. I was thrilled to see President Biden's administration, through the Department of Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack, recently announced $400 million in funding to support local, regional, and socially disadvantaged farmers. This is dedicated funding that will go directly toward local producers and local and regional food systems to help revitalize the essential farming that makes America proud. I was also pleased that the administration included Secretary Vilsack in its new Supply Chain Disruptions Task Force. This will address the unfair trade practices that have allowed for cheap and unjust agriculture labor practices to continue at home and abroad. They have allowed large agriculture companies to thrive and put their food all over grocery shelves, while our small farmers struggle to put food on their own tables. This decisive action to increase domestic competitiveness is what our small family farmers need to regain their footing and make it economically viable to farm for their communities and our country. I hope my colleagues will join me in this congratulatory note. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of our special order.
Without objection.
I would now like to yield to my friend and the distinguished chairwoman of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, Ms. Castor from Florida. Excuse me.
Well, I thank my friend for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, we're in a climate crisis, and it's going to take American leadership and ingenuity to solve it. But we think we can create jobs and a lot of opportunity when we solve the climate crisis. But what we're seeing right now are devastating health and economic consequences of climate change. Here, all across America, whether it's wildfires out west, flooding in the midsection, we're approaching hurricane season with great trepidation, extreme heat. We have got to act urgently, guided by the science, working in concert with our allies across the globe to provide a livable climate for all Americans and especially for future generations. We've got to harness the technological innovation of the moonshot. We've got to harness the creativity of our entrepreneurs, the strength of our workers, and the moral force of this great nation that is working to establish justice for all. Because I believe that working together, we will be able to avert the worst impacts of this climate emergency and build a stronger, healthier, fairer America. But let's look at what's happening right now. People know this. The last 7 years were the hottest on record. You don't have to tell that to the folks out west right now. They're living through some of the hottest days, the hottest, driest days. This is the departure from the 20th century average temperature. It just seems like these hotter days, longer, hotter summers are more frequent, and the science tells us that that's true. Why is this happening? Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is at record levels. People thought that during the pandemic that greenhouse gases would dip and that might provide some salvation from the worst impacts of climate. But see, these gases build up in the atmosphere. You don't get a bonus for any year. And in fact, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has said no. Despite the pandemic, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is at a record high. This creates enormous cost on families and businesses here in America, but also all across the planet. It impacts the air we breathe. It creates very severe health consequences. Think about the folks that have to work outside in the extreme heat, more polluted air coming out of a pandemic. And then there's the cost, not just to the bottom line of the federal budget, but to the cost of all of us. In fact, last year alone, we suffered through about $100 billion, $96 billion in damages from weather and climate disasters. That's just 1 year. This is an enormous wake-up call for our great country and people all across the planet. We've waited too long to take ambitious action. So the time is now. The time is urgent. We don't have any more time for half measures. So we intend now to hammer out the most ambitious climate legislation that we have ever seen in order to answer the moral call that we have to future generations to make sure we give them a livable planet. We're joined tonight by a number of colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who are going to speak from the heart, speak with great intelligence, provide a little science, a little know-how, and I'm really proud to stand with them on the floor of the House tonight. At this time, I'll yield back to my good friend, Congressman Caston, and thank you, Congressman, for bringing your intellect and your passion for solving the climate crisis to this Congress. It's needed now more than ever.
Thank you for your words and your leadership. Congresswoman Castor. I now yield to my friend Ms. Bonamici from the state of Oregon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Caston, for yielding, and thank you to Chair Castor, Chair of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, for your leadership throughout this process. It really has been science-based and meaningful. Mr. Speaker, as we work to build back better, we have the opportunity, and not just the opportunity, but the imperative to take bold climate action. By strengthening investments in climate-centric infrastructure, we can create good-paying jobs, we can reduce emissions, and we can support frontline communities. You know, last month I had this great opportunity. I got to ride on a new electric school bus at Meadow Park Middle School in Beaverton, Oregon. So thanks to the Portland General Electric's school bus electrification project, the Beaverton School District is working to electrify its bus fleet. The electric buses are quieter, they're less expensive to maintain, and importantly, they reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is good for the health of our children, our community, and our planet. We can and we must help more school districts and transportation systems electrify, not just in Oregon, but across the country. With the American Jobs Plan, we can create millions of good-paying jobs, combat the climate crisis, revitalize American manufacturing, and make long overdue investments in our nation's infrastructure. As the House works to advance the American Jobs Plan, we can use as a roadmap the Climate Action Plan from the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. Our bold, comprehensive, science-based plan includes investments in zero-emissions buses, in transit, in electric vehicle charging stations, in pedestrian and bike infrastructure, all to decarbonize our transportation sector. Now, I want to give credit to Chairman DeFazio, my wonderful colleague from Oregon, for his leadership. He has included many of these provisions in his surface transportation reauthorization, the Invest in America Act, and I look forward to supporting it when it comes to the floor in the coming weeks. But climate resilient infrastructure is about much more than just roads and bridges, my colleagues. June is National Ocean Month. And as co-chair of the House Oceans Caucus and the Congressional Estuary Caucus, I want to highlight how the power of our ocean can and must be part of the solution, which is recognized in our plan for solving the climate crisis. I recently led a bipartisan group of colleagues in calling for a $10 billion investment in coastal restoration and resilience projects in the American Jobs Plan. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to deliver these needed investments to coastal communities. You know, addressing the climate crisis presents an economic opportunity, a tremendous economic opportunity. We can create millions of good-paying, high-quality union jobs that will help working families and displaced workers recover from the economic collapse caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the American Jobs Plan meets the moment to not only build back, but to build back better. By advancing the American Jobs Plan, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rebuild a resilient, clean energy economy, create good-paying jobs to boost our economic recovery, and begin to repair the legacy of environmental racism and pollution that has disproportionately burdened low-income communities and communities of color for decades. As we build the infrastructure of the future, we cannot repeat the injustices of the past. Instead, we must pass and implement comprehensive climate policies such as those set out in the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis' Climate Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to yield back to Mr. Caston. Thank you again.
It's now my pleasure to yield to my friend and one of the funnier members of Congress, but heartfelt today, Mr. Carbajal from California.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, going back to my days as the county supervisor, I fought to make sure the Central Coast was a leader in the clean energy economy. I helped get the first large-scale solar project in Santa Barbara County across the finish line and called it a win-win-win. That's because investing in renewables is one of the best investments we can make. It means a healthy planet, clean air, and good-paying jobs. Since 2014, the Central Coast has emerged as a renewable energy powerhouse. We are now home to several major solar farms, and soon we could be home of one of the largest battery storage plants in the world. Now, after years of negotiation, I helped secure an agreement to realize an offshore wind project and the jobs it will create to the Central Coast. According to a study conducted by a local organization called REACH, this project alone could create 650 good-paying jobs and generate $262 million in revenue each year. Renewable energy is also a vital tool to address the climate crisis. Some claim renewable energy funding doesn't belong in an infrastructure package. I say modernizing our energy infrastructure and tackling the climate crisis go hand in hand. Last year, the U.S. spent nearly $100 billion responding to extreme weather events and disasters fueled by climate change. Instead of rebuilding each time a disaster strikes, we need to be proactive to keep our communities safe from the realities of climate change. That means weatherizing millions of homes, retrofitting buildings, and shoring up our water infrastructure. We also must curb emissions in the transportation sector, which is responsible for 29% of our greenhouse gas emissions. If we want to tackle climate change, the transportation sector must be part of the solution. The measures included in President Biden's American Jobs Plan will modernize our transportation system to do just that. It will create millions of jobs in the auto industry, building electric vehicles, and expanding our network of electric vehicle charging stations. Transitioning away from fossil fuels to renewable energy is also an environmental justice issue. Sadly, minority communities are disproportionately impacted by air pollution. For example, Latino Americans are exposed to 11% more fine particulate pollution compared to the average American. Burning fossil fuels pollutes our air and destroys our planet. We cannot afford inaction any longer. We also cannot afford to pass up the opportunity to create millions of good-paying jobs that will propel our economy forward. It's time for Congress to pass a bold infrastructure plan that protects our planet, air quality, and our economy. As we on the Central Coast know, investing in clean energy is a win-win-win. I yield back.
I now yield to my friend, Mr. Levin, and a distinguished member of the Climate Crisis Committee from California.
Well, thank you to my good friend from Illinois, and thank you to Chair Castor for your exceptional leadership of our Select Committee. My colleagues have done a good job so far of explaining why we need ambitious climate action that follows the science and meets the scale of the challenge we face. However, I'd like to highlight one climate impact that is particularly important in the area I represent. My district encompasses more than 50 miles of coastline in Southern California, North County, San Diego, South Orange County. Our coasts are a huge part of our communities. They drive our economies and are critical to our way of life. But sea level rise threatens all of this. It's accelerating the erosion of our coasts, which washes away beaches and threatens critical infrastructure like the Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo rail corridor, also known as the Losan Corridor. The Losan Corridor is the second busiest intercity passenger rail corridor in the United States and the busiest state-supported Amtrak route. With nearly 3 million intercity passengers and 5 million commuter passengers each year. $1 billion in goods and services are also supported by the rail line. At the same time, coastal erosion threatens the bluffs that run along our coasts in San Diego County. Bluff collapses have tragically taken the lives of 8 people in our communities in recent years. The impacts of climate change in coastal Southern California are not theoretical. We see and experience them every single day. And I strongly believe that we must take ambitious action to make our country more resilient to climate impacts, while transitioning to a zero-carbon future. And we must do it now. We must do it now. With President Biden's American Jobs Plan, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do so. The American Jobs Plan, as proposed by the President, advances real climate solutions that will make a difference in the lives of our constituents. It will put us on the path to meeting the challenge presented by the climate crisis while creating 2.7, thank you, Chair Castor, 2.7 million new jobs, the jobs of tomorrow in clean energy, the jobs that will help us compete on the global stage. Those are the jobs we need. The American Jobs Plan will create them. But in order to achieve these goals, in order to pass the American Jobs Plan as intended by the President, we must not abandon the key climate provisions and investments that the President proposed in his version of the plan. The package must deliver on the promise to put our country on the path to a 100% carbon-free energy-powered electricity grid by 2035. We can do this if we include strong tax policies that incentivize renewable energy generation. We can do this if we include clean energy and energy efficiency standards that promote renewable energy and reduce electricity use. We can do this if we include the policies and the funding to electrify cars, buses, and buildings. And we must include the transportation sector. It is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the country. We need significant investment to incentivize the sale of zero-emission vehicles. Specifically, we must ensure that 100% of new light-duty vehicle sales are zero emissions by 2035, as envisioned under the Zero Emission Vehicles Act that I introduced last Congress with Senator Jeff Merkley. Moreover, the build-out of zero-emission vehicle fueling and charging infrastructure must go hand in hand with the deployment of the vehicles themselves, which is why I strongly support the President's vision for 500,000 new charging stations across the country. The American Jobs Plan provides us a pathway to finally achieve these goals and to lead the world when it comes to vehicle electrification. So without these key climate provisions, it's hard to imagine supporting any package that comes before this chamber for consideration. I am eager to help advance a strong American Jobs Plan that employs our communities, follows the climate science, and matches the scale of the challenge we face. I know my colleagues here feel the same. Now is our opportunity to get this done. It is an opportunity that we must seize. And with that, I'm happy to yield back to my good friend from the state of Illinois, Mr. Caston.
It is now my pleasure to yield to my good friend from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, who I'm delighted was able to make time in a busy appropriation season to come down and join us today.
Thank my very able colleague, Congressman Caston, for the opportunity to join you and Congresswoman Castor, the leaders of this marvelous Committee on Climate Change. Thank you so very much for leading our country and world in this regard. My goal as chair of the House Energy and Water Subcommittee is to help them and help our generation embrace a better future for those that will follow. We must sustain life on Earth. Let us all help our country and world meet the challenges as we face the dawn of this new climate change era. The clean energy future of our nation and our ability to reboot and re-energize the domestic manufacturing economy depends on climate-related infrastructure programs for inventing that new future. Addressing climate change will create and even bring back good-paying jobs right here at home. Addressing climate change is our portal to sustain life on Earth for generations to come. Headlines coast to coast, as others have referenced, tell part of the story. Yes, the Earth is warming. The rate of increase for damaging weather events is unrelenting. Each of us and each of our districts have personally experienced the impacts of this historic change. If we fail to address the hastening crisis, it is to our collective peril. As a small first step, I would urge every American who may be listening to plant trees. Yes, everyone can do something. A first simple step is to plant a tree to capture the carbon that's already in the air, and the tree will produce oxygen. to help you breathe and to help your children breathe and your neighbors. It's amazing what happens. Cleveland, Ohio used to be known as Forest City. We have a big job to do in replanting many of the trees that have aged out over the years and making Cleveland and places like it a much more oxygen-rich community. Addressing climate change will help human health. As America stands at a crossroads in this new energy age, we must ensure that infrastructure includes strategic investments in energy, clean energy, climate, and water resource innovation. Technologies and innovation driven by the Department of Energy are already helping to address climate change. They already have markedly driven down the cost of wind, solar, energy storage, and efficient light bulbs by 60 to 95% just since 2008, and we're not done yet. They've led to widespread deployment and consumer savings. New innovations will lead to new opportunities. In my own home region, I was very pleased to be at the birth of a company called First Solar, now the largest in the nation, invented locally using a cadmium telluride technology. And now, just recently in the past month, First Solar has announced the hiring of an additional 500 new employees in good jobs to match the thousands they already employ to meet an unmet market demand. Reversing the impacts of climate change will create good-paying jobs like these across every state in our country. Already, there are more Americans working in energy efficiency and energy production than as waiters and waitresses. Think about that. That's in a very short time, and more jobs to come. We must continue to innovate and lead in these areas so our nation is not left behind. As people and communities succeed, so will America. As someone said to me, Marcy, what America makes, makes America. My gosh, do I agree with that? The Biden administration has been clear from day one about the need to urgently address the climate crisis, and I'm excited that the President's American Jobs Plan will create new jobs by reinvesting in areas and workers too often left behind, and they'll help save our planet and sustain all of us and those who will follow us. We cannot lose sight of the importance of including climate-related and job-creating proposals in any infrastructure package. In fact, any package that aims to build back better must do that. Climate change can be addressed by every community across our country. Innovation, intelligence, and environmental patriotism should drive this new national imperative. And as we watch President Joe Biden, in his first foreign trip, meet with the leaders of democracies across Europe this week, we watch America lead these democracies of the world in protecting Mother Earth for those who will follow us. It really is a daunting time, but it's also an inspiring time. And any time America has ever set a goal, it has always achieved it. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate this evening, and I would yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to take some time now to rise to talk about something that I've talked to, some would say, too much on this floor, to yet again discuss the grave threat and massive opportunity that is the climate crisis. Even as we talk right now about the necessity of limiting global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius, let's follow the math. The planet has already warmed by 1 degree. We only have 0.5 degree to go. The last 7 years were the hottest ever on record. Even in spite of the pandemic, global levels of carbon dioxide have hit record levels. In fact, the last time CO2 levels were as high as they are right now was 4 million years ago. Sea levels were 50 feet higher. That is the reality of what happens when heat melts ice, ice becomes water. This is the reality we have made. If we are to be judged by our works, and we do nothing more in this moment, that judgment will not be pretty. That is our challenge, and it is our opportunity. But this change in CO2 levels, this didn't happen over 1 million years. It didn't happen over 1,000 years. It didn't even happen over 100 years. Half of all the CO2 we have ever emitted as a species, since that first fire that some upright hominid built in a cave 1 million years ago, half of all the CO2 we have ever emitted was since 1990. That is within my lifetime. It is within the lifetime of almost all of the members of this body. That's nearly a century after Svante Arrhenius discovered the greenhouse effect, since the science was basically settled. 100 years after the photovoltaic effect was invented that powers solar panels today, and more than a decade after the fossil fuel companies knew about climate change and decided to promote misinformation instead of acting. 1989, when the UN formed the IPCC, when Ronald Reagan's EPA said we need to create a global cap and trade program to reduce a global pollutant, to protect the ozone hole, chlorofluorocarbons. When that same EPA and the subsequent George Bush, both Republican presidents, I would add, when they said let's take that same model and apply it to a domestic pollutant, acid rain-forming compounds. We have sugar maples in New England to now because of their leadership. We have a shrinking ozone hole because of their leadership. When they did that at the end of the 1980s, we were on the right track. That was 30 years ago. What do we have to do now to turn this ship around? And the heck of it is we know what we have to do to reduce our emissions, and we know how to do it. Building out clean energy infrastructure, creating and building wind turbines, solar panels, building big things is what America is good at. We do not need to be constrained by our ambition. My goodness. When the New Deal was passed, we electrified 80% of rural America in just 15 years. I'd like to think our capabilities are even greater now. Let's embrace that opportunity. The hard questions in this line of work are the zero-sum ones. How do you allocate wins to some parties when they imply a loss to another? That's not climate. The hard questions in clean energy policy are not how we allocate the pains of this transition. They are how we allocate the gains of this transition. Clean energy is cheap energy. If you don't believe me, ask anyone with a solar panel on their roof how much they paid for electricity yesterday. Ask anybody with a coal plant, they know that number. The clean energy transition means it's a win for the folks who get to go to work building more efficient buildings and wind turbines and solar panels. It's a win for every American. I've pulled this. 100% of Americans like to pay less for energy. They will all win. 100% of Americans like cleaner air. They will all win. 100% of Americans do not want to live on a coast that's flooding, or forests that are on fire, or derechos that are coming across the Midwest. Our obligation is to seize this chance and to make sure, this is a hard problem, but it's a good problem, to make sure that those gains are equitably distributed through our society. The President's infrastructure proposal is just that. It isn't just a chance for clean energy, it's a make or break opportunity to finally do what's scientifically necessary before it's too late. Proposals like a clean energy standard, a build out of electric transmission lines, requirements for federal purchases of clean energy will help send our emissions from the electric sector to zero, will be the bedrock of a new clean economy. Cutting some, or let's be ambitious, all of the $650 billion a year that the IMF has said we currently subsidize the fossil fuel industry will finally give us efficient markets in our energy sector. $650 billion, that's about how much we spend on Medicaid, subsidizing an energy that apparently can't compete under a free market. This will help make lives better for hundreds of millions of Americans, both now and in the decades to come. Now, 12 years ago, when Waxman-Markey was the debate du jour, we let an opportunity to act on the climate crisis pass us by. Since that time, we've kept emitting and temperatures have kept rising. I told you I've given this speech a few too many times. I don't want to be giving this speech a year from now. I don't particularly want to be giving it tomorrow. I certainly don't want to be giving it 12 years from now. We have a chance now to act while our planet can still afford it, and we can embrace that because our wallets are going to love it. Before I took this job, when I was running a clean energy company, I had a board member who gave me a piece of advice that's always stuck with me. He said, in the end, the only thing that really matters in this life is whether your grandchildren can say they were proud of you. Let's be clear. Our grandchildren are not going to be proud of us. They're not going to pat us on the back for doing only what was politically possible. They don't care. What matters is, did we do what was scientifically necessary? And I got a lot of colleagues on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of this building, who will say, "You're naive, Kasten. What's necessary is so far in excess of what's politically possible. We just can't do that." If that is your approach to this moment, the only thing I know for certain is you are not cut out for leadership. Our moment, our challenge in this moment, is to make what is necessary possible. It's all that matters. Because while the best chance for climate action was 30 years ago, our last chance is now. I'd like to now yield to my friend, Mr. Schneider from Illinois.
Thank you. And to my colleague, my neighbor from Illinois, Mr. Kasten, thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thank you for your experience in sharing your perspective and your call to action. Mr. Speaker, I rise to continue to raise the alarm about the rapidly accelerating consequences of the climate crisis. Mr. Kasten, 30 years ago, a little longer, 1989, I married the love of my life. When we got married, we looked to the future. We thought about having a family. We have 2 sons, today 28 and 26. We still look to the future and hope they will have the chance to raise a family. But that is in doubt because we face a climate crisis. The climate crisis is the most pressing threat to our children's future and our grandchildren's future. It's a threat to our nation, to everything we hold dear. It is an existential threat to our way of life. And we have to take urgent action now. We're already seeing the consequences of climate change throughout our country, in our local communities. Whether it's the case of more intense forest fires that are starting earlier in the year, rainstorms, 100-year rainstorms that cause floods, not every 100 years, but every other year. More intense hurricanes, but also droughts that are devastating much of our West. These are the consequences we're facing today, and they are putting our nation at risk. We have to do everything we can to protect our communities, to protect our nation, to protect our world, to protect our children's future. That's why it's so important that we pass the President's American Jobs Plan, that we invest in infrastructure, and we do it in a way that builds resiliency against a changing climate, but plans for a future to address and protect our climate. There are many sources to the greenhouse gases causing global warming. Everything from industry to industrial and commercial buildings, our residences. But of course, transportation is the greatest source. And among that is air travel. Airline travel is a growing part of our future, but it is contributing up to 2.5% of our total emissions of carbon. Air travel has changed the world. It has brought us closer together. It is necessary for us to continue to have the hope for a 21st century global economy. But it's imperative that we work to address the impact. And that's why, among the many other bills I've helped work for support in this Congress to address climate change, I am proud to have introduced the Sustainable Skies Act, legislation that will cut the carbon greenhouse gas emissions of airline fuels by as much or more than 50%. It will boost the use of sustainable aviation fuel to make airline travel something that will be a part of a sustainable future. This legislation is the single most important step in the aviation industry that they can take to lower carbon emissions and to fight climate change. At the same time, sustainable aviation fuel will also enable more travel and commerce. It is, Mr. Kasten, as you said, a win-win. It is good for everybody. It is good for our present. It is good for our future. It is good for our children. The facts could not be clearer. Climate change is a serious threat to our economy, our national security, and the planet, the future that we pass to our children. We must take action before it's too late. And with that, I want to yield back to my colleague, Mr. Caston.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I now yield to the newest member of our caucus from the great state of New Mexico, whose reputation has preceded her during her short tenure, Ms. Stansbury from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on this historic day in which we passed and sent to the President's desk the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act. And it seems appropriate that we should also take a moment now to talk about climate justice, as we are also talking about racial justice in our country. Because the science is clear, we must urgently address the issues of climate change now. We must address the causes of climate change and our greenhouse gas footprint. We must mitigate the impacts of climate change and lift up and support our communities. And we must build a world that is more just, more equitable, and more climate resilient. And to do so, we must do that by investing in our communities, investing in their future, and investing in critical infrastructure that will make that possible. The time is now to be decisive, to be brave in our policymaking, to be bold in our investments, and to lean into the science. This is especially critical for New Mexico, my home state, where we are already experiencing the impacts of extreme drought, catastrophic fires, and an uncertain future. I have spent my career working on these issues, and I know that we must invest in infrastructure like our electric grid, broadband infrastructure, drinking water, irrigation, and green infrastructure so that our communities can remain resilient as we are going through this change, and to ensure that we are taking full advantage and leaning into our clean energy future. And we must do all of this through the lens of social, racial, and economic justice, by investing in good-paying jobs, in the livelihoods and well-being of our communities and our people. And that is why we need the American Jobs Plan now, and the investments that are not only going to be shovel-ready, but as a friend of mine says, also shovel-worthy. So the time is now to take action on climate change and to ensure that we are investing in the infrastructure that will make it possible for future generations to live resiliently on this planet. And with that, I gratefully, Mr. Speaker, yield back to Chairman Caston. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now yield again to the chair of the Climate Committee, Ms. Castor of Florida.
Well, thank you, Representative Caston. Hearing my colleagues speak with such passion and such intellect, it really does give you hope, doesn't it? That we have the tools necessary to tackle the climate crisis. But I think we also need to think about climate, don't you think, as a climate opportunity. And there are a few of these. Congresswoman, our newest colleague, Congresswoman Stansbury from New Mexico, kind of hit on it. And it goes back to, I want to thank you. Last year, before the pandemic hit, you were kind enough to invite me to Chicago, where we heard from environmental justice leaders. I also had the opportunity to travel to Detroit. I've listened to folks who are demanding greater equity all across America. Back home in Tampa, Florida, I see it. I understand that now the climate crisis presents us with a generational opportunity to rebuild our country and our infrastructure, so we're not leaving communities behind. We're not leaving any American behind. We can hammer out these investments that will help us rebuild the economy. Look at, and I bet you know these examples quite well. Decades ago, Unfortunately, the federal government put interstate highways right through the center of many communities. The harms, the pollution, still linger today. In fact, Black Americans are exposed to 21% more fine particulate matter pollution than the average American. I just don't think we can pass an infrastructure package that ignores these injustices. We're going to have to create these new opportunities in solving the climate crisis, creating good-paying jobs, but also lifting up Americans and American communities that have carried the burden of pollution.
I'm reminded listening to you speak of I know our whip always likes to quote George Santayana, that those who don't study their history are doomed to repeat it. And we are at the cusp, probably already started, the third great energy transition we have had as a species. The first one was when we transitioned from depending on muscle power to mechanical power. The second was when we transitioned from mechanical power to electric power. And this transition from dirty energy to clean energy. Every one of those transitions has been a massive boon in labor productivity. It takes a lot fewer people to run a steam shovel than it does John Henry's to dig a hole in the ground. And it takes a lot fewer people when you can electrify the country to build all the industries that we've grown accustomed to than it does when you have to live within a pulley's length of the, of the water wheel. And with those opportunities have come all that we think of as great and truly American. We've freed up people's time to invest in whole new ideas and take away the drudgery of work. But the history we have to acknowledge is that every one of those transitions has also been extremely disruptive for the people involved. And I like to tell folks back home that only a Luddite would say we never should have invented the steam shovel. But you have to be deeply, deeply evil not to empathize with John Henry. And as we go through this transition that we're in right now, we're going to create a tremendous amount of wealth because we are going to grow labor productivity again. We're going to have the opportunity, as many people already do, to generate electricity without depending on coal mines and coal railroad lines and natural gas pipelines. And you're going to be able to do this on your roof from the sun or from the wind or from more efficiency or from geothermal. And that's going to free up a whole lot of time to do a lot of innovative things. But it's going to be disruptive for a lot of communities. There is no doubt that there is a rising tide of wealth that is already upon us. There's also no doubt that not all rising tides lift all boats. Tsunamis tend to swamp them out sometimes. And in this tsunami of wealth creation that's coming down, let's make sure that we look out for the least among us.
One of the reasons why President Biden's American Jobs Plan targets 40% of the benefits for clean energy and clean infrastructure investments to disadvantaged communities. I think that is smart policy. And I think you're right, there are going to be, right now, as we move into our clean energy future, President Biden has the goal of really helping communities that need revitalization. And when you think about the hard work in a coal mine or out in the field, we owe such a debt of gratitude to our coal miners and the energy workers who have powered America. They have made it what it is over the last century. They ushered in the economic progress that we enjoy today. But we now know, according to the science, that our overdependence on coal and fossil fuels and frack gas has led to a crisis that now threatens our way of life. I wish it weren't so. But we have to now, at this fork in the road, decide that our moral obligation to future generations comes first. And with all of the opportunities that clean energy and greater and stronger and healthier communities can provide, we have got to hammer this out through the American Jobs Plan and make sure that we protect our economy, we protect our national security, our health, our beautiful natural resources from sea to shining sea, the air that we breathe. But we have some choices to make. We can either double down on the status quo, even as these climate-fueled disasters claim more lives, and they hurt the pocketbooks of folks. I think of my neighbors back home in Florida now, the so-called Sunshine State. Boy, we have a lot of work to do to capture the power of the sun through solar energy. But we're paying more now, Rep. Caston, because we have longer, hotter summers. It means AC bills are going up. We have these intense flood events, so we're paying more in flood insurance and stormwater costs. Meanwhile, a lot of these energy companies kind of gotten off the hook over time, haven't they? What do you say about that?
You know, I think there's a refreshing change coming in our energy structure, primarily because all of those old power plants that, you know, some of your utilities in Florida were fighting because they still had all that capital that they wanted to amortize. Well, those plants are getting old, and they're making the decisions that intelligent businesses always make. I'm going to invest in the stuff that's clean and generates a high return. You know, your utility, Florida Power and Light, has frankly been one of the leaders in deploying wind energy. It took them a little while to do it in their own district, but they certainly did it all over the country because they knew that was a good place to put their investors' money to work. And we've seen that leadership, I think, throughout the business sector in this country. There's a reason why we're creating so many more solar jobs, so many more wind jobs, so many more jobs. I think the energy efficiency sector, I think, was the largest adder of new labor. But I don't think that absolves us as regulators. I'm remembering when you and I formed what I think we thought was going to be a rather small delegation to Madrid a little over a year ago, and we had our pins that said we're still in, because we knew, of course, that the prior administration had pulled out of the Paris Accord. And I still have a picture that I carry around and show to people of the 2 empty seats in front of the United States delegation sign when every other country in the world was there. But I remember there was and I wish I could remember the name, there was a European parliamentarian who came up to me and said, you know, we know from experience that when the United States doesn't lead, bad things happen. And I said, we thought we were alone out there, but you remember when we got there, and there were a lot of businesses that were there. There were a lot of cities that were there. We spent a long time at a lot of university booths. And we were still in because we were still in, not just because it was a slogan on a pin. Because all those companies that made zero carbon commitments and are committing to it because their shareholders are demanding it. 1/3 of all of the assets under management in global equities markets right now are in ESG funds. People care. They don't, whether they care for moral reasons, whether they care because they're greedy, it doesn't matter, they care. We've had over 1,200 state and local officials have called on Congress to pass the American Jobs Plan because they care. Environmental and labor organizations across the country have pushed for us to act now because they care. I'm reading in your own Tampa Bay Times recently, Dr. Rich Templin says, everyone who stands for fair union jobs and climate action can come together. In this plan, pro-workers and pro-environment voices can sing in unison. We know that's true. Now the challenge, you started by asking me about the energy sector. What we all know, if we're really honest, in this line of work that we're in, is that losers always cry louder than winners cheer. People who've got a lot of investment in this space know exactly what they have to lose. Future generations aren't here yet. Our job here today is to look around the room and see who's not in the room and make sure we advocate for them. The rest of them are doing a pretty good job on their own, I think.
Fascinating is there's so many people in the room because they understand the opportunities, the job-creating opportunities through the American Jobs Plan. Here we go. The American Jobs Plan will create 2.7 million new jobs. So let's talk about some of those jobs. I think about some of our colleagues that represent communities that have seen jobs go overseas over time, our industrial base. We know what President Biden has proposed will help revitalize those communities, plug those abandoned coal mines, plug the abandoned wells, just plain plug the leaks of methane gas that are that's so damaging to the climate. We think we can create millions and millions of jobs through a conservation, through a new CCC, a conservation corps, a climate conservation corps. We can strengthen our communities at home. I know we've got a lot of seawalls that need repair, a lot of replanting of trees and mangroves to help protect us from these very costly events. We know we need to modernize the electric grid across America. Rep. Caston, that is going to create an enormous amount of jobs in the Midwest because a lot of the renewable resources, your solar power, wind power, it's largely in the Midwest. We've got to build the modern electric grid. Look at this horrendous catastrophe in Texas just a few months ago because the electric grid there was not connected, it wasn't modernized, it wasn't resilient. People lost their lives because of this strange climate-fueled winter storm in Texas. We're going to create a lot of jobs just modernizing and making the grid more resilient. And I haven't even gotten to the wind power, offshore wind, wind in the Midwest. This is our future. This is why I like to think of it not just in the terms of a climate crisis, but a climate opportunity. And I think that's why President Biden, every time he says when he hears people talk climate, he hears jobs, jobs, jobs.
When we deregulated our power industry in 1992 with the Energy Policy Act, that was never presented, as far as I can remember, as being an environmental bill. It was designed to encourage people to build cheaper power. And what did they build? The nuclear industry went from running 60% of the time to running 90% of the time. We started building a whole lot of wind and solar. We basically stopped building inefficient gas plants, and the only new gas plants we built were combined cycle plants that were almost twice as efficient. Since that bill was passed, the CO2 emissions in our power sector have fallen from 1,300 pounds a megawatt hour to 900, and the price of power has fallen by 6%. Now, there are those who say that's because of the fracking revolution, and there are those who say that, or people who say a lot of things, I guess. It happened because economics drives clean energy. You know what people didn't build since '92? Coal. It's a really lousy investment. In just those 10 years after 1992, we built 200,000 megawatts of new gas turbine capacity, 20% of the entire U.S. power grid, which was twice as efficient as what it displaced, was built in response to economic signals and drove down the CO2 emissions of the grid. That's a start. For us to do what we have to do from this point going forward, we have to electrify everything. We have to figure out how to electrify our transportation fleet, electrify the way our factories heat us, make goods and services, how our homes keep us warm. In order to do that, we need to build at least 1,000 gigawatts. 1,000 megawatts, 1,000 kilowatts, whatever unit you would like, of new generation. That's about as much generation as we already have in this country. We're then going to need to build the wires to connect that up to all the new loads. And as we heard at a climate hearing, said that's going to take at least $350 billion of investment. And those investments are going to make money because people are now connecting up a cheaper energy source that's giving people what they really want, which isn't electricity. What people really want is a hot shower and a cold beer. And it's going to give them that cheaper. It's going to help us build out electric vehicle charging stations. We are talking about massive amounts of public and private sector investments that is not only going to put people to work, is not only going to give us a more sustainable economy, it's going to leave more money in people's wallets. The single best thing we can do to disadvantaged communities is cut their energy bill. That's what we're going to do. All we need is the ambition. And I'm so glad that we are in this moment and with this president and this Congress that is rising to that challenge.
You're right. Listing off all the job opportunities, the transportation sector, you're right. And this is a global competitiveness issue. We have got to win this race with China and the Europeans. They are building those electric vehicles, but how exciting was it to see the announcements from Ford and GM? I can't wait to see this electrified F-150 truck, the Lightning. This is an enormous opportunity, especially in the industrial Midwest that has really seen a lot of job loss over the years to China. We're going to get back on this, and the only way we can do it is through making these targeted investments. We want to build the electric vehicles that the world drives. We want to make sure that that charging infrastructure goes coast to coast in every community. But it's going to take the focus of America, and the good news is all Americans, I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican or independent or what, they understand that clean energy is the future, and that if we do it right, we can lift communities that need it, and we can create millions and millions of jobs. Now, I started with the science, and we heard from some outstanding colleagues, and we are going to hear a lot more from them in the coming weeks as we hammer out the American Jobs Plan. But there was one witness at one of our early hearings, Dr. Abdullahi, who is an expert who has been focused on climate for many years, and I want to just remind you what he said. He said, the limited actions to address this climate crisis have resulted in lost opportunity and have produced a challenge that is even greater than it was even a few years ago. With political and societal will and with strategic and scientifically informed action that considers all of the dimensions of climate change, the dangerous trajectory we are on can be altered such that our generation's story can be one of success and not failure.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to close, as I often do, by observing that there's really only three things we have to do as a country. The first thing we have to do is cut the energy, double the efficiency with which we convert energy into economic activity. If we were to cut our energy use per dollar of GDP in half, we would almost be at the level that Switzerland has already achieved. I think we're better than Switzerland personally, but let's at least aspire to be as good as Switzerland. Double our efficiency. Second thing we have to do is do the research and development to figure out how to decarbonize industries like steel and cement making, because we don't know how to make silicon. We don't know how to make steel. We don't know how to make cement. We don't know how to make fertilizer without fossil fuels today. That's an R&D challenge. We have to figure it out. And then we have to get to zero CO2 emissions. Not by 2050. Not by 2030, by 1990. We have to get back to 350 parts per million in the atmosphere, because that is the point that we can say to our children, we are leaving you a better planet than the one we inherited, where wildfires are not the norm, where droughts are not the norm. And is it going to be easy? No. But we know how to do it. The first thing we got to do is take our hand off the emergency brake. Stop subsidizing yesterday's technology. Embrace markets, embrace innovation, embrace all that makes us American. Stop subsidizing the fossil fuel industry by $650 billion a year. Unleash the power of our innovators. Unleash the power of our entrepreneurs. Unleash the power and the innovation of all our great universities and national labs who will figure out how to do these hard things. And then, yes, even after we do all that, make significant federal investments in the things that the private sector is not very good at, like transmission, like coast-to-coast broadband, like EV charging stations. We've done it before. It's how we built the railroads. It's how we electrified the country. It's not going to be easy, but it'll be necessary. It'll be inspiring, and it'll be the story that we tell our grandchildren about. Because we'll be able to tell them that we were there in this moment. We saw what was necessary, and we made it possible. I think that's something worth doing. It's our opportunity. It's our moment. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other gentleman from Louisiana, congratulations. Is this your first time in the chair? We're delighted to have you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our time tonight, my colleagues and I will address the major crises happening here at home, happening close to home, and now happening abroad. Our message tonight will cover many topics, but the theme is consistent. These crises are self-inflicted. They are the direct results of disastrous policy decisions from the Biden administration. We have a large number of members who want to participate tonight, so I will begin immediately by yielding to my first colleague, my good friend, the gentleman from Central Pennsylvania, its 13th Congressional District, John Joyce, MD.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Under the leadership of the Biden administration, Americans are facing escalating challenges to our economy, to our national security, and ultimately to our way of life. As we have heard many times, our nation continues to jump from crisis to crisis. On this floor, I have often raised concerns about the border crisis, and it continues to spiral out of control as we record an increasing number of migrants crossing the southern border, along with gang violence, human trafficking, and deadly illicit drugs. Border agents seized over 900 pounds of fentanyl at our southern border last month alone. Today, we are witnessing an escalating crisis. And unlike our vice president, the American people aren't laughing. More than 80 days ago, President Biden tasked Vice President Harris with addressing the border crisis. Months later, she has yet to visit the border and witness the devastation firsthand. How many days will it take? 100? 200? A year? If Vice President Harris needs encouragement to get to the southwest border, then Congress can provide an incentive. I'm proud to support Congresswoman Ashley Hinson's See the Crisis Act, which would defund Vice President Harris' international travel until she visits America's southwest border. It's simple. If the Vice President wants to go to Europe, then she must go to the border first. This is no laughing matter. At home in Pennsylvania, the border crisis is a matter of life and death. Lives are depending on border security. And the truth is clear. We can't afford the Biden border crisis. We can't afford the Biden economic crisis. We can't afford the Biden national security crisis. And we can't afford the Biden energy crisis. This pattern is rooted in the Biden administration's broken policies. Under President Biden's watch, we are a nation in crisis. The American people are paying attention, and they are counting on us to stop this alarming trend and restore our nation's path to recovery. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, gentlemen. The American people are counting on us, and they deserve a president who will ensure their safety and security and freedom, both here at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Florida's 15th District, Mr. Franklin.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. I rise tonight because our country is facing a growing economic crisis, a crisis of the Biden administration's making. With his massive and reckless spending programs, President Biden has mortgaged our economic security. Long after this current administration has skipped town, future generations of hardworking Americans will be stuck holding the bill. It's human nature to like free stuff, I suppose, and as long as Uncle Sam's willing to dole out money to everyone and everything in sight, it's easy to understand why people are happily lining up for their fair share. Well, it's also a universal truth that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Unchecked spending doesn't just hurt us in the future, it's also destructive in the near term. My Democrat colleagues have tried for months to convince the American people that it's only the rich who will pay for their reckless spending policies, but people know better. Americans across the country are starting to feel the pinch of this unbridled spending. They're certainly noticing it back in my home state of Florida, where drivers are paying more for gas than they have in nearly a decade. They see it when they go to the grocery store, where prices on everything from a jar of peanut butter to a gallon of milk have spiked sharply. They're feeling the pain on nearly everything they buy, with consumer costs rising at the highest rate in nearly 13 years. This inflation President Biden has created is an immediate tax on workers, causing each hard-earned dollar to be worth less than it was before. At the same time, skyrocketing costs of materials are making it even harder for small business owners to reopen. With high unemployment, record job openings, and spiraling inflation, it's time for the Biden administration to acknowledge that their bad medicine is hurting the patient. Congress has the authority and the responsibility to rein in this reckless spending. The time to act is now. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. And you're exactly right. The people do know better, and the pain hardworking Americans are feeling is very real. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield next the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 9th District, Mr. Muser.
Well, I thank my very good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, very much, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, in less than 6 months, the Biden administration's policies have disrupted the fundamentals of our economy and have caused significant inflation. In March, congressional Democrats pushed through the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, some thought after the recovery began, in a highly partisan process without one Republican vote. This level of spending was unwarranted. Even many liberal-minded economists estimated it was 3 times bigger than needed and warned of inflationary pressures not seen in a generation as a result. Inflation occurs when too many dollars are chasing too few goods. And predictably, this influx of spending resulted in prices increasing in April 4.2% and 5% last month. The reality is that inflation is a tax, Mr. Speaker, on every American family who is now paying more for essential goods such as food and gasoline and many others, and whose savings are now worth less. Again, even liberal-minded economists call this the least responsible fiscal policy of the last 40 years. At the same time, businesses are struggling to compete with federal unemployment benefits. In 1 month, 4 million Americans walked off their job, and last month there were a record 9.3 million open jobs, a level not seen since the beginning of World War II, when Americans were leaving to go fight the war. Yet the Biden administration denies the correlation between open jobs and excessive, untargeted unemployment benefits. Undeterred by the data, the Biden administration shows no sign of letting up, proposing a $6 trillion budget this year that will put our country on a path to record debt and that reports show will disrupt our long-term economic growth. The Biden administration is persistent in its charade that inflation is not occurring, unemployment benefits don't deter work, and that their policies won't significantly disrupt our country's strength and economic growth. The reality is the Biden agenda only grows government, not the private sector economy. This can be a great American decade if we unleash the power of American innovators and entrepreneurs, but we can't do that under the yoke of excessive and untargeted spending, increased taxes, and inflation. We must, Mr. Speaker, grow opportunity in America, which creates the American dream. Government should only serve this purpose. I yield back.
That's so well said, my friend. And this administration either doesn't understand those fundamentals of the economy or doesn't care. It's very perplexing. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next the gentleman from Indiana's 4th District, Mr. Baird.
I want to thank my colleague from Louisiana for his allowing me to have the opportunity to be here and speak on this issue. And today I rise, Mr. Speaker, because our country is in crisis. Despite promises to the contrary, President Biden's policies are crushing small businesses and they're hurting hardworking Americans. The simple fact is that we should be cruising into an economic recovery, thanks to the Trump administration's advancements. But instead, we're drowning in Democrats' reckless spending packages that have led to a greater increase in inflation rates than we've seen since the 2008 economic crisis. As a result, Americans are paying more for everything. Gasoline is over 50% more expensive today than it was 12 months ago. Transportation services are up 11% since last May. And food and energy prices have seen a combined price increase of nearly 4%, a dramatic increase that we haven't seen since 1992. The average American simply cannot afford this, and it's time that we prioritize American paychecks over wasteful government spending. I yield back.
I think my friend reckless is a word that we hear over and over tonight, and as we talk to our constituents, because there is no better word to describe what's happening with this administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Florida's 26th District, the former mayor of Miami, Mr. Jimenez.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues tonight have been sounding the alarm on the crisis our country faces at the hands of the most radical, progressive fringes of our politics. Institutionally, we're facing a grave danger right here in Congress, with a sitting member of Congress choosing to continue her anti-Semitic and anti-American rhetoric from the halls of our government. When a member of Congress who describes themselves as a starter of fires fuels anti-Semitic violence against Jewish communities by perpetrating false stereotypes and anti-Semitic tropes, denigrates strategic allies of the United States, accuses members of Congress of constitutionally pledging allegiance to a foreign sovereign because of their support of the U.S.-Israel partnership, whitewashes the September 11th terrorist attacks that resulted in the death of over 3,000 innocent Americans, draws equivalence between the United States and criminal organizations such as Hamas and the Taliban, both of which have been deemed by the Department of State as terrorist organizations. It is the absolute responsibility of Speaker Pelosi and Democratic leadership to hold their members accountable. Unfortunately, Speaker Pelosi has lacked the backbone to act and has chosen to cower in terror as members of Congress in her party shred America apart from this podium. They may call themselves a fire starter, but I built my career as a firefighter. I cannot and will not allow this behavior to go unnoticed and be allowed to be swept under the rug. These comments and policy stances undermine the interests of the United States abroad and weakens the effectiveness of our foreign policy, sending a dangerous signal to our allies and our adversaries alike that the United States tolerates anti-Semitism, that we no longer believe in the long-term mission of supporting free peoples and free markets, and that we no longer remain committed to combating acts of terror against the United States and our allies. While we are encouraged, as several of my colleagues across the aisle have posed their strong rebuke of these anti-American comments and policy stances, the only rebuke in this issue that will have any meaningful impact is the one by the Speaker and the majority of the House of Representatives. To turn a blind eye on this would be a cowardly refusal, as Speaker Pelosi characterizes it, to hold members on your side of the aisle accountable and a dereliction of your role as the leader of your party and as a Speaker of the House of Representatives, an institution that we all so proudly and honorably serve. Anti-Americans have no right to threaten our country without retribution. America deserves better, and I yield back.
Well, thank you for those comments, my friend, and you're exactly right. That language is dangerous, and our colleague that you referenced is contributing to the foreign policy crises that have developed rapidly over the last few months. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, there is growing evidence that COVID-19 originated in a lab in Wuhan, China, which the liberal media and big tech dismissed as a conspiracy theory. Time and time again, the Chinese Communist Party has lied and covered up the origins of COVID-19. Republicans have repeatedly called for a full, thorough investigation into this virus, but these calls have fallen on deaf ears. It is unclear why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have refused to hold Communist China accountable. They refuse to allocate any resources to support a full investigation or even hold a hearing. They are allowing China to get away with its deadly lies. Over 600,000 Americans have died from COVID-19. It's time to stop pushing the America Last agenda that prioritizes the Chinese Communist Party over giving the American people the answers they deserve. And I yield back.
I thank my friend from Arizona, and you're exactly right. This crisis with China and the Chinese Communist Party is perhaps the greatest threat that we face as a people today. And we need the White House to stand strong. I'm so grateful you brought that good word. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next. The gentleman from Pennsylvania's 12th District, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was a kid, my brother and I would help our dad make ends meet by collecting aluminum cans on the side of the road. We didn't make much, but what we made, we used to buy food. And very early, we learned the value of $1. Today, the value of that same dollar has plummeted because of wasteful, big government spending like the kind President Biden has embraced with his disastrous economic policy. One of President Biden's core campaign promises was that he would not raise taxes on any Americans making less than $400,000 a year. What he failed to mention was the hidden tax brought on by his inflationary spending. In May, the Consumer Price Index jumped to 5%, the fastest rate since 2008. Every American is feeling the strain from this administration's reckless spending spree, from the gas pump and the supermarket to the clothing store and the car dealership. Americans are spending more and getting less. While the current administration shovels trillions of taxpayer dollars into the furnace of a runaway train, it is clear that Joe Biden is intent on saddling our kids and grandkids with insurmountable debt. It is time for Joe Biden to stop playing politics with taxpayers' money and start doing what's right for our country. Let's get Americans back to work, get the government out of the way, and allow taxpayers to keep more of their money. After all, they've earned it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. And you're right. You know, when we were kids, they taught us the value of $1. And that's not what our Democrat colleagues are teaching anymore. Now they're subscribing to what we call fantasy economics, modern monetary theory, and all the rest. You're exactly right. And I'm so grateful you brought that word tonight. Mr. Speaker, I yield next. Gentleman from the great state of Texas, its 36th District, Mr. Babbitt, Dr. Babbitt.
I thank my good friend and my neighbor, the gentleman from Louisiana. I have one question for President Biden and his administration. What will it take? We're halfway through 2021 and more than 700,000 illegal aliens have already been apprehended unlawfully crossing our southern border. Finally, as this administration begrudgingly chokes out the words border crisis, Americans and migrants alike are being raped, trafficked, kidnapped, exploited, and murdered. Drug cartels are fully in control of the United States and Mexico border and in many places on both sides of the border, and they're not stopping there. They're infiltrating every community across the country, not just down at our border states, and they're hell-bent on causing us harm. Every state is now a border state. More deadly drugs like meth and fentanyl are coming up through the southern border than ever before to kill over 70,000 Americans every year from overdoses. There's been over a 300% increase of fentanyl seized at the southern border. Even FBI Director Christopher Wray said that there was no question that cartel activity from Mexico is spilling over into the United States. And yet the Biden administration is silent. Silent. Today marks 84 days since Vice President Kamala Harris was foolishly dubbed the border czar. Last week, when asked when she planned to actually do her job and visit the border, she had the audacity to laugh. If any American who didn't show up for their job for 84 days, they would probably be fired. Clearly, this administration has all but abandoned our border communities and all of its American citizens. What a slap in the face to the American people, the rule of law, his sworn oath of office, and to the migrants who put their lives at risk to come here because Biden told them to and encouraged them to. So what will it take? How much worse does the worst border crisis in our history need to get before President Biden begins fulfilling his duty to defend and secure the homeland and protect us and our sovereignty? How many more children need to be thrown from 18-foot walls or abandoned to die? How many more women and girls and young boys need to be sexually assaulted, trafficked, or murdered? How many more Americans need to die from drug overdoses or have a loved one hurt by an illegal alien who shouldn't even be here? I'm speaking for the millions of Americans who have empathy for those wanting to come here, but who want to do so in a legal way. I'm speaking as a descendant of immigrants myself. I'm speaking as a tax-paying citizen who knows that we're trillions of dollars in debt and do not have the money to pay for non-citizens who are breaking our laws. And lastly, I'm speaking as an American who loves his country enough to die for it. Enough is enough. President Biden, do your job. Secure our border. Protect this great nation and the oath that you swore to uphold. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. And you know what? Despite the obvious magnitude of that big problem on the border that you've seen and you talk about all the time, hammering home that theme, there have been 0 visits to the border by the president or the border czar, the vice president. You know, in fact, when Kamala Harris was asked in an interview this week if she planned on visiting the border, she laughed about it. But I'm telling you, those Customs and Border Patrol agents will tell her that is no laughing matter, and I'm grateful you brought that word tonight. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to my good friend from the state of Tennessee at 6th District, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. Mr. Speaker, the evidence of the Chinese Communist Party's denial, distortion, and concealment of the coronavirus pandemic from its critical beginning to the present day is overwhelming. In January 2020, if not before, the Chinese Communist Party knew it was dealing with a fast-spreading disease in Wuhan, but rejected transparency in favor of a propaganda campaign to spread disinformation. From manipulated statistics and the prevention of an investigation by international experts to ousted journalists and whistleblowers who were silenced through intimidation and foul play, there are countless examples of how the CCP lied to the rest of the world about the origins of the pandemic. Prominent epidemiologists and biologists have raised concerns about a possible spillover in the Wuhan lab, and CDC Director Dr. Walensky says it's possible COVID could have leaked from a lab. It was recently reported that 3 researchers from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology became ill with symptoms consistent with COVID-19 and sought hospital care in November of 2019. On top of that, China has not been forthright in sharing information, nor have they cooperated with the U.S. or the global community. The dishonesty of China's communist leadership regarding the coronavirus pandemic has led to hundreds of thousands of American deaths, millions of sick Americans, and trillions of dollars of economic damage to our country. In the face of this mounting evidence, I joined 211 of my House colleagues in urging Speaker Pelosi to investigate the origins of COVID-19, but House Democrats continue to stonewall this effort. The Biden administration and House Democrats cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the CCP's nefarious behavior. We must penalize and hold the CCP legally and financially responsible for the human and economic suffering its communist government has caused. Enough is enough. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. That is such an important point, and the evidence is mounting that China is indeed responsible for the COVID crisis, and we must hold them accountable. Ms. Speaker, delighted to put the 3rd Louisianian on the floor now from the 3rd District, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague. Mr. Speaker, my ancestral forefather traveled to this country 200 years ago or so. He was born a poor Irishman with no path towards prosperity that did not lead through oppressive government or indentured servitude. He arrived in the port of New Orleans after scrapping together enough money to book passage on a sailing vessel that had been converted from carrying cargo to carrying human beings. He survived the journey, although many poor Irishmen did not. He came to this land seeking freedom. He found it and prospered, and through the generations, the Higgins family established itself as a solid working-class American family. Construction workers and firemen, police officers, soldiers, and sailors. After my father passed, my mother and her sister, my Aunt Gloria, took it upon themselves to research the family tree, and they discovered some of the truths that I'm sharing with you tonight. This was way before internet and computers and iPhones. They worked in the actual archives. One of the things they discovered was a letter written by my ancestral forefather describing the conditions on the vessel he traveled to America upon. His sleeping berth measured 2 by 2 by 5. 2 by 2 by 5. I think about that as I serve within this body. I recognize the pain that our ancestral forefathers and foremothers endured to carve this country of greatness from the wilderness. There's never been a moment when American patriots claimed that our nation was perfect. We've always known that we are imperfect men driven by perfect intent to create a nation wherein a man could breathe free. And indeed we have. The sovereignty of America requires action from this body and from this executive, our current executive, to maintain the security and sovereignty of our nation at the southern border. The very promise of America is threatened by the policies and weakness of action and refusal to act in response to 1.1 million criminal crossings year to date. The very freedoms and opportunities that our ancestral forefathers and foremothers came to this country to embrace, the blood and life and limb that has been sacrificed by generations of patriots past that have preserved America. America itself is imperiled from within. It is the duty and the sworn oath of members of this body to ring our voices loud and clear across the land that we will not allow America to fall into decline. We will not become judicious managers of our nation's fall. We will stand and we will fight and we will make noise and we will be heard. I thank my colleague for allowing us to gather this evening and speak on behalf of the citizens that we serve, the nation that we love, and the future that we will not allow to demise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague.
Thank you, Captain Higgins, for those impassioned words. You're exactly right. And one of the things that is so heartbreaking, frustrating, unconscionable about this is that we could solve this crisis at the border pretty simply. All we need the White House to do is re-implement the Trump-era policies, because that increased border security, it discouraged illegal immigration, and it reinstituted law and order. And we could do that, but they won't. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from Georgia's 1st District, Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to discuss the many foreign policy failures President Biden and the Democrats have made, putting our national security and country at risk. When President Biden came into office, he and Vice President Harris invited people to come through our border. President Biden even stopped construction of the highly successful and necessary border wall. The Biden border crisis was preventable and could be fixed if President Biden and Vice President Harris would visit the border like I have. President Biden has also been apologetic to our nation's greatest foes. He refused for months to acknowledge the possibility that the coronavirus was man-made in the Wuhan lab. He let big tech silence those who spoke out about the evidence despite leaked emails from Dr. Fauci that showed even he knew the lab leak theory was highly possible and likely probable. And now President Biden wants to hand our vaccine technology over to China free of charge. Members on both sides of the aisle recognize the dangers of this. Yet President Biden would rather side with the Chinese Communist Party than American innovators and American workers. And most recently, the Biden administration and my colleagues across the aisle won't condemn anti-Semitic comments made by members of this chamber. To conflate the U.S. and Israel with Hamas and Iran is disgusting. It's wrong, and it's an insult to the men and women who fought for our country and who still defend our country against terrorism. It's time for President Biden to put America first. President Trump did, and our country was stronger than ever before. Now it's time for President Biden to do his job and stand up for the U.S. and hardworking, patriotic Americans. You work for Americans, not for foreign countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
That is a great reminder of who the President serves, and it is confounding to us that he doesn't understand these basic truths. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee's 2nd District, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2nd Congressional District, but first in our hearts.
Always,
Thank you,
always.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson, for yielding. 1 year ago, the average cost of gas in America was $2.17 a gallon, Mr. Speaker. Today is $3.07 per gallon, a 41% increase. But it isn't just gas prices. Costs for many goods and services Americans rely on are quickly rising. The Consumer Price Index, which tracks the cost of things like food and energy, jumped 5% in May compared to 1 year ago. This inflation is the ultimate cost of President Biden's $2 trillion big government spending spree back in January, Mr. Speaker. The federal government is printing money at a breakneck pace, decreasing the purchasing power of our dollars. Meanwhile, businesses can't get folks to come back to work thanks to President Biden's generous unemployment benefits. And lately in East Tennessee, I've heard stories from small business owners who can't find enough workers to keep up with their demand. I need to tell the folks at Wright's Cafeteria, where my good friend David Wright owns his restaurant, that was his mama and daddy's. They can't get folks to come back to work. He's still too behind in the kitchen. He hasn't been open for months. Another friend of mine, Mike Chase, owns Calhoun's, which is a world-famous restaurant chain in the area. And actually in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, they've had to close down in a tourist section of our community that is heavily populated during the day by well-heeled tourists wanting to spend their money, and yet he's had to close down because he can't get people to work. Other friend of mine, Charlie Perulis at the Pizza Palace, world-famous onion rings. Mr. Speaker, I would literally crawl across Magnolia Avenue on glass to eat their onion rings. They're that good. And he is not able, and his pizzas are great too as well. He hasn't been able to have full shifts and to serve the community as he has in the past. Stories like these, though, aren't unique to East Tennessee, Mr. Speaker. This is happening all over the country. Businesses are raising their prices to stay alive, and those costs are passed along to the American consumers. President Biden promised there'd be no tax increase on working Americans, but inflation sure as heck isn't leaving any money in the pockets of our middle class, Mr. Speaker. His outrageous spending is causing long-term economic damage and saddling future generations with debt. And if President Biden isn't stopped in this venture, future generations will inherit a worthless American dollar, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for this time, and I yield the remainder of my time back. Thank you, brother.
You covered a lot there, and you're exactly right. And this crisis we have, the jobs and the economy, was so preventable. Ms. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the great gentleman from South Carolina, one of my heroes in the Congress, Mr. Wilson.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. And thank you, indeed, Chairman Mike Johnson, for your leadership for promoting the truth tonight. It's been so refreshing to hear our colleagues and bring facts to the American people they need to know. And thanks to the leadership of Vice President Mike Pence through Operation Warp Speed to develop the Wuhan virus vaccine, America has been able to get back to work with jobs being available. In May of this year, the Centers for Disease Control released updated guidance saying that fully vaccinated people no longer needed to wear a mask or social distance in most cases. America should be completely open for business to create jobs. We saw, as President Trump creating jobs. Under his leadership, we had the record low unemployment for African Americans, for Asian Americans, for Hispanics. We had record employment. the most number of jobs ever for youth and women in the United States by cutting taxes, not raising the taxes either directly or by inflation, as Mr. Biden is doing. Unfortunately, the Biden administration does not agree with science. Even with this huge win to the American people, the administration and Democrats want to continue to have unemployed Americans be dependent on the government by incentivizing them to remain unemployed with increased benefits that pay more than a small business can provide, destroying jobs. I commend Governor Henry McMaster for ending these increased benefits and getting South Carolina back to work. Congress should follow suit, creating jobs. I'm grateful to be a co-sponsor of H.R. 3104, the Get Americans Back to Work Act, sponsored by Congressman Dusty Johnson. This bill will remove the supplemental federal self-destructive benefits by June 30 of this year. I encourage my colleagues to pass this legislation. We must not continue to indebt future generations with reckless spendings or create inflation, which destroys the savings and retirement savings of our senior citizens and equally is crippling to small businesses that are the backbone of this country. Jobs are uplifting, fulfilling, and meaningful for a productive life. I yield back.
Thank you, my good friend from South Carolina, and you're exactly right. The Biden administration, Democrats, they continue to push policies that pay people more to stay at home than go back to work, and so the results are not surprising at all. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 10th District, Mr. Perry.
Well, I thank my good friend, Mr. Johnson, for this special order, talking, unfortunately, about the things that make us sad to see happening in our country. I was here before, they were talking about the climate crisis. We sure do have a climate crisis. We got a climate of unbridled spending happening in this country without any eye towards the consequences. Of course, we got a border crisis. We got a law and order crisis going on. We got a leadership crisis in this country. We're ceding the leadership of the United States of America to thugs in Russia and China and Iran. We got a political crisis where everything is politicized, where we can't even get together on things we agree with here because the other side forces you to take votes that, potentially destroy the fabric of our country, our neighborhoods, the things that we agree on. We can't even do that here because there's got to be a political price to pay for everything. And of course, the financial crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, inflation is here, and it's here to stay. In May, the consumer prices spiked 5% from the previous year. That's the biggest spike since August of 2008. 2008, remember that? The beginning of the Great Recession. We don't have to be doing this, but I think we're going to do it again. Overall prices jumped at a shocking 9.7% annualized rate from March through May, so that's 10%. Oh, by the way, that coincides with the time that the Biden policies, fiscal policies, started coming into play. They were beginning to devastate the economy like we knew they would. In real terms, if you're driving, you're paying 40% more today than you did at the start of the year. And it's artificial, right? We closed the Keystone Pipeline down. We let Russia have their pipeline, but we closed ours down. Do you think the gas isn't coming, ladies and gentlemen? It's still coming. Yeah, it's still coming. We're just paying a lot more for it because we've got to put it on a truck or a train because heaven forbid it can't go through the Keystone Pipeline. Oh, we can't have that. And guess who pays? Guess every single one of us, but who does it hurt the most? Do you remember the days when you were growing up and you couldn't afford to fill up your gas tank? You put $5 in and you prayed you got to the end of the week? That's who it's hurting, and it's happening again. Food prices up 2.4%. The transport cost of food up 25%. And again, who does it hurt the most? Meanwhile, the May job report shows 9.3 million job openings in the U.S., nearly a million increase over the numbers for April. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the largest increase ever since the Bureau of Labor Statistics began counting. These are indicators of bad things happening. And they're also indicators and a manifestation of bad policy when we, as the government, pay more for people to stay home than they do if they would go to work. And who can blame them? They're looking out for their economic best interest. If they can make more staying home, well, God bless them, they have to because they've got to pay the higher prices from all this inflation that's not happening. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because that's what the president has told us, and that's what Janet Yellen told us. Well, we might have been born at night, Mr. Johnson, but it wasn't last night. We know it is happening, and this is obvious to any Economics 101 student. The Biden administration and Democrats in Congress have extended these benefits through September. So guess what? It's just going to keep going. It's just going to keep going. Labor is going to cost more, and everything associated with labor is going to cost more. And who's it going to hurt the most? The people working the hardest at the bottom, trying to make their way out. Families can't afford it. And you know who else can't afford it, Mr. Johnson? My good friend. I have a friend at home, started a business 51 years ago. Came home from fighting for his country in Vietnam, started a business from scratch 51 years ago. Hired hundreds of people. Was known around the world for his product. Well, guess what just happened this month? Got to shut her down, man. Got to shut her down. The policies affect people's lives. Like I said, the president and Secretary Yellen said that inflation wasn't real just a few months ago. Now they're saying it won't be permanent. If you believed what they said a couple months ago, you might as well believe that. But while they're pursuing another $6 trillion in spending, we can't go to the bank. We're just going to print it. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to be runaway inflation, and it's actually going to threaten the continuation of this very republic. And that's on top of spending an additional $2.1 trillion in the deficit for the first 8 months of this fiscal year, the largest on record, which just follows $3 trillion last year, which was another record. We just simply can't afford these reckless policies. We love our country. We want to work with the other side. This isn't working. It's not working for the American people. It's not working for any of us. We are at the tipping point in a lot of ways in this country. One of them is economic. We can do something about it, but we need the president to have some fiscal restraint. We need the people in this body to have some fiscal restraint. I thank the gentleman for offering this time tonight. We don't need to kowtow. We don't need to kneel at the altar of the green crazy people that want to drive the agenda. And we have a great country, and we could save it. We don't have to let China open a coal plant one every week while we hobble ourselves and shut ourselves out of the great resources that we have in this country. We don't have to do it. Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
Very grateful for those comments, and you are exactly right. And you mentioned Economics 101. Some of our colleagues would do well to go take a refresher course. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Georgia's 9th District, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Georgia's 9th District to bring attention to two major issues plaguing our country. As we speak, the economic crisis and the Biden border crisis, as both will affect our country for years to come. Inflationary pressures are crippling consumer purchasing power at record rates, and our national debt is on the rise. My constituents are eager to course correct our nation's fiscal ship so we can guarantee that the American dream is attainable for future generations of Americans. Unfortunately, the Biden administration shows no signs of curtailing its spending habits anytime soon, as Democrats are teeing up a plan to shoehorn through Congress the progressive American Jobs and Family Plans, which combined total $4 trillion in deficit spending. Folks, the debt is already at $28.4 trillion. And the White House has announced a budget that will leave the American people holding a stunning $39 trillion in debt by 2031. And what's truly scary, the interest payments on the debt are on track to eclipse our nation's defense spending in just 10 years. And as a military officer, that doesn't sit well with me. The looming debt spiral will quite literally be the death of the American dream as we know it if we don't act now. It's clear the Biden administration has no regard for Americans' pocketbooks, nor does it show any remorse for the future generations who will be left to bear the brunt of Democrat-controlled spending. If that wasn't enough of a crisis, it has been 84 days since Vice President Harris was tapped as the border czar, yet she still has not made a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. I have traveled to the border twice and have personally witnessed the escalation of the crisis. Why has the Vice President not gone? The Department of Homeland Security published shocking statistics that paint a very clear picture of how the Biden administration policies are creating a devastating crisis on the border. Last month, encounters at the border exceeded 180,000. This level of apprehensions has not been seen in over 21 years and is up 675% when compared to May of last year. Dangerous human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals are smuggling deadly drugs over the border and into our communities at an alarming rate, and are refueling the opioid crisis, the very crisis former President Trump successfully subdued. When we look at fentanyl seizures alone, Customs and Border Protection has already seized almost double the amount of fentanyl in the first 8 months of fiscal year 2021 than it did in all 12 months of fiscal year 2020. The numbers will only continue to rise as more illicit substances come across the border through September, especially as Biden continues reversing Trump's successful border policies. Enough is enough. We must put country over progressive politics, and I look forward to standing with my Republican colleagues to do so. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for your service. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is left?
The gentleman has 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am really happy to yield next to the gentleman from Texas 1st District, my neighboring district right over the border, Mr. Gomer.
Thank you to my friend from Louisiana and Mr. Speaker. Emails, as this headline says, from Wendell Husbaum, emails show Anthony Fauci scrambled at the beginning of the pandemic to determine potential U.S. role in funding coronavirus research abroad. And that was because he provided money to a firm that provided money to the Wuhan lab. As this points out, after Fauci made that comment that we didn't do that, a couple of months later, the man responsible for steering U.S. government funding to the Wuhan Institution of Virology, Peter Daszak, the president of EcoHealth Alliance, thanked Dr. Fauci on April 18, 2020, for publicly dismissing the theory coronavirus may have leaked from that lab to which they furnished money. Here's another story from the same person. Anthony Fauci said in released emails, drugstore masks are not really effective. He told us, oh gosh, you know, we need to be taking a mask. Everybody should be wearing a mask. But that was only after he had been against it before he became for it. And this points out, quotes him as just being one of the biggest hypocrites, and in fact that he completely lied to the American people. Because he says masks are really for infected people. He goes on further, the typical mask you buy in a drugstore is not really effective. And he says, I do not recommend that you wear a mask, particularly since you're going to a very low-risk location. Your instincts are correct. Money is best spent on medical countermeasures, such as diagnostics and vaccines. But his Fauci emails show that U.S. scientists knew COVID looked engineered only days before, insisting that the virus was natural. And, you know, that is another one of the reasons that Representative Taylor Greene filed the Fire Fauci Act, and I'd encourage people to get on. But the virologist who told Fauci that SARS-CoV-2 potentially engineered, he eliminated his Twitter account, and that article is June 7th. And then we find out that weight-adjusted hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, boosted survival of ventilated COVID-19 patients by 200%, according to a study. We've had hundreds of thousands of Americans who have died while Fauci and others belittled hydroxychloroquine regimen and the good that it could do and the good it has done for most of those who have taken it. So we know that in the 1950s, President Eisenhower said, no, we've got no U-2 flights going over the Soviet Union, and they shot one down, and he had to go on TV and said, I'm sorry, I lied, I'm very sorry, I thought I was doing the right thing by the country. In the 1960s, President Kennedy, he went on television and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault, basically that people died in the Bay of Pigs invasion, but who is going to come forward and say, you know what, this was my fault? We've seen it's not going to be Fauci. We don't know if it'll be President Biden, but somebody owes a big apology to the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gomer. You're exactly right. And the scope of that tragedy is something that it's hard to wrap your mind around. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to my good friend from the state of West Virginia, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address an issue of great importance to all of our constituents, their economic livelihoods. It's only been 6 months since President Obama took office, and already our country is moving in the wrong direction. Under President Trump, we saw unparalleled economic growth. Now under President Biden, we're faced with more and more government spending, fewer and fewer people going back to work, and skyrocketing inflation, which devalues your money. You can see here, picture's worth 1,000 words, 4.2% less value to your dollar today after all the spending the government's been doing here lately. By the end of 2020, the economy was resurgent, and since the economy was crippled by the initial lockdowns in March and April of 2020, there had been an improvement in the unemployment rate each month until this spring. After 11 months of significant job growth, the unemployment rate increased this past April for the first time since last year. More Americans are getting vaccinated every day, and COVID-19 restrictions are being lifted around the country. This should be a time when the recovery reaches new heights. There were 9.3 million job openings in April. That's more job openings than any other time in the last year. But those jobs may not get filled anytime soon. Due to President Biden and many of my Democrat colleagues, friends here in this chamber, decision to continue an unsustainable level of federal unemployment benefits, some workers can make more money on unemployment than going back to work. Look, common sense dictates that if you pay people not to work, they'll take you up on it. Most people will not act against their own economic interests by working if they can make more money staying home. The failure of the Biden administration has forced some governors to act on their own. So far, 25 states have announced plans to wind down the extra $300 a week in federal unemployment benefits. Governor Jim Justice in my state of West Virginia announced that our state will join that group here this month in June. So when federal leadership fails, governors must step up and make the best decisions for their states. West Virginia has had a particular problem with worker shortages for years now. Gil White, who's our state director of the National Federation of Independent Businesses, was asked on WV Metro News about the worker shortage, and he responded, and I quote, that is not a myth, it's a reality. I don't care if it's a large business or small business employers. I think there's a common theme that finding workers is very challenging, to say the least. After a tumultuous year with government shutdowns and strict capacity limits, the last thing small businesses need is a worker shortage that leaves them unprepared to meet the demands of a reopening economy. President Biden's solution to this problem, along with every other problem, seems to be more spending of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars. But with our budget deficit at an alarming level, and you see it here, how it's just skyrocketing in our budget deficit, more spending will bring about more problems. Our debt is currently $28 trillion, and our deficits have grown substantially larger in the past year due to spending increases in response to COVID-19. And yet, President Biden is currently pushing for more than $4 trillion in new spending. $4 trillion. President Biden has proposed to build hundreds of thousands of electric vehicle charging stations, retrofit buildings across America to make them greener, and a laundry list of other progressive priorities. Despite his sometimes moderate demeanor, President Biden's platform is far left. President Biden made a long list of promises to the left wing of his party, like when he said he would, quote, get rid of fossil fuels, close quotes. It should come as no surprise that his administration is shaping up to be the most liberal in recent memory. We should not keep borrowing money from China in order to spend money that we don't have here in America. There's a simple solution: unwind these expensive government programs, continue opening up the economy, and let people earn a living again. That is our country's path forward. I have a couple more comments I'd like to make on a separate issue. I rise today to address the crisis at the southern border. These images here show children being dropped over the border fence and show migrants nearly drowning trying to cross the river on the border. Ladies and gentlemen, dumping children across a fence like this into the wilderness is not an immigration policy. Okay, that's child abuse. That is not how we were supposed to do this. It's an outrage. If President Biden had done that, he'd be attacked everywhere. The border crisis is a humanitarian crisis. Even the president of Guatemala, Alejandro Giamatti, blamed the Biden administration, opening border messaging, calling it lukewarm and, quote, confusing. He explained this messaging actually increases the number of unaccompanied minors that are sent out on the journey and are subsequently trafficked by coyotes and cartels. Data shows from the Customs and Border Patrol agents have stopped over 180,000 illegal border crossings in the month of May alone, the highest in over 20 years. Look, we can have our own opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts. This is a crisis, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for America's border czar, Vice President Kamala Harris, to do her job and address the humanitarian crisis at the border to protect the lives of these young children. I yield back to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Speaker, how much time remains on the clock?
The gentleman has a little less than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll need to summarize then, and delighted to have had so many of my colleagues here tonight to help us sound the alarms and inform the American people what's going on here. We have a crisis here at home. We have a crisis on the southern border. We have multiple developing crises abroad, and you heard the broad spectrum of all those tonight. Whether it's our concern about jobs and the economy, with the rise in inflation, with this humanitarian crisis, with young children, traffickers, and drug cartels at the border, whether we're talking about this administration's critical foreign policy blunders, you could summarize it all. Maybe it was summarized best tonight by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. He said, in one phrase, we have a leadership crisis, and we certainly do. But I'll tell you, all these issues, everything that my colleagues talked about tonight, can and should be addressed in a bipartisan way. All of us on this side of the aisle want to do that. We are anxious to do that. We should all want Americans to get back to work. We should all want to end the humanitarian crisis at the border. We should all want to achieve peace through strength on the international stage. It's time for President Biden, and it's time for our Democrat colleagues to work with Republicans for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I will yield back the balance of my time. I thank you for your time tonight.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 24th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, half of the time until 10 p.m., which is 2.5 minutes. 9.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of this special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with my colleagues for so many to recognize and honor a stamp just issued by the U.S. Postal Service that, with stunning simplicity, remembers, recognizes, and honors one of the most remarkable and inspirational stories in the whole of our country's history. A story of tragedy, perseverance, and triumph that is so quintessentially American, that goes so deeply to our essence, that offers the most fundamental lessons that we must never forget. And that is the point of this stamp, that we never forget the story of the Japanese-American soldiers of World War II and their famous motto, which is its own lesson, go for broke. For many of us, the story is well known and has instructed and inspired our own lives. But for a growing number of our fellow citizens of our country and world, it is not. And so permit me just a brief retelling. As World War II loomed, Americans of Japanese ancestry were beginning their third generation, or sansei, in substantial communities, yet they remained largely marginalized because of their race. In my Hawaii, they constituted over 1/3 of our population, yet largely still labored on plantations or worked in small businesses. The same was true on the West Coast, from Washington through Oregon to San Diego. Some Nisei saw war with Japan coming and sought to enlist in our armed services, but they were largely denied out of race and suspicion and sought to prove themselves through service in the Guard or, in Hawaii, the Varsity Victory Volunteers. Pearl Harbor changed everything. Infamously, over 100,000 Japanese were interned for their race, an indelible stain on our national fabric. And after years of Japanese Americans pushing to be allowed to prove their loyalty by enlisting and fighting, the military finally relented with the 100th Infantry Battalion, the 442nd in the Military Intelligence Service, and the 11399th Engineer Construction Battalion. The rest, as they say, is legend. The 100th and 442nd fought their way through Sicily, through France and Italy, and ended up with the highest number of decorations for their length of service in the history of our military. We honored them in 2010 with our Congressional Gold Medal. But was that enough? Would it all be remembered? 3 Japanese American women in California who themselves had been incarcerated, Fusa Takahashi, Chizo Hira, and Aiko King, thought not, and they fought a 16-year effort to gain approval of this beautiful stamp from the U.S. Postal Service, impeccably designed by Antonio Alcalia, and it was issued just weeks ago. The design is taken from a 1944 photo in the field of 442nd Private First Class Shiroku Waiti Yamamoto, a Nisei born and raised in the plantation village of Ninole on the Hamakua coast of my home island of Hawaii. Such a fitting tribute, so appropriate. To look into his eyes, you see fatigue, you see commitment, but most of all you see gaman, perseverance through great adversity to a better place. No better fitting tribute could be issued at this point than this stamp. I'm so honored to stand with my colleagues to honor the issuance of this stamp in memory of the Japanese American soldiers of World War II. I'm honored to be joined by my colleagues here today who will speak also, many of whom labored long and hard with the rest of us towards the issuance of this stamp. First, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Mark Takano of California, the second vice chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus and chair of the House Veterans Committee.
I say mahalo to my colleague, Representative Case, for yielding and for organizing the special order hour to commemorate the release of an historic stamp that honors the bravery and service of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the Go for Broke Japanese American soldiers of World War II Forever stamp. I am a proud Japanese American, the son of a mother and father who were young children when Executive Order 9066 was signed by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which forced them and the rest of my family out of their homes and into internment camps on American soil. Executive Order 9066 labeled Japanese Americans as enemy aliens. It scapegoated an entire community of Americans and questioned their loyalty. It was misguided. It was based on lies, and it was rooted in racism and fear. During this time, 120,000 Japanese Americans were unjustly imprisoned, mass blamed for atrocities they did not commit. Their rights were trampled, their freedoms were curtailed, and their humanity was ignored. And while our very own government was carrying out the unthinkable against its own people while fighting for the ideals of liberty and freedom abroad, young Japanese American men stepped up to serve under our flag, even when our country did not want them to. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japanese American men of draft age were excluded from military service. They were considered enemy aliens, unfit to serve, unfit to fight for their very own country. Yet, in spite of this, a highly motivated group of Japanese Americans, eager to prove their allegiance, eager to prove their patriotism, petitioned the U.S. government for their right to serve. President Roosevelt relented, allowing these men to form the 442nd Regimental Combat Team of the United States Army. a legendary segregated Japanese-American fighting unit that was sent to the front lines of World War II, even as their families were in internment camps. Among these men were 3 of my great uncles, including my great uncle Manso, or Man Takahashi, Man Takahashi, who is pictured right beside me. My great-uncle Man gave his life for our country in Italy just a few weeks before D-Day. He was 26 years old. Recently, I rewatched the testimony of his brother, my other great-uncle Nobi, who recounted the story of that day he learned that his brother had died in battle in what he called the final push of the war. Man and so many other Nisei soldiers never had the opportunity to relish the victory that they helped secure, but their valor helped move our world closer to peace. My great-uncle Nobi also shared what it was like to serve in the rescue of the Lost Battalion as a member of the 442nd. The rescue of the Lost Battalion took place in the Vosges Mountains in France in October 1944. 800 men in the 442nd lost their lives in combat to rescue 211 men in the 141st Texas Regiment. He told a story of bloodshed and of carnage that he witnessed there. He described the nauseating, terrible feeling after seeing dead bodies of American and German soldiers and helmets all around him. The Nisei fighters believed in the promise of America. These men were betting on America, and they bet that America could be a more perfect, free, and more equal union. And in the case of my great-uncle Man, he bet his life. And I just want to say that the motto of this unit was "Go for broke," which means to go all in, to bet everything. And this group of men bet on not on the reality of America. The reality then was an America that let Japanese Americans down, that stripped them of their rights and interned them without reason. These men were in a humiliating place to have to prove their patriotism, and they had something to prove, and they did prove it. So I tell the story of my great-uncles and the 442nd with great pride and a strong belief that if it wasn't for them, I would not be a member of Congress today. Did they win their bet? I stand as evidence that they did. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time to Representative Kahele of Hawaii.
Aloha, Mr. Speaker, and mahalo to my friend, Representative Case, for yielding me his time so that I may speak on the merits of all Japanese Americans who served during World War II, a recognition the United States Postal Service captured with the recent issuance of its 2021 Go for Broke Japanese American Soldiers of World War II commemorative stamp. Go for Broke, the motto of the brave 442nd Regimental Combat Team, which means give it your all, speaks to the spirit of courage, of patriotism and sacrifice, as well as their fight for equality for all people. The 442nd, almost entirely composed of second-generation Japanese Americans, or Nisei, was the most decorated unit for its size and length of service in the history of the United States. 80 years ago, these brave Americans were filled with dreams, aspirations, and hope, only to be faced with harsh discrimination and assaults on their character and loyalty to America. The Go for Broke Japanese American Soldiers of World War II stamps are forever stamps and symbolize these men and women's undying devotion to their country. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, until 10 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know we're all up against the clock, as my wife would say, the tyranny of the clock. So I had all sorts of boards and information. I was going to drive the poor stenographer nuts because sometimes I talk a little fast. I will try to slow down. I apologize. I've had a lot of caffeine. But I have a simple theme I want to try to walk through. And that is, this place isn't dealing with the actual crisis that's about to crush this country. And it is debt, but it's also opportunity. It's opportunity for our underserved populations, those who have been crushed by COVID. And when you look at why, I think we have a solution, but we have to think differently in this place. So first, let's do the global problem. The honest truth about what's about to crush us as a people is debt. Take a look at this chart next to me. over the next 30 years, and this is in adjusted dollars, so this is in today's dollars, $101 trillion of debt in today's dollars. I don't think we ever get close to that, to being able to finance that type of debt. But if you look at the chart, 67% of it is just Medicare. The rest here is Social Security. The little green part of that $101 trillion, only about $3 trillion of it is the rest of government. It's Medicare and Social Security. If you believe, like I do, that we have a moral obligation to keep our promises on Social Security and Medicare, we need to step up and deal with the reality of the math. Hiding it. So think about the debates that have been going on here. We're talking about $4 trillion here, $4 trillion for this. This is the Damocles sword hanging over our head, and the economic violence, the evil we will do to seniors and this government when this blows up on us is terrifying. So I want to walk through some basics, and as I juggle these boards, a really interesting number here, and this one's really important. If you can take a look at this top line, this is what needs to bounce off here. Of that, functionally, I think it's $68 trillion of debt that's driven just by Medicare over the next 30 years, 31% of it is diabetes. If you look at the health outcomes from COVID, for my tribal communities out in the Southwest, for urban populations that have lots of diabetes issues, take a look at what a crappy year they had dying from COVID. If we don't change this policy of saying, well, we're going to spend money putting up more medical clinics and doing this and doing that, we are going to spend money to help people live with their misery? Is that really what we're about? How about doing something bold? We're going to do an Operation Warp Speed to cure diabetes, and yes, it's going to be hard. There's some incredible science coming on type 1, because type 1 is an autoimmune. Type 2, a lot tougher, because a lot of it's lifestyle. And we're going to have to deal with government policy on how we do farm policy, on how we do nutrition support. But maybe we can come together here and say, we're going to stop financing misery, the diabetes that is rampant through our society. And oh, by the way, at the same time, it's the single biggest impact you can have on the debt bomb that's hanging over our society. And we got to work through some of the crazy policy proposals here that sound great, and you work through, and all they're going to do is bring more misery to our society. How many of you have actually read H.R. 3? That's the Democrats' bill on trying to deal with prescription drug costs. And I understand we need to do something about prescription drug costs. But what it does is it uses reference pricing, which means we're going to go to Great Britain here and take what they allow for a year, so a single quality year of life. And if the drug costs more than $37,000, you don't get it. So the new Alzheimer's drug that was finally approved last week, you don't get it because it doesn't give you, it costs more than $37,000. That's the price mechanism that makes H.R. 3 work. That's cruel. But we also, on the conservative side, we got to get our math right. We tell people price transparency. Price transparency does a good thing. It makes a difference. But it only makes a fractional difference. The best research we've been able to find, it's 0.1 to 0.7% change in healthcare costs. So here's the point I'm trying to get through. Obamacare, the ACA, the Republican alternative, they were financing bills. It's who had to pay, who got subsidized. We need to start having a debate here on what we pay and how we crash the price of healthcare. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman has under 3 minutes.
Okay, and in that case, I'm sorry, I'm going to even talk faster. I'm going to make an argument that there is a technology disruption here that can help us change what we pay. The single thing we could do immediately to have the most impact is if we could get our brothers and sisters to take their hypertension medicines, to take their pills, that's 16% of all healthcare costs. $500 billion a year is just from people misusing or not taking their pharmaceuticals. There's technology now on the pill cap, the dispenser, to help grandma, to help me, to help all of us take our pharmaceuticals when we need it. But the other thing, this can be in your medicine cabinet. We now have the technology that you blow into that tells you if you have a virus, it tells you if you have a cancer, tells you what you have. It's time for the technology disruption, and it's time this body start to legalize that technology to help us disrupt the price of health care. We can do something. And the beauty of it is by doing the right thing, it affects the debt crush that's coming to our society, but also we start helping our brothers and sisters not have to live with the misery. So in Operation Warp Speed for diabetes, Republicans, Democrats, we can get on that. There may be some that want to do it because it's debt. Some want to just do it for a humanitarian cause. It's the right thing to do. And then let's legalize the technology that helps us change what we pay instead of having the crazy debate we have here of how we pay. It's time for the revolution. Adopt the technology. Let's change the price of health care. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for your patience.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.